What's up, Crossfire fans, and welcome once again to Crossfire West League. We are approaching the end of week 2, and it's getting more hype and hype. I'm Kholi, I'm going to be your host for tonight, and I have with me Mr. Hazim X. How are you feeling?
I'm doing good. I'm feeling absolutely fantastic. New day, new action. How can I not be hyped, man? After yesterday, we have seen a lot of teams and a lot of upsets, honestly, destroying each other. The meta is changing, as we did see new weapons and new guns, which adds a lot of impact and a lot of changes when we speak about the teams, especially, InnerCircle, Anubis, 999, and the teams that are on the lower standings.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the standings to know what happened like yesterday and the last week as well. We have Anubis at last place, and this is what is surprising me the most, right? And we have some new names in the upper half as well. Tell me more about it.
The thing is, that surprised me the most, as you said, I could not agree with you more, is Anubis, man.
Yeah.
8th place for Anubis, it just does not suit the name, no? I mean, when you see Anubis, you do expect a 4th, a 3rd place, not the 8th place. But it is what it is at the end of the day. Now, speak about 999, it's the usual scenario that they do get themselves a map, but they can't finish it all the way through. They do a choke at the end of it. Yeah, they reach map 3, but not enough luck to, get them the win. For TBI, it's a bit hard. Now, speaking on the higher brackets, higher standings, we speak about ROC Esports. Obviously, undefeated since Season 1. Yeah, they did lose a lot of some matches in Season 1, but approaching Season 2, not a single match they did lose. Now, our surprise for the season is Swamp Gaming, man. And Swamp Gaming, honestly, taking it to another level. It's like new level of Crossfire, and we're just here for it.
Yeah, and it feels like the meta shift, the new weapons, like it's going into their favor a lot. Swamp Gaming might be the best team that we have seen for now using the new weapons. And for ROC Esports, Slayer said yesterday in the interview, we are gonna remain undefeated. If we lose, it's our mistake. The team is better, right?
We did hear this from Slayer's side. This is a bit confident guy, isn't he? And for Swamp Gaming in the first match against PingPongPals, I mean, look at PingPongPals in the standings. The names, the individuals themselves are insanely well, are insanely good. But when you think about it, it's a team game at the end of the day. It's not the better sniper. It's not Sad who's better than Snare, or Snare who's better than Sad, or Comics or Spoxy or whatever. It's the team, how the team plays with each other, how they flank, how they lurk, how they re-rotate the sides, take over the side, the post plant for the C4, how you play all of this. And for me, honestly, Swamp Gaming being the best doing this, maybe even better than ROC Esports in the retakes and the post plant scenarios. But I don't know what to expect from PingPongPals, honestly, because they are in a bit of a losing streak. They did play 5 matches, won only 2.
I mean, they won yesterday against 999.
Yeah,
right?
they did win yesterday, but before that, they played 5 matches, man. You lost 3, you won 2. And let's be honest, playing against 999, remind me, did it reach 3 maps?
It reached 3 maps. Yes,
exactly. You don't want to reach 3 maps, with all due respect, with 999, because 999 are on the weaker teams, weaker side now. So you do have an idea about how these games, specific games, should run. It should have ended 2-0, not a stomp, but should end in a 2-0 scenario.
Yeah, and PingPongPals, the roster in front of us: Gainer, MKZ, Pietro, LSY, and HDZ. HDZ had an incredible game yesterday.
The sniper, man, is super insane. And what I love the most is how Gainer plays with MKZ. I mean, HDZ and MKZ, they are already been a golden duo since ages, messing the boy HZZ. And Pietro, the IGL for sure. LSY, we did see him in some plays. I mean, overall, PingPongPals have been good in, in the perspective of the POV of the names, the individuals. But when you reach the game itself, they do choke on the end rounds, and that's what's so miserable for them. And every time they lose, it's an upset for the boys.
Yeah, and on the other side, we have Swamp Gaming, Josh, Snugs, Famous, HCZ, and Kaze. The guy in the middle of this roster, specifically Famous, he's doing an amazing job on the new weapons. And Kaze said yesterday, Famous is just doing a lot of clutches. He's in the mood, you know.
I mean, these guys are scary, man.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something about Famous. Once the meta shifts and once the meta changed, he's up for it, man.
Yeah.
He's just feeling it, and if anything, the combination of Stux and HZZ is just honestly just terrifying. Josh and K is the same. I think Swamp Gaming are the new contender and they are the new GG, whether you like it or not. It was the first place ROC Esports, second GG, and the third was Unnights, and they are just, it's the same, but with Swamp Gaming just fitting there. And I don't think after losing one match, Swamp Gaming, because they did play only one loss and 3 continuous wins, I don't think they will lose another match till the end of the season. And that makes me predict the first match. I think it's going to end up for Swamp Gaming. Now, I don't know if PingPongPals, HDZ, being the key players, and the rest of the boys will be able to get a map from them. We do have to wait till the map veto, but frank speaking, I think it's going to end for the boys from Swamp.
Yeah, and the key players in front of us that we saw right now, Famous and HTZ, we said they had an amazing game yesterday, and both of these teams are coming from a win, right? So they are both in a really good place mentally. But let's talk more about the map selection. What do you think about the maps that these teams will focus on?
I like that Swamp Gaming do focus on the pick and pans in the map terms, and they do win the map veto every time. And I think that's what makes them reach a good stage in the brackets and a good stage in the standings itself. Every time they do ban, they read the VODs. And they read the strats of the other team. They do pick and pan the correct maps for them. We do see Compound there. I think we will see from some gaming Black Widow, and obviously Mexico is going to be banned. I love to mention this.
Yeah, 100%. It's banned most of the time. So let's take a look at the map.
Black Widow. See Black Widow
there. Okay, Black Widow is there indeed. PingPongPals. Wait, we have New Mexico at the decider, by the way.
Oh,
Black
okay.
Widow picked by PingPongPals.
Not gonna get everything right.
Compound picked by Swamp Gaming. It makes sense. Compound for Swamp Gaming, it's a very like a comfortable map for them. They
Default
picked it, they picked it in like all of the games, I think. And New Mexico, the decider.
The thing is, will we reach New Mexico? That's the question. I mean, Black Widow picked by PingPongPals. It's a bit questionable for them. I'm afraid they won't. I don't know. I'm afraid they won't fit in it that much. I'm not sure, but for Swamp Gaming's Compound is default map. It's the comfort zone. It's the go-to. Whether or not we reach New Mexico, I wish we do, because if we reach New Mexico, paper would change, man. And forget about the analytics. Forget about stats. PingPongPals can do it tonight.
Yeah, and like both these teams, like their win, this win means a lot on them, right? Swamp Gaming, if they win, it put them in a very sweet spot in the top side of the standings. And for PingPongPals, if they manage to take a win against Swamp Gaming, they are in the competition pretty much, and it's really important for both teams. And like I said, mentally they are both coming from a win.
Yes.
They are both playing on a really high level, especially in the new meta. It feels like both these teams are thriving with the new weapons.
I don't think if Swamp Gaming, the meta did not change, Swamp Gaming will be in the same position. I mean, Famous is totally abusing the meta change, man. And he's just adapting to the new gun in a perfect way, to say the least. So I'm super excited for the game itself, because I know what Famous can do, which HDZZ and the boys from PingPongPals, Pietro being the IGL, and it's just going to be this mind skills game going back and forth. Listen, I don't think that this game will reach map 3, but the 2 maps that we will see, I think it's going to be as close as it can be.
Yeah, and like Black Widow for PingPongPals specifically, they always like do a very good performance on it. Swamp Gaming, we saw as well, like
Compound.
so, yeah,
scary,
the Compound is very scary. And in the Black Widow, yesterday I felt like Swamp Gaming, in terms of the global risk side, they struggled a bit, but whenever they go to the blacklist side, they thrive. They play super aggressive, especially with the HK of the Famous. It's really impressive. And we will see what happened in game 1. Black Widow, Swamp Gaming, PingPongPals, game 1. Let's toss it over to the casters.
Let's go.
Laz, you have the mic.
Time to see if the Swamp Gaming streak can continue. Their form has been stunning, of course, so far in the league, and that meta change has certainly helped them. But don't forget, of course, they've already looked vaguely promising even without that in week 1, right? They've got something about them so far in this season 2 in 2025. So really looking forward to it, especially with the possibility in this series here of an exciting one because of New Mexico being the 3rd map. Haven't seen it yet, of course, since the changes. That would be pretty crazy, lads, if we got that.
Yeah, that's definitely true, right? Like, I like the idea that the desk is really talking about the first 2 maps are definitely going to be those kind of nail biters. The question is, are we really going to get to New Mexico? I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. It's an exciting map. It would be cool to see it, but I think this one is definitely going to be the kind of the way to start the story here because, you know, you could argue that I feel like Swamp, like, really got themselves a pretty good position here with a pretty dominant win yesterday against InnerCircle. So, like, for me, that kind of gives them the slighter edge, I would say, because when you think about this matchup, you know, from yesterday, you know, it was, you know, PingPongPals, they got a 10-5 victory over 999, but, you know, respectfully, I definitely feel like InnerCircle definitely the stronger team. So I think, you know, I give a slight edge to Swamp on this, but this map is definitely going to be the telling point.
Yeah, I mean, if you consider the fact that Swamp have beaten Anubis and InnerCircle both 2-0, this should be easier, technically, shouldn't it? I mean, going by previous history, but you never know for sure. Josh will immediately clear Pietro from the corner, and MKZ needs to step up. He does manage to get one. HTZ is looking to try and trade him, though, but at the moment, MKZ is holding on firm. Famous will tap down Gainer. That's not going to be the first kill you see with that today, that's for certain. And trying to go sort of start as we mean to go on here for Famous with that HK. 33 HP to spare off the back of that first kill to bring it back into a 3v3.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's funny, too, to just think about, like, for Swamp being on the BL side. I mean, they were the ones that actually, you know, yesterday when they played InnerCircle, it was, they won the first half as a 5-4 as the GR, and then it was just, like, full speed ahead, really, it felt like. And that's where, you know, for them being on the BL, it makes me pretty excited to see what they can still bring to this. I'm kind of curious, like, how much, you know, prep time both these teams have had from yesterday to today just to kind of get the anti-strats ready. But we saw some really, really good shots here from Swamp, but that's where, you know, 3P, they're going to have to be on top of things. But you can see the double snipers is really, really interesting. That's going to mix things up a little bit here. And actually, both of them, they're kind of locking in this A site. So, I mean, they have to hit these connections. LSY and both HDZ just making magic happen, and there we go. If HDZ can hit shots like that, this could be a problem here in the Swampy Waters.
Indeed, yes. They're going to need their individuals to perform, of course, PingPongPals today, without a shadow of a doubt, because they know what the firepower is like on Swamp at the moment.
And that's kind of the thing too, is that I definitely felt like, you know, in terms of in my perspective, Trav, you can tell me how you feel, but I definitely thought for 3P, it kind of felt like there was not a lot of people that were really stepping up, right? If HDZ was playing well, the team did really well. But if he kind of had a bit of a fall off, the team was really struggling. Whereas on Swamp, it was kind of the opposite. It felt like everybody was finding, you know, really big magic moments. So that's where I'm kind of giving this like slightest edge to Swamp, but again, we'll have to see how 3P are going to play today, just because it is a new day.
Yeah, exactly. This is the esports server to get underway as well, right? So you have to, even though that hasn't been affecting Swamp in any stretch of the imagination, really, this season. I mean, of course, won their last 2 games 2-0. Is still something to consider. So we'll see how that pans out over the course of the day. Petro playing close mid-doors here in case someone tries to charge their way through. And he's actually the only one in that position now. They're focusing quite a lot of their efforts over toward that A side of the map at the moment. So they go in toward B. LSY with that second sniper, like we said, is going to have to step up. We've got, of course, the Orm and the TRG in play. You know, the TRG has a bit more bullets in the clip. Can do a bit more wallbang damage, especially if it's a headshot. And a bit quicker to pull out. And here's the Orb, the old-fashioned choice at the moment. Doesn't mean it's not any good, though. That's why we'll do good work to deal with HCZ. And Famous will get cleared by MKZ nicely. It's a very good hold so far from PingPongPals. And at the moment, Swamp's taking a little bit of a while to get going in this map. Josh is last alive, 13 HP. Some kills would be nice with some confidence, but it's only one.
Yeah, I'm really loving what we're seeing right now for PingPongPals, right? I mean, the fact that is they've switched things up. Like, they're actually going heavy on the double snipers, which they kind of toyed with it a little bit yesterday, right? They weren't just, like, hard setting on this. Like, now they're really doing it. And you can see that Swamp, they're kind of struggling to figure out, like, hey, how do we get around this? Like, how do we avoid HDZ? How do we avoid, like, LSY? These guys are good snipers. Like, these guys can definitely, you know, pack a really good punch. So I think for Swamp, that's why we're going to see probably this timeout right away, is kind of figuring out, okay, look, like, this is a team now. They've changed up their composition a little bit. How do we want to counter this to making sure we can get back in this game? It's actually not a bad call. I mean, it's a little bit early, but honestly, I think these last couple of rounds have been pretty much a bit of a sweep here in the favor for 3P. So I'm all in favor for it to Swamp to kind of, you know, figure out what they got to change now.
See, Famous is a bit tired. Don't blame him. That was an impressive yawn, mate. I'll give you that one.
Yeah. Well, I think I can't remember where he's based in NA, but I mean, I'm sure him and I are pretty close to the same, like, within the same time, right? So, like,
Yeah.
probably only like a give or take like 2-3 hour difference, but yeah, it's a bit early. So, I mean, that's the other thing, right? Like,
So,
we talk about
what time is it for you?
time
Sorry.
zones. What's that?
What time is it for you? Sorry.
So right now it'd be 7 in the morning for me.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah. So, and like, you know, again, in like Famous's case, like somebody that's like played like in China and like played like, you know, some professional levels and like high caliber, you know, he probably has a bit of a routine or regimen that he likes to follow. And that's the other thing. It's like, how early did he get up? Did he get up an extra hour or too early to, you know, deathmatch, to warm up or do whatever? So that these are all the other factors too. So he might be up earlier than me, and I feel tired.
Fair play. Do some damage to HTZ. Yeah, it's 3 PM for me right now.
Ah, you lucky. You're lucky.
And not a bad time of the day to start work, especially when you had a late night. So
Yeah, there you go.
sleep doesn't come easy sometimes, unfortunately.
That's true. Sleep and esports are not hand in hand at times.
Especially, well, yeah, not just the fact you're playing late at night, but also when you do travel for esports and go to different events across the world, right? Like being able to sleep on flights and sleep in different rooms all the time, like that's like, if you've got that skill, that's a cheat code.
That is a cheat code. Well, I'll be curious if Swamp figure out a cheat code. They actually, so funny enough, they actually have double snipered as well. So this is interesting. So they decide, you know what, let's copy this. Let's do the same game plan. Let's see if we can be able to find something. So that's a little bit cheeky and a little bit different, but they're really hoping for a big pick here. They want that opening duel with a sniper to get themselves a little bit of footing.
Guys will be on the other side of the HDZ scope here, but whether he actually fights that angle is another matter. Going to try and work their way through mid. 3 players, but LSY just behind the corner of that smoke will still be able to find one, and there's help coming in here, but it's a good clear from Josh to find that. They're trying to trade their way in, and somehow Pietro's not got that kill on Kais. That actually opens up the site in a 3v2 now. That was by a gnat's whisker, as they say. But they actually managed to get through to the site, get it down, and now LSY should not be winning it from here.
Yeah, I really, really love this take from Swamp. Like, I love the fact that they just kind of go through mid-door. They left, I think that was Kai's that was kind of just playing the outskirts of B main. And you could see that, like, Pietro was almost going to win that gunfight, if not for Kai's to kind of, like, you know, fly through B main to help out his teammates. So, really good work. Again, like, a bit of a small detail, but it makes a huge difference. Now they're finally back on the board. Swamp looking like they might even try to contest for this long A control. 3P are also having a little bit of the same feelings. They want to get some real estate, so now they're going to fight for it. But it looks like the GR side actually is going to prevail, being able to take down Snox early on, so they're going to be able to have this for the grabs, but it's a question of, do they want to commit to it with the double players in Hut, or do they want to let this go? You can already see Swamp. They've already put a lot more presence on Cat. They're kind of letting this go, but now they're kind of parking the brakes just a bit more. They're expecting somebody to be a little bit close on this. And they might even try to do, again, like a little bit of a 3-1 split. HDZ, perfect little bit of an off angle. Just gets himself a connection. And now Swamp, it's getting limited options.
And when they let Famous get set up in a position, he doesn't miss. But when you stop him before he can get into that position, sometimes it's hard for him to put the numbers in like we know he can. So another good hold here from PingPongPals. We saw that pause from Swamp Gaming working out for their opening round with a good call, like you mentioned, a good strat. But this one is going to be an immediate hit back by the looks of things. Josh is just trying to play with the angle and see what he can really get done. HGZ will get one back, but the immediate trade was always going to be there. And now with Josh, 1v4, it's all about just trying to get some of these frags for his own confidence and warm up for the day, I feel like. Again, he's going to flank him out. That's comfortable. And that's 3-1.
Yeah, looking good. Honestly, things are looking a little bit more calm right now for 3P. Like, it felt like yesterday there was... They definitely have themselves the W, obviously, but there were some big moments where there were some gaps where you could just see it felt like a little scattered and kind of a little disorganized at times, but right now it really does feel like everybody's calm, collected, just playing their game, really not breaking too much of a sweat right now. It just feels like it's kind of the battle of the snipers. Now HDZ might get tested here. Some flashes, utility going to get thrown. He actually misses his shot, and Swamp now, they're just going to just swarm right out of the mid doors here. They're actually going to try to go through B connector, but now they're just losing bodies. They've lost a lot of people in the path. And look at LSY, who's trying to be a little bit cheeky here with a sniper in the tucking away of the corner. And everybody from Swamp, unfortunately, has just hit the grave. Unless, we see something from Snox or Kai's. The plant's coming through. But man, oh man, they have a lot of bodies they have to go against. This is not favorable. They have to find a duel right here and right now.
Yeah, you got to go aggressive somewhere. That's what Kai's is doing. There's one man who I could trust to get a couple of multis and play it aggressive and catch a couple of players off guard to return the favour. And turn the round, it could be him, but now it's really difficult. You know where he is, going to try and take a duel straight up, but he's going to get run down by HDZ. 2 nice kills from him to finish off the round. And PingPongPals, as I've kind of described them over the course of the season so far, just play better than the sum of their parts. Of course, they've got some great stars. They've got Gainer, who is always a problem for anyone he faces. You've got Pietro, who's a storied in-game leader, who's got a lot of confidence and a lot of experience in this league. And you've got some of these players like HDZ and LSY and MKZ who can pop off, but they're not necessarily always the focal points of the roster. But together, they all play very well. That's great for a team that has not really been together as a full 5 for that long.
Exactly. Yeah, statistically, we know, HDZ, he was sitting himself at, a 1.20 KD, and then I think it's a gainer, which is a pretty significant drop-off, but it's a 1.04, right? And then everybody else is kind of around that 0.84 to 0.91, so it's, everybody's contributing, but like we said, people from 3P have to be, kind of fragging out. People have to make some connections here, because there's no, there's only 2-star players, if you want to argue that. The rest of the players definitely could have their moments, but you're definitely putting a little bit more... some reliance on Gainer and HDZ to kind of be the heavier hitters at moments, but we'll see. Things are looking a lot better right now. Gainer right now sitting at a 3-1, same with HDZ. So these are things that we didn't get to see as much from them. It was a bit more grueling. So looking a lot better, but I talk about HDZ. He's going to be the first one to go down in this round, and already Swamp just again taking it slow and steady, trying to figure out where they can find some picks. Bomb's actually in the back skirt here of the BL spawn, so making its long a little bit of a trek. They're very, very hesitant on maybe going for this A hit. But you can see Kai's is just praying to be able to find a shot here. But he might have 2 people from 3P. They're actually going to go for the full swing. And oh no, the bodies have just hit the floor in 3P. They have done a full cleanup here in the A site. And now on the brink of getting themselves a 5th round. Unless Snox can be able to do the impossible. But it's just way too much of a tall task. And look at this. Just domination so far from the PingPongPals.
The bodies hit the floor, indeed. That was, easy. Too easy for Swamp's liking. And LSY up to 6 now as well. That was just really perfectly played. Perfectly judged as a team there, having every single player in the right position to deliver. And, it's getting a little bit awkward now for Swamp. Of course, as I mentioned before, esports server, that hasn't stopped Swamp from performing very, very well. Sure, I know we got some EU players, but obviously some NA players as well, which is why we switch and swap servers between the 2 maps in the BO3. And if we go to New Mexico, for example, we'll have one half on EU and one half on an A. So, yeah, I think so far, I only give credit to PingPongPals. We're looking so rock solid.
They really are. It just feels like everything's, connecting. Everything's just aligned for them. So, which is a lot different than yesterday, right? I mean, I know they got a big victory yesterday, but it definitely feels like it's more polished right here for day number 2 of this weekend. So it's good to see. Like you said, a team that hasn't been together for that long. Like, it's been a lot of rebuilding and a lot of veteran players, of course. Like, that's no question about it. But it seems like the pieces are kind of fitting nicely a little bit right now. This is a really good opportunity for them to be able to find a win. Because like we said yesterday with their victory, that actually did put them in the 5th place. So they were in dead last, and then they got themselves in the middle. But right in the middle is going to be Kai's. Gets himself a nice little bit of an entry.
HTZ will get Kai's though, so again, it's going to be a chance for Swamp with the bomb planted and in an after plant position, but they're going to need to deliver, need to find this one. This is almost a non-negotiable round at this point. PingPongPals are already halfway to victory. 25 seconds on that bomb, and they are holding on pretty well at the moment, but there's some very low HPs, and Pietro just running domed HZZ. That's so awkward for him, and then Gaimin and Pietro just go down to Snox, just like that. That actually has turned it on its head in the quickest of scenarios.
Oh my goodness. Like, that's just like a round that, again, in paper, should have been 3 Ps, really. But so the fact that Swamp's able to find it, like, again, phenomenal and huge from Snox. Again, somebody that I've been really excited to see on a new team. So for him to have a little bit of a highlight moment like that, you love to see it. But they have a blunder here from 3P, and now some aggression from them. They're trying to, change the pace a little bit, but they've already lost some bodies. So this game plan is not really working. They've lost 2 for the price of 1 of HCZ. But for Swamp, this is a great moment. So now they even find Gainer. He's starting to get a little bit too adventurous. Yeah, this could be a good round here for Swamp to be able to bring back a 3rd round in their favor, which was looking detrimental at some point. Now Pietro's just getting aggressive, swing and a miss. Yeah, this thing could be a wash unless we see the most insane sniper work here from LSY.
Maybe Snox has given them a bit of a lease of life here. Maybe they've that sort of a play when you're struggling for rounds early game that can really get you going, and seemingly it's helped snowball for the next round, that's for sure. Great work immediately off the bat, closing the gap very quickly, not allowing PingPongPals to get away too comfortably, and that has suddenly made the game a lot more competitive.
Yeah, it definitely has, because the way it was going, it kind of felt like, how many rounds is 3P really going to just be able to grab in this first half, right? I mean, I think it was like a 5-1 at one point, so 2 rounds going for Swamp is definitely a nice little collection of rounds here to get this first half over and done with. If they can end this with a 4, honestly, that'd be a really decent transition because, again, despite how things were going, now things are getting cleaned up a little bit. We'll have to wait and see. And now you can see 3P are playing a very, very passive setup here. They're not even entertaining the idea of playing aggressive. They're just kind of waiting things out. It's a hard turtle setup on this, which honestly is not a bad idea. They tried to go full throttle this last round, and it really was just no effect at all. So now Swamp looking like the eyes are on the prize of the B site one more time, but they do have to worry about Pietro. He's kind of got himself a little bit of an off angle here in the window just to edge things off. And double snipers available for 3P one more time.
Yeah, they always seem to have a pretty good setup when they've gone toward B thus far. But again, no need to commit just yet. They are moving the bomb back away again. Still got the Snox and Josh duo to try and sort of a fake there. They're going to move away now. And it has kept 3 players over toward that B side of the map. Of course, we've got a mid-watcher of MKZ. We're pretty sharpishly going all the way back toward A, and they're going to go for a split here, I think, with 35 seconds on the clock, and that's going to be a good timing on it. Gainer and HTZ has to do a lot of work here, and Gainer's pretty much in the open. He's going to have to tap down multiple players, but no. It's a sniper of Josh to remove him. That's really well played, and Snox will run down HTZ as well. Great strat from Swamp here. It's very obvious what they were trying to do from our POV, obviously, with seeing the minimap, seeing the pressure they put toward B, and immediately, when they think they and hope they've got more players on 3P focused over toward that side of the map, go for the faster split toward A, and catching Genu in the open, if he got one, would have been amazing, but even that wouldn't have been enough very clearly. So Famous will clip finish off the round, and it's just a really nice one to take at the end of the half.
That's honestly really, really well done. And again, like the 5-4 is really good considering like how things were going for Swamp. Just like you said, the fact that they just kind of slowed things down a little bit. They, you know, got some of the players to kind of wake up a little bit. Like even Snox, right? I mean, like it really felt like he's kind of put off the leash a little bit on this one. And now he was starting to get some good kills. Even if he found one kill in that round, it kind of felt like it was the impactful kill. It was the one kill needed just to kind of get things moving. So that's a really nice little bit of work here from Swamp to bring things back to a 1-round differential. But again, 3P, like having a decent lead, kind of losing control of it. We'll see how well they're going to do here in the second half. Because this is where, again, they had a 10-5 victory yesterday. Their GR side was pretty good before, but now we'll have to see if they've done some new learnings here from day 1 to day 2 here.
Let's see if this changes anything now, of course, on the global risk. Again, he's got control toward long. I'm going to leave him here with HDZ at the moment. Feel out the map elsewhere.
Ooh, they might try to mid crunch this. Yeah, they are. Snox actually. Nice little bit of damage, right? Not going to be a kill, but at least he tenderizes a little bit onto LSY, but his teammate does actually go down. So, unfortunately for that, a little bit costly, but Famous thankfully can just be able to bounce back, taking down MKZ. So right back to the 4-4. Kind of having a very slow round here. Everybody just kind of going for picks. Everybody just going for quick little duels. So we'll see now, but you can see this defensive Swamp is getting, again, a little bit more of a heavier focus on A. So this is a little bit different in the sense that they're kind of playing the double behind Green Truck. So this will be interesting. But again, Kai's had himself a field day yesterday. I think he had a 1.36. That was against InnerCircle. So that was he had a monstrous performance in conjunction with Famous, who's had a 1.83, by the way. But no big deal, right?
No big deal when it's Famous, obviously. Anyway, we've got HCZ in the favourite box corner, of course, on B. And right now he's very, very alone. He needs one and to waste time. We all know how this position is played. Can he do that? They are still gravitating a little bit over toward the ace of the map right now. And yeah, it's just going to be a collapse. There's now no way back into the round unless we see an immediate kill coming through from Snox here. Famous will manage to tap down one, but they're not going to be able to deal with the players on the site already. Pietro would have pushed forward to deal with Snox, so that makes this retake for Famous and Kai's very, very difficult.
Yeah, you can see that LSY, he's kind of playing in the very, very back end here of B main, just in case somebody's going to go for the big flank, but now he should be able to reposition himself. Kai's, though, if he can find this kill on Gainer, that could have actually been really, really nice, just to allow the 1v1, but really good post plant here from 3P. They put on some good pressure, and then they just have the perfect angles to complement each other, so a really well-done job here from them in the opening round. So now Swamp, what do they want to do? It looks like it might be the 3-player push out of B main. So this will be interesting. Pop Flash going to get thrown from Kai's. Now they're going to be able to swarm out of this. So they may be able to grab some free control. This is huge because look at 3P. They have no sights on this at all. They're completely focused on A. They're looking on middle. They're worried about some kind of a crunch. So now Snox can kind of just play the B lobby stairs. He can just kind of float this a little bit. Now they can go for a 1-3 or 1-3-1. Which is huge because now 3P, they might go into a bit of a bar fight on this. They're going to have some numbers to worry about. And already Gainer, he's going to get taken down early. And now LSY, he might even get caught a little bit here too. I don't know if he spotted Famous. That was a flash thrown just at the right moment.
Yeah, I think they did kind of spot each other out. But you know, you see Famous kind of commenting in the player cams, right? Saying, I've seen this, I've seen that. I'm going to play here. I'm going to hold the line. And you know what? He has again. Already 4 kills early here in the second half. Josh trying to tap down more. A little bit awkward for him. Now he has to use his utility. But thankfully he's got support, very close support as well. You need to worry about Long.
Oh,
HTC can still do some damage. And here we go. He's managed to deal with Josh, but Famous is always reliable. He gets 3 in the round, and HTC is there to help out. MKZ may have got 2 kills here. But he's now going to have to try and win a clutch on very low HP. 10 to be exact. Pretty much 1 bullet from death wherever you hit him. And the bomb is in the control, obviously, of the Swamp Gaming side.
Yeah, he might just take a bit of a stroll on this too. And like we talked about a lot yesterday, is just when you have to fight for that bomb control again, it's never fun. It makes it so hard. Again, with 10 HP, it's really just riding on a dream here. But he's going to change the rifle for the HK. He's going to see what he can do. Maybe a 1-tap or 2. But all it's going to take is him to win this engagement here against Snox. And again, it just turns into a 1v1. But really good composure here from the Swamp Gaming guys. But yeah, honestly, I agree with you. I think Josh got pretty lucky. That timing originally was so awkward that I thought he was gone. Like, I thought that was going to be the moment of just a slight miscalculation. But thankfully for him, he was able to kind of calibrate himself, reposition himself nicely. But now he's not going to be able to do it in this round. He goes down to LSY, and now 3P are kind of going for a 4-1 split. They already have, I think that's Pietro that's pushed up short. Famous, he's somehow in the smoke. He's in enemy lines, but he only finds himself this 1 kill. Now it's Snox, somebody that's been having a performance, can only get himself that 1 extra kill. So 3P change up the tempo, and they get themselves right back into the game.
Yeah, and it's funny, isn't it? You say right back into the game. They are leading 7-5, but it does feel that way. Because Swamp have had a nice little streak to make that comeback happen from, what was it, a 5-1 deficit, right? So, yeah, it does feel like it's evened itself up once again, as it so often has done between these two teams when they've played other rosters in the league so far this season. It's been very competitive ever since that meta change, obviously leveling the playing field, which is something we've obviously sounding a little bit like a broken record talking about, but it's just so important, right? It's so important for all these teams across the league. And yeah, that's the reason why Swamp have won their last 2 games against teams you'd expect them to lose to normally, 2-0.
Yeah, and I think that's where you know, the desk was really making some good points that like this was a really good matchup because there's just a lot to ride on this, right? Because Swamp are definitely becoming a team that can compete, which is a huge change from what we normally have seen. 3P have definitely, you know, they're kind of fighting for a little bit more of that status, but they had themselves a victory yesterday, so both these teams riding on a bit of a high on the W's, which is huge. So that's where it makes it really exciting and an even matchup. And this is where this map here could be the bar burner to set the pace on this potentially. But a good crossing from MKZ. He's actually made it with that utility. So now he's becoming a bit of a nuisance now. He's just trying to see what else he can get away with. And back and forth we go in terms of the trades. Kai's keeping his life intact. And this is just mayhem. And all of a sudden, through all the action, it's become to a 2-2. And Kai's just has to get this USB to activation, but he can't. It's only enough for 1. Bring it to LSY. And now Josh, the 2 players remaining with rifles in hands, with 38 seconds remaining. Bomb's going to be in the back of LSY. He's just waiting things out. He's figuring out any sort of cheeky angle that Josh could be in. Now Josh is trying to play this patiently. Shots fired. A little bit of a warning sign. LSY looking like he wanted to go for the commit, but instead he'll go on this plant now. And Josh has actually gone for the new position through window. This might actually be the timing. Oh, I was saying surely he might be able to find it, and he does, and he gets the perfect spam, insult to injury.
I feel like both teams, LSY and Josh, played that 1v1 pretty much perfectly, I would say. I mean, Josh didn't go for a committal early, right? He played in that toward that underpass area underneath the bridge. He was wary of the possibility he could get caught from above, knowing, of course, there's gaps between the floorboards, between the wood, and yeah, I mean, I think LSY kind of did everything right up until the point where Josh's slightly quicker rotation, and LSY was expecting worked out, and only just managed to catch him through the corner of the box. HK versus M14. It's a new era of weapons, obviously, and yeah, we're seeing them going up against each other in pretty exciting fashion.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Trav. Like, I do think actually both those players played the 1v1 really, really well. So that was a really exciting thing to see, just because I felt like there wasn't a lot of errors. It just came down to the last crunch moment. But like you said, new guns, new changes, and oh my goodness! goodness, Snox! I thought maybe he was going to be able to just have a full cleanup, a field day with some kills, but I mean, he does some big damage. Famous is able to clean things up for him. So again, the exchange brings things back to the 3-3. Kai's just playing behind this truck. He's just trying to wait as long as he can. He's just kind of tucked away. And there it is, peekaboo, but unfortunately can't make the shot on this. A little bit of a miss. LSY critically low, but look at him! He's still causing a lot of mayhem. And there it is, HCZ finally able to go for the flank, finding the double. And we're right back into this game that's Swamp. They're not done yet.
You can see Kai's, you don't have to be a good lip reader to see he said, "Nice, guys!" That was clearly feeling it at the moment. And yeah, back to 7-all. Anyone's map now, but I do feel like Swamp are in the ascendancy compared to 3P. Considering 3P had that 5-1 lead at one point. And yeah, no, just a good example of the firepower in that position and decision making to just leap into that kill when he was stuck behind the APC with the pistol. That relaxed things, that allowed a flank to come through as well.
Ooh, somebody got a spot there too, and actually HDZ just caught the kneecap, and there it is. He gets fully distracted, and look at that. Perfect timing here from Swamp. Once again, they just pounce on this, but now the pistol of MKZ, he's trying to do everything in his abilities just to be able to find this double kill. It's a weird, grueling little bit of a duel in mid-doors, but it's going to be 3P that put themselves just slightly on top of this. And now MKZ with un-HP creeping underneath the window. Famous should not have been able to spot him, and an easy kill for him. Bomb's still going to be dropped here with a minute remaining. 3P going for the rehunt on this. They should be able to retrieve it.
Oh.
And it just puts Pietro in a really tough position here for the 1-on-2.
Yeah, that's a great little peek there from Kai's, considering he was low, kind of catching them off guard on the way toward B, and now Pietro's got a clutch to win. Famous not getting the headshot done yet, as we all know he can, but he leaps in for it. Doesn't allow Pietro to reposition, knowing that Famous himself there in that duel will have to play with confidence, knowing that his teammate was so low. Can't just play it defensively. And the right time for 3P to chuck in a tactical pause here. Now they're behind in the game for what is the first time, I believe.
Yeah, going to be their first time out because we saw that it was Swamp. I think it was that 2-0 or I think it was 2-0 where they called it pretty quickly and things were starting to get a lot better for them. But yeah, 3P calling it now makes a lot of sense because they went from a lead to tying back to a lead, and now things are kind of losing control a little bit here. So now this is a good moment just to clean things up, a little bit more of a conversation, figure, okay, what are we going to do a little bit differently? MKZ going to, just vacate the keyboard for a few seconds here just to see what he can do and get himself a little bit more refreshed. But look, I kind of feel like 3P, it's not like they're doing anything majorly wrong here. It just feels like Swamp are having a really good execution on the GR side. I like this mid crunch they're doing. They're put a lot of bodies to this and making it uncomfortable. So I'll be curious if 3P have kind of figured this out to go, look, do we want to avoid mid or do we want to really fight for it? That's kind of the big question for me.
Yeah, that's the question mark. Now getting pushed to the limit right now in these brawly rounds. Swamp are finding a way to get them over the line. Okay, so he's back in his chair, and he's going to have to be back in, locked in as well. Swamp looking to try and get another map in a row, and it's just like gives you an idea of like how things kind of switched up in the last couple of game days, right? In week 2, I mean, you got Anubis, who were in the grand final last season, lost 2-0 to Swamp. You got InnerCircle, who were also in the playoffs last season, lost 2-0 to Swamp. They've won 4 maps in a row of Swamp Gaming. They're looking to make it 5.
This would definitely be big, though, in the sense here for Swamp Gaming. They actually just commit to the 1 sniper here for Kai, so you can see that, again, 3P double sticks out, so this will be different for them. Again, they did this on the GR side, obviously, but kind of doing this on the BL side feels a little bit interesting to me, but, I mean, again, they got to mix something up. They got to try something a little bit different, so I don't mind the idea of just figuring out if this will work or not, but you can see Swamp have actually taken a bit of a slower approach on this. Again, the 1-3-1 setup one more time. Way less of an impact here in mid. It's actually just Josh again floating on the double door. You have the double player on Cat Snox. Ooh, you better count your lucky stars because I thought he was going to survive, but MKZ annihilates too quickly with a nice little bit of a transfer. That's going to be the boost they need.
Suddenly 5v3, and they know they don't need to go for anything too crazy here. They're not really together yet, so just wait up, group up, and then go together. Probably in toward B, I would say, is a more likely option at the moment. Do Swamp want to stack something somewhere, or are they going to just try and go above and beyond in their positions? I actually would prefer in this sort of situation to maybe have 2 on one site rather than just spread out 1-1-1. If you're able to get 1 kill and fall back, then sure, you have an opportunity, a slight one, but still ever so slight disadvantage overall. And look at this. I mean, Famous is going to go looking now, but he's just going to walk into the mixer. All 5 players are there, and probably you wouldn't expect that, right? With 30 seconds to go in the round for them all to be top mid still, so fair enough. Can't really blame Famous for that one. Getting will take a lot of damage to that M14 of HZZ, but 20 seconds. They actually are going into where these 2 players could be. Could this fall apart? They figured out where HZZ is playing from, and he has managed to find that 1 kill. There is this sort of long flank coming in through here for Kais, but he needs 2 kills very quickly. Is he going to be able to react for them? There's one. Nice, taking his time on that first one. He's found XY as well. Here we go. This position from Kais could change everything. Gainer picks into the angle, and HDZ has missed his shot as well due to that pressure that Kais has put on him. He could just take every single kill here, but no, he answers back. It's all down to HDZ. The bomb is down, time is ticking lower, and he's trying to play time. He will fall back behind the angle and tries to spam him down, but HDZ will bail out his teammates. What an attempt from Swamp on that recovery.
Oh man, and honestly, it's the fact that, again, like it's Kais that's just putting up a masterclass with just making all these perfect shots. It's right after here that it fell apart because you can see he goes for the, you know, a little bit of a jump up on the box, and then he got caught at the worst timing, unfortunately for him. I knew what he was going for. He wanted that quick angle. He wanted to be able to find that, you know, if he can get the upper level, a little bit of an advantage. But man, oh man. For 3P though, the fact to push through a lot of that kind of adversity, that, you know, how hectic that got, you got to give it to him, because that looked like it could have been a Swamp Gaming round, and that's where we were kind of talking about yesterday for Kais, putting up a really strong performance, putting up that 1.36 rating on this map against InnerCircle. So we got a really good glimpse of it, a good presentation of it. But now right back to the tie game. MKZ spots Famous, but it's just too slow on it. Now the NA star is going to be able to find himself rewarded a kill, maybe none more for just, you know, some good pleasure. Indeed he will. And now he's just being the single anchor on this, and now his team can fully rotate.
Yeah, good move there from Famous to find one more and then fall back. He feels confident enough to do that. But again, HDZ is proving to be the important factor. 1 kill back to make it a 3v3. Bomb planted again. Another retake has to come through. We, of course, have spoken about that. Swamp's retakes have been pretty solid, but now it's getting awkward. Headshot angles are being played with. Famous needs to find 2 more kills, but he only finds 1, and Gainer will finish it off. PingPongPals have confirmed at least an overtime here, and Swamp have maybe fallen at the last. 4 maps in a row, looking for 5. Maybe it ends here.
Yeah, this is so unfortunate too, because like you said, it felt like it was that last round was Famous finding a triple kill, and then nobody else could find a kill. So that's really tough for Swamp Gaming fans, just because, you know, Famous putting up some good efforts, but nobody else really seemed to find a single kill, which, you know, put them in the demise. So right now for 3P fans, on the edge of their seat, this could, like you said, be an overtime situation, or they can get their map pick done and over with a 10-8. But I mean, the way we've just been seeing this map go, it's so back and forth, and we've been seeing so many great highlights from so many individual players to be able to bring things back. It's all here and right now to start this off here, Trav. I mean, this is the first best of 3, the first map of the day, and already now in a moment like this.
Yeah, well, what can I say? It's just me, isn't it? Every single time it seems to be me. To be fair, I got one easier 2-0 the other night, but come on now, it's just every game seems to be close. It's crazy. HDZ trying to go up against MKZ. Feels wrong me saying Z so much, considering I'm from the UK, but when it's names, I feel like I kind of have to. Josh, behind the windows. Gainer and Pietro looking to try and come his way. Can Swamp hold on here for an overtime? Will PingPongPals get it done? And, of course, Compound up next. That is a map that we know Swamp are very, very good on, and Famous is one of his playgrounds. So, we'll have to see if that does change anything. They're going to go for a smoke done. That could be ill-advised in a round like this. It's a nice opening pick for Josh. He falls back, plays the advantage. They know exactly where he's playing from, but they know he's going to have support at this point, and it's a question of whether they can pull him out of that angle. And they're going to leave, but it's a 5v3.
Yeah, this is, again, the 5v3, and even Famous, he's gone all the way around, so he's not going to be able to spot this, so he doesn't have that intel, but I think Snox has been able to get just a quick glimpse to go, look, they're over-rotating, they're going to come to this site now, so he might be able to find the timing just enough to stop this. Oh no, he will not. He swings and misses that kill. He needed it just to slow things down a little bit here. C4 is going to go down. A 3-3 now. 3P grouping up onto Cat. Double players leaving it just for Gainer to be tucked away by the truck. But now he's going to get run over. Leaving it to HDZ, LSY, these two remaining players to get this done, for them to get a map victory. And you can see Swamp, they are just trying so hard to clear every single angle. And HDZ, now by himself, he has to pull up some magic. Some crazy little bit of a play, but that's then Ninja Diffuse comes through. Swamp are going to push this thing right over to overtime.
What a surprise. What a surprise. I mean, honestly, that retake actually looked like it was going to be Swamp's every day of the week in the end. I mean, look, the positions from 3P were quite far away, and that's a good example of that final kill coming through there. Famous gets one kill on his flank through long. That's enough to make it feel a lot more comfortable. And then they can just concentrate on having two players to hold two separate angles and have your last player defuse the bomb. So they could just cover you and have no risk. And in the end, as we could see, that's how it all worked out. Got extra rounds on Black Widow.
Is that a 5-hour energy? I haven't seen one of those in forever. Do you have those in the UK? From Kai's?
Can you repeat that for me, please?
Like the, you know, the little like in Canada they have these like energy drinks that are like, or like an energy shot. They're in like a little like plastic little bottle.
Oh right.
Like do it. I think they're called 5 hours here. I don't know. If that's
I haven't heard
UK,
of it, so I couldn't tell you if they are actually in the UK or not. Honestly, maybe they are.
Well, that's fine.
Maybe they are. Who knows? But
we'll do some investigating later.
We'll
figure it out.
I haven't paid attention, so I'm not an energy drink guy. So
that's totally fine. I was only thinking it because it's just morning for these guys, so I was like, oh, he's really trying to get a boost here.
That is fair. And listen, I'm not. I have had a couple of sips of Monster in my time, but you know, while they are lovely, I don't choose. I'm a water guy all the time, so
you're all about the hydration.
Yeah,
I can respect that. Remember to drink your water, folks.
Yeah,
that's
everyone
important.
in chat, have a drink of water right now, or otherwise I'm going to ban you. That's a lie, because I'm not a mod and I can't do that. But, you know, that's the threat. That's the threat you're going to get. Look after yourselves.
Okay, well, this is, again, very interesting in the fact that, again, on the BL side, double snipers, they're going to keep 2 TRGs on this one. So this will be interesting. Cat control somewhat obtained right now. You got to push from MKZ. He's kind of pushed himself deep onto long. So he might be able to find Josh. Josh, I would expect he's got to be aware that this could be a possibility. Josh is going to be the first point of contact, I think. They're about to fight each other. They do. So the jig is up. They know at least one player on each side is committed to long. This could be an indication for 3P to realize, look, this might be just an A hit right now. But Gainer puts himself a fantastic double. MKZ does win the engagement. 3P have just done a really good job. A really easy round for them in the opening overtime rounds. So not bad at all. You can see Swamper kind of, you know, just going for a very slow pick round. But yeah, it just backfires entirely.
To be fair, you know, I can give them the benefit of the doubt for rounds like that, right? Because you fought your way back to overtime. You're not going to lose in the next round. Like, it's fine to maybe experiment a little bit and try something a little bit different. And don't have to go for something too aggressive or too crazy. Kais and Josh, though, they are loving life with the snipers in this round. Kais has been able to get his one and get away alive as well on a sliver of health. So, immediate hit back, 5v3 at 9-10. Looking to even it up again.
Yeah, definitely a nice little way for them to get some early duels in their favor. Kai's, you know, critically low here, but that's fine. I mean, still have 5 players on the field, so not bad at all. And you can see for 3P, they've kind of committed the double player at A and then just kind of leaving the lurk of, well, the anchor, I should say, of LSY, not the lurk. But, you know, this is tough because MKZ's also very low in the HP, so not going to be easy for him. So it is going to be a lot about that one-shot hit. We'll wait and see. Swamp are really just parking the brakes. They're just hanging out. They're waiting things out. They still have 1:20 to work with, so plenty of time to hang. But they do need to kind of make a decision here now, because you can see 3P have actually just abandoned the B site. They've actually gone for a full stack on this. They're kind of putting a lot of eggs in one basket, but they got to go for a play. They got to go for a risk. Oh, this will be huge.
Oh, Swamp, they need this kill because there are 2 players here, but now he knows. Oh, now he knows,
what?
yeah. I was going to say, that's why I still on the site here, and they're going toward him. Well, one of them's going toward him anyway. But yeah, he gets his one. Now they know where he is, and they're going to have a safe plant. But yeah, that was actually a good setup. Sure, they weren't necessarily going toward that area with everyone, but you know, the fact he's able to get both there is very impressive for HCZ.
And that kind of, like, to me, like, that just kind of shows a little bit of the firepower, like I was really alluding to, is the fact of, like, 3P, I feel like, again, 2 main players that are kind of the stars that put up decent numbers. But when you kind of compare it to, like, a team like Swamp, like, the lowest rating is HCZ with a 0.84, and then everybody is essentially pushing that, like, high 0.99 or 0.94. So it's just substantially different when you compare it to a team like 3P. So that's where I think, you know, the firepower can really play a big effect here. Swamp are actually going to go for a little bit more of a bar fight on this one, in the sense of pushing through long. This is just back and forth. Famous trying to use the edge of the smoke to his favor. He's just tapping away. He's doing some damage. He finally gets 1 kill. Why not make it 2? And he gets these things back to a 2v2, able to retreat, pick up the bomb if he wants. And now 3P again, they got to figure out what they want to do with this. They want to play the buddy system. They want to just have single anchors. Pedro going to get a little bit overwhelmed, but he gets the better timing of it. So now Famous, he's got some heavy lifting to do here with essentially a 1-on-2, putting themselves in a quad position for this round.
Yeah, will the 1 round be enough for Swamp going into the second half? We'll see. Famous needs this double kill. I said earlier, right, it's actually not often you see him in a clutch, I feel like. He's usually in an anchor position on a defense or the first point of contact. So let's see if he can do something special here. He's below half health. He's already been tracked and traced by Gainer. He's looking for a kill before he gets the bomb plant over toward A, which is fair enough. I understand why you'd want to search in this situation. Try and make it a 1v1 before you make a committal. Usually a better way to go about things, but Pietro's not being seen, and there we go. He's going to find him. You could argue there was an option there to try and get the plant down and play a singular spot, get 1, hide, then try and just tap down the second. We know how good he can be at that, but often we do see that be a thought process from players in Crossfire to go and find a player first before they set themselves up.
Yeah, definitely not the same effect of for Swamp being on the BL side, but not bad at all, right? But again, 3P, they were the team that were kind of doing well on their defensive side. So this is where now things will be a little bit switched up. So we'll see how this is going to pan out. But I'm just curious about 3P want to go for in this, because it felt like there was a kind of a mixture, but it also felt like they were kind of getting very overwhelmed when we saw that Swamp were on the defense, because they had some decent little bit of mid setups, things like that. But here we go. 11-10. 3P just need a few more to get things done. Get this map back in their favor. Or Swamp, again, could push things over to the golden round, which I think it's been a minute since I've seen one. So now it's going to be 3P just going for the full rush. You can see Josh, he's only able to get this 1 kill, but HCZ is close on by. That's actually going to be the bomb drop. So this is a really important kill, because now 3P have to refight for this. They're trying to commit to the site, but now they have to worry about getting into the site, picking up the bomb, and also getting this thing down. Smoke's going to be helpful, as HCZ's fully blind as a bat. He can't see a thing. He's just fighting through smoke, but look, he's still able to find himself a spam kill, and this thing is chaotic. But now 3P, they're in the deficit. Is it going to be enough for them to be able to find a kill here and get this bomb down, Trav?
Possible. Trying to even themselves up at 11-all again. Gainer and HDZ. You get the plant down on this B-bomb site, it can be very easy to hold on sometimes if you have good positioning. but they're not willing to go for it just yet. I want to see if Swamp make a mistake first off. Yeah, they're just not giving them anything for free, which is the right way to go about it, obviously. Plant will now finally come through by the looks of things in the corner for Gainer, obviously. Snox will hear that. HDZ still lurking around the doors, trying to find this one kill ahead of where maybe he would be expected to be. And that's exactly how it works out. That's exactly how it works out. Well played, HTZ. That's what you need to do in that situation. It suddenly feels like it's slightly in favour of PingPongPals now, but Gainer, the timing is unreal. Looks away from the window when Famous swings, and then Kai's will deal with HTZ. That's really unfortunate, because I feel like if Gainer's still holding that angle, he probably gets that kill, and it's a totally different situation.
And that's the thing about Swamp, man. Like, I made this comment yesterday, but again, it just, that given moment is just proving to be so true, is the fact that I was thinking Famous was going for the retake through that little window cubby, and I was like, man, this is going to be tough. Like, you need the best timing in the world. And like you said, Gainer just turns his head, and he looks away. And even right there, you can see, again, like, 3P are going for a bit of a boost to get themselves ready for a little bit of, like, just presence on long. The timing couldn't have been worse, because Swamp, they just take full advantage of it. They get themselves a kill, and now they can get the heck out of here. They can get themselves a better setup. Now 3P have to figure out what they want to do, and they're running on the deficit one more time, which is not a good sign here for the BL. And it's going to be Gainer that's going to be able to pick up the bomb, but they have some mid control, but are they just going to try to swing through the door? Maybe so. They find a good kill on the Josh. That could be just enough.
All going toward B.
Ooh, Famous.
Famous playing in the open, but we know it doesn't matter for him. We can just play these angles, still jiggle, still tap. Any head spotted, you feel like you'd be able to react to them. He's still not dead yet. I'm not sure how. He's just in the open. He took so long to go down. You thought it would maybe activate HDZ to do some work. But unfortunately, he got taken as well. So it could be PingPongPals here getting through to another chance to take a map here. Map point. At 12-11,
oh, that nade.
Nade does a lot of damage, but Kais and Snox, it's not like it was before. Not a 2v2, it's a 2v3 now for them.
This is weird too, because again, even for Kai's, like, he was just sitting back, like, he wasn't really even doing anything. Now he's starting to move, but look, time is the essence here. You got 14 seconds you got to work with. I mean, a good kill from Kai's, but now he has to put up the triple kill. How does he get away with that?
What?
How does Kai's find himself a triple kill when he was just sitting back, waiting things out? I thought he fell asleep at the wheel, but I guess, man, he just hit the NOS and he was just taken off.
I mean, we're going to see a replay of it here. The fact that Famous got one and stayed alive for so long was also just crazy, considering he was in that position. But look at Kais. Look at this. Gainer goes straight down next to him. Gainer was almost surprised that he was there. And suddenly, it's Swamp Gaming. You have the map point here to take the map away from PingPongPals. However, Famous and Kais will already drop in the next round immediately. So somehow, again, it's happened. I'm not sure how this keeps happening. It just feels crazy and silly, really, that they just can't lock it down after getting a round like that. But it looks like we could get a golden round.
Yeah, it's definitely a huge possibility, just again how we see this go, because it's like one team that puts themselves in an advantage, the other team can just bounce right back into this. It feels very much like a ping pong match, and now it's a big moment here, because 3P they've been going through so many different emotions in the lead and the deficit and back into the lead, and now losing MKZ is definitely not going to feel good. And this is huge from Snox. He's just getting really hungry for it. But now everybody's just kind of hit the floor. So now putting 3P in an advantage through kind of all these firefights. And now Swamp kind of split apart on the defense. They have some time that they can regroup together if they want. But they're going to try to play the 1v1s, which, I don't know, that's a bit risky. And that's exactly why. Because now you're putting a lot of reliance here for Josh to put up a 1-on-3, to go for the clutch, to get them done this map before we even talk about a golden round. This is a lot to ask out of your player.
Yeah, he is tracking them. He's got a pretty quick flank, and of course, it's quicker.
No.
Oh, he's going the wrong way. Okay, well, he's coming back. He's coming back. It's fine. It's still possible. But if he didn't make that slight guess to look toward B first, this would be maybe even easier for him to get maybe 1 or 2 kills. can go for the swing, but it's already being checked by HTZ. Of course, why wouldn't you look at it, right? When it's the only position that's actually open at that time. Maybe he gets one if he actually commits to it straight off the bat. But I would say still unlikely to win the round, but fair enough. We do get a Black Widow golden round here. Winner of this one goes into Compound, 1 map ahead.
Yeah, the 2-player setup here in the B site here from Swamp, and just kind of leaving for Snox to kind of, again, play the rifle rotating position just on the outskirts of mid-door. So now, for 3P, kind of grouping up towards B main, but again, just kind of having that presence of just watching the push. Like you have HDZ just playing very passive in BL spawn, just watching that off angle through a long A push. Not a bad idea because Swamp have really been kind of, pushing the envelope as much as they can. They like get away with some kind of map control, so when they're on the defense. So it's a good idea. Use the time to their advantage. Now Swamp going back to the double cat setup, which they've done before. Some good damage getting inflicted, but they need to get a kill here now.
Oh my words. And Famous went for it. You can understand why. But Gainer is going to jiggle and almost like running headshots him on the move. Look, but as you say, like 4 players below half health pretty much. Actually, yes, they are. So this is not by any means a done deal. HTZ is trying to answer back. You understand why, but he's going to be spooked away from that. Now, time on the clock is not an issue, obviously, just yet, but health is. So it's where they group up and how they go about things. How they find the picks, and there we go. Snox tries to go aggressive. MKZ will find it. Swamp will be looking back at this round, I think, maybe watching it later and saying to themselves, oh my god, how on earth have we chucked this one, considering the HP. They're still in it, though. Kai's has found LSY. That is a big one. They are, at the moment, PingPongPals, going into 2 players over toward A. It's definitely possible. Kai's has found 1. Short is an issue, but he's got help with that one. But he's not been able to find Gainer, and he's going to be able to tap down 2 more. Even make it 3. What a round from Gainer. He's just so good when it matters, it feels like, and they'll get it over the line. It's their map pick in a golden round. It's not easy by any stretch of the imagination, but the 4-map win streak from Swamp has been cancelled.
Oh man, and that's the thing, right? I mean, again, I know I'm a bit of a broken record, but that's what I was kind of saying with this roster right here. I was thinking, look, Gainer being in this team is really exciting because I just wait for those moments where he's going to be able to shine bright. And yeah, he wants to do it in the golden round, get himself a triple kill to getting themselves done on the map pick for their first map win in the BO3. So not bad at all, but like you said, got really, really tested on this, but again, that's what we were kind of wondering is like this is going to set a really good tone for this because we feel like this is a pretty even matchup considering how these teams are playing. So not bad at all, but honestly, Swamp, I thought they played a pretty decent game. A couple little like technical mistakes, but look, we'll let the desk kind of walk us through it. Tell us what they liked and didn't like. Take it away, boys.
Wow.
Wow, PingPongPals managed to finish their map. Pick managed to win Black Widow, and we might be going to New Mexico.
Honestly, reaching overtime, I did not expect this to happen. I thought Swamp Gaming would take it and just join and Compound, and yeah, but 3P just surprised us, man, honestly.
Yeah.
Not only me and you, but surely the casters, the viewers, the audience that cheered for Swamp or even 3P. I mean, it's Gainer for me at the final round. He's just unleashed. He has been inactive, 3-4 rounds, but the last round, man, he's just put it all in. And he was just like, hey, I wasn't there the last few rounds. Let me just destroy them and get them into Compound with a score 1-2-0 next to his name.
Yeah, and they were all low, like in the last round.
Exactly.
They were all low, like they were all below half HP almost. And Famous, like
I think Famous
he wanted to
man.
take, he wanted to take the push.
Big greedy.
The aggression, but Gainer was there with the answer. And PingPongPals, it's a very, very close game indeed. But they have a challenge in the next map, Compound for Swamp Gaming. But before going to Compound, let's talk more about this map because the start from PingPongPals, it was very, very aggressive.
5-2-1,
yeah. Like Swamp Gaming didn't see it coming, and they had to take the pause. They had to reorganize their papers, and they showed a sense of comeback.
Exactly.
And the game got even more close and close. But we were talking that Swamp Gaming are stronger on the BL side, but they only managed to get 4 rounds in the PL.
Honestly, if you ask me, the start of the game, the early and the mid game felt like a warm up for Swamp Gamings. As if they weren't warmed up enough. They weren't feeling it. They needed like 6 to 7 rounds to just feel the game. And once it was 5-2, Swamp Gaming started to play it more and more. Obviously, 3P started on the defense side, and they started to impress more rounds for themselves, getting themselves 5 rounds. I think this was the starting point where Swamp Gaming needed that tactical timeout to come back to the game. You know, since that more famous wasn't doing famous thing, Josh wasn't there, and after the famous Josh clutch in the first half, yeah, the comeback started, and 3P needed a timeout. They needed themselves a break to come back. And the big question is why there was no trades from 3P once it was a losing streak from them. I think the tactical timeout did put them again to the game and made them feel as if they are in their comfort zone, giving themselves some more rounds. Once they switched the house, they went with the attack, and Swamp Gaming to the defense. It was a back and forth scenario. It's like 1 round here, 1 round there, and it was 7-7 at some point where Josh clutched. And man, honestly, if this is Black Widow and this is as close as it gets, if I was PingPongPals, I'd by any means, man, try and steal compound from them.
Yeah, and like looking at the set summary, like the stats, it's very, very close. Like you can literally feel that both sides have the same KDAs, right? They have HTZ and Famous with the highest KDA, 1.45, 1.46, and the rest of the guys as well from both teams, it's
Scary.
very, very close. Like,
Scary, man. Because Black Widow picked by PingPongPals, I did not expect such performance from Swamp Gaming. Honestly, both teams did play insane, and the KDAs speak from themselves. I think I don't want to blame it all on Famous, since his KDA is 1.50, so you can't even blame the guy on anything. He did play insanely, and he's one of the main reasons that they even reached the overtime. But for PingPongPals, this should have ended much earlier. But Swamp Gaming, I think, with the rhythm of the game, we're going 100% New Mexico. This game should go to Swamp Gaming side.
yeah, and like to counter argue that if you are a PingPongPals, you're going into compound, you know that Swamp Gaming are really good at it. What do you have to prepare to steal the win at a 2-0 and avoid going to New Mexico?
Just enter with the winning mentality. You already have a map with you next to your name. Why not add another one? I know it's a bit hard because Swamp Gaming did make compound, and the win rate of Swamp Gaming on compound is super high, as you already said. But you know, Black Widow, some of them said, some of the audience said it was going to be a 2-0 from Swamp Gaming, but it's a really good chance for 3P to have the mentality of, hey, this is a statement for us and for the audience that are cheering for us to start and climbing on the ladder of the standings, because they are so far, if I'm not mistaken, they are the 5th, maybe 6th place, and they do need to come back. So if it's not now, then when?
True, and for Swamp Gaming, like against Anubis, they started very aggressive, and they started in a very clean matter, right? They won 10-2 in the first map, but for this series they started slow, but they are still not out of the series, right? It was like a golden round map. Now they are on the compound, so we'll see if they will win it, or will PingPongPals make a surprise and take it 2-0. Let's see what will happen on compound with Trav and Laz. You have.
Honestly, I hope Swamp win compound, because then we get to see what could be the crazy New Mexico for the first time, right, in a map 3 decider. So look, I'm a Swamp Gaming fan in this one. I'm gonna let my impartiality go. I'm gonna add some bias to the broadcast and say, look, I want to see a third map here.
Yeah, no, I do too. Look, I think that we got really treated with a good first map. I definitely agree. I'd love to see a third map go all the way through. And then also, like you said, getting New Mexico is exciting because there is some good adjustments that happened on that map. So much needed, you know, TLC that was required. So
yeah, I agree.
We'll see. I mean, look, we got to remember though, like Compound's going to be a very interesting encounter just because, I don't know, like I don't know if I'm leaning on one team that's better on this than the other, in my opinion, but you know, I think there was some praise about 3P that can be decent on this map, but I still think that Swamp, given their firepower, can really pull through a lot on this. So we'll see. But this one definitely has a good prediction for a third map in my perspective, anyways, too.
Famous will go down to HDZ, but it was the opening kill of the game. for Kais, who put in some incredible work, of course, in the end of Black Widow. Unfortunately, it didn't go rewarded. Probably should have done, considering it was them, of course, who were 12-11 up. But just a little bit too much for them to get it done. Snox will run down LSY. And with, of course, this being the NA server, you could argue that it gives them even more of a chance to take the take this one. Of course, maybe a little bit harder for some of the EU players on the team, but yeah, what goes around comes around when it comes to this. It's a bit 50-50 in that sense, obviously. But we shall see. They've got an early 4v3 here. A bit more of an aggressive push up here for 3P in mid with the crossfire of Gainer and Pietro.
Ooh, nice shot from HDZ. Yeah, this is kind of, again, just very slow, getting picks. I mean, this is going to be a B side up for grabs. So a little bit of a misplay right now from 3P, in my opinion, just because, yeah, they're going to clear out mid. They're going to make sure they have no lurks to worry about. But, I mean, this is the thing. It's not an easy site to retake into. But, I mean, this is where the post plant from Swamp has to happen quickly. That's definitely going to help. But now, are they going to be expecting one more person to be flanking? And indeed they will. Within a blink of an eye, they get the job done. They maintain themselves the opening round. Not bad at all. So, pretty good from Swamp. That was kind of going a little bit back and forth, a little bit just picks here and there, but Swamp, they find themselves a pretty decent, amount of work getting done. And the BL side will be interesting to see what kind of games they want to bring into this. You can see 3P are already getting really aggressive. Looks like Gainer's actually going to push all the way through mid. Him and Famous are going to go head-to-head, but Gainer catches him with his back turned, and now he finds even a double kill before he finally goes down. So some good work here from 3P.
Oh, yeah, but you could tell that Kais was tracking and tracing LSY there. Had no idea that he was about to flank him. Just get round the corner a split second before he realised. And that's worked out to recover it into a 3v3. MKC, of course, knows exactly what that issue of the map is, though. And that's a good nade. Has tagged Kais down quite significantly. Still only one player toward this B side of the map right now. They're just trusting that MKZ will be able to get the work done, get at least a 1-for-1. While they have Pietro and HDZ focused over toward A. And there you go. He actually goes for it aggressively. Knows that he's probably just waiting in that corner, waiting for a mistake, and removes him from that window immediately.
This is such a weird game that's happening so far on this, right? Because it feels like a lot of slow plays, everybody just kind of catching each other off guard with like positions and stuff like that. And I mean, right now, Swamp are so far away from each other. Like, it's not like a map like Black Widow where you can kind of rejoin each other quickly. Like, right now, HCZ should be dead in this kind of situation. The fact that Pietro hasn't been able to kind of finish his meal, a little concerning. Okay, if HCZ gets away with this kill, like, this is going to be ridiculous. Okay, finally he gets it done. But now it puts Josh in a really awkward spot because, yeah, he's got the bomb. He can go for the plant if he wants, but it's not going to be easy. Right now, actually, him getting a little bit active on this and kind of moving around looking for some players is not bad. But again, his back's turned. He just can't swing enough. So not bad at all from 3P to bounce right back into this really quickly. But this is a very interesting tone and kind of tempo we're seeing just because it's very slow, very much like getting a pick. Nothing set plays yet. We're seeing mid control potentially from 3P one more time. Nade's going to get thrown from both sides. No damage inflicted at all. So, kind of mirroring some ideas here, Trav.
Oh, nice angle held by LSY. Just making sure not his full body isn't exposed there. Should get run down, but no, the reaction is fantastic. Famous managed to finally to remove him, but damage has been done. They have an advantage to work with. Kais actually will be gifted one against MKZ. So Pietro will just get that one straight back, thankfully.
Yeah, this bomb being down too is, I mean, it's still retrievable, but it's not the greatest right now. I mean, both Famous and HCZ, if they can be able to clear out Gainer, that might be nice just because then again they can still kind of toy the idea of where they want to go. They have lots of time to work with, but now double players in B, so this could be problematic. An easy kill, a little bit of trade back and forth, and now Famous. Oh my, okay. That's some hot sauce right there. He gets himself a nice little bit jumping shot. He knows HDZ, his position now. Now this is about him, a rifle going against a sniper. Like, this is ridiculous. The fact that he's even thinking of this idea is kind of madness. He's not even putting any attention on the bomb. He just wants to go for the one-on-one fight. They just want to have a little bit of a duel, but HDZ is actually the one that's just like, you know what? I'm going to make a play. I'm going to reposition myself. This is not a bad idea, but we'll see the timing. I don't know if HDZ's got very good intel of the bomb now where it is, but can Famous be able to find the perfect timing? He's been able to do this before. He might have been actually able to slip away, but HDZ's just a bit too quick on him.
So near, but yet so far. I feel like they did kind of have it under control, even though it was a close round. HDZ, looking like he's ready and raring to go. HDZ, it's actually a hard one to say, I think. When these two teams go up against each other, HZZ. Yeah. It's like, sometimes I could say one instead of the other when it's the wrong way around.
Yeah, I think when I first got to CrossFire, if my memory serves me right, I'm pretty sure they were on the same team, so that was really hard. And I was like, wow, HZZ, like, whew, that is a mouthful right there. Especially if they played a site together, you're like, okay, never mind, this is impossible. Yeah, I'm with you, Trav. Don't worry. Daily struggles of being a caster, you know?
Yeah, exactly. There are many.
Just a few. Yes, just a few. I'm not sure if there's a tech issue or a pause, but kind of looks like something's going on, so we'll wait and see. Wait for production to whisper in our ears and tell us, but yeah, it looks like a bit of a tech issue, I think, over on the side of 3P right now. So, yeah, everybody's just kind of big chilling right now. So, you know what, honestly, again, like, when you get these moments, right, like, you can take a little advantage of them in the sense, like, you can just kind of calm down a bit, figure out, some game plans. It's kind of like it's not a timeout, obviously, but it like, kind of acts like one in a way. So, it's one of those situations where, both teams can kind of just figure some things out, just because, I mean, this is a very back and forth game, but I feel like Swamp I'm not loving the way I'm seeing them play this map so far, in my opinion. Like, I think there's been some glimpses of good moments, but I'm hoping for a little bit more.
Yeah, well, we shall see. I mean, we know that this should be their map, technically. But it's also a mentality thing of, we were so close on map 1. How do you reset from that?
Yeah, I think, I think we always talk about this, but it's important to remind people because, like, you have to remember, like, when you play an opening map like that, where it's so back and forth and you have the lead, you lose the lead, etc., and you're pushing it to an overtime plus a golden round, like, that's a lot of energy that you're exerting, right? Like, and then the fact is, you have to, like you said, you have to reset. You have to put yourself back in a situation where if you're on the losing end of that situation, you have to be able to go, okay, look, I need enough gas in the tank here to get things back for a second map and then push it to a third. So that's where we talk a lot about, fatigue and things like that or whatever, but we'll wait and see. Look, I mean, the action's commenced, everybody's fighting, everybody's just shooting, and it's B main, and everybody decided to just go for a bit of a sprint on this one, and it is 3P. That actually put themselves in the better end of the situation with HDZ finding a double kill, actually making it a triple kill in this entire round. Bomb's going to be all the way in the back skirts, just outside of BL spawn. So for now, HZZ, he's going to have to figure out something with this because he's got some time. But now this is all about just getting kills. This is him just going for the hunt and trying to see if he can find his prey.
To find them both cleanly, though, and now Pietro spotted him out. He's going to try and play an angle that's not in the open, obviously, and wait for a bit of help from HDZ. You can see they're setting up together now. It's so hard to get through this position. A little bit of utility to use. That smoke maybe could help split them up, but Pietro is too calm and confident. He'll take an easy headshot. Another round for 3P. 3-1 lead early here.
Yeah, not a bad attempt from HCZ to try it out, but I thought he was maybe going to get that slight timing against Pietro, but not the case. Pietro holding it down. And now Swamp looking like they might try to go for a little bit of mid presence on this, but they do have to be worried about Gainer. He's kind of holding the tight angle on the right-hand side. Nade's going to get thrown in front of A-Main. Now Gainer's going to be joined with his comrade to see if they can fight things out. Swamp have actually kind of evacuated this plan. They're going to regroup, collect their thoughts a little bit. And there's a little bit of hesitation on Snox here, thinking there could be a push, which does make some sense in the sense that 3P are down a man, so they might try to make a bit of a play. But you can see, again, just very much spread across the map, waiting things out, hoping for one more duel in their favor, which just makes things even easier for them. Well, in theory, I should say. And now Pietro, really contemplating a big swing. Does he actually want to commit to this, though? Does he actually really want to just deep swing this against HCZ? That's going to be important to see. LSY, though, a nice little bit of a shot. Make it two. These guys are just going in one by one through a funnel, so not great, Trav. This is those mistakes I was talking about from Swamp.
Yeah, they're kind of being punished every single time right now by 3P. Finally, they're going to find a way to get back in, though. Now, Gainer's in the open. Oh, he's done really well, though. Again, Gainer. He's just so good. Just so good, so reliable in these sort of situations. Finally, he'll get punished by Famous, and it recovers it into a 2v2. And this is the kill that matters. HGZ gets punished, gets caught by MKZ. Now, Famous in a clutch. He's going to go for the plant straight away this time. Unlike the clutch, of course, attempt we saw on Black Widow. See if he can do anything with this one. They're going to go together, try and trade instantly. MKZ and Pietro on the warpath, on the big flank. Famous playing in the open, knowing his ability on the taps. He's going to be able to hear them in a split second. And there we go, but he's been spotted out. Oh, Pietro, that's actually so unfortunate there for Famous, because he sees the first player jumping down, but it's impossible to click. And, yeah, once that player figures out that he's there, they can swarm him. So, shame.
Yeah, this is, it's not looking like the same Swamp. It's not very convincing right now, but 3P are doing a really good job, just playing a solid GR side. A 4-1 scoreline is definitely going to feel really, really good. But now this is the given moment that Swamp really got to figure out a new game plan. They got to get some rounds back in the board, and 3P actually a little bit of a unique little bit of a setup here in the sense of that they're pushing on the side doorway here in mid, and HDZ does get himself that initial, but now maybe Kai's. Oh man, just kind of missing that opportunity. Gainer's very, very low, so that was a really close opportunity for the double, but so not bad now. 3-3 we go. And now Swamp are starting to look like they have a bit of a pulse on this, but can they actually get enough kills to get themselves back into another round here to make it a 2-round differential? Ooh, Pietro.
Oh, this is
Pietro.
Still, they're not checking the corner. Wow, that was actually a chance for more than one. He gets the one. 4-1. Traded out. But look where Gainer is. Once again, just putting himself in all these awkward positions, either he's full health or low health. Like, that is such a good spot to be in. Like, it's so unlikely, it feels like, if Swamp are to try and go over toward B. They're not going to, like, go all the way round to spawn. And even if they do, Gainer will hear that. So he's cutting them off in every single position possible. Unfortunately, Gainer might not get his reward there. So it might have to be MKZ to do this one all alone. He's on that weird angle as well, and he can't really escape from there. If he gets one, it would be a bit of a minor miracle now, and yeah, he won't. So lots of damage done. HCZ and Snox both walking wounded. Can Gainer do anything when he's low himself?
Yeah, this is all about, again, he's got the HK in his hand, so, I mean, he's got 14 bullets in the chamber, so this is, again, just, he has to hit the best shots to put himself in the position here for the clutch. not going to be a good situation in terms of the HP department, but maybe, just maybe, that raw aim that he has could be enough. Burning the clip. Yeah, he's going to get spammed away. And there we go. Swamp get themselves back a second round on the board. But, yeah, a bit of a missed opportunity. Like, again, where the firepower from 3P, it just kind of raises an eyebrow, right? Because MKZ was in that position where he could have maybe found one. Pietro was holding that little bit of an off angle in long A where he kind of like whiffed it with only one kill. So it's just these kind of like moments that really fall apart for 3P that feels like it should be theirs, right? It feels like that's the opportune time that they can get themselves around, but it kind of bites them a little bit. But either way, for Swamp, I mean, they'll take it. They need these rounds. They need something to get themselves back into a close encounter on this. Maybe to see if it could be a similar encounter like in Black Widow, but now they're going to pull back. 3P are going for the triple player setup at B. Really mixing things up. They're not necessarily pushing B main, but they're just kind of, again, really crunching the stairway. And Swamp have given up this idea. So really good read here from the IGL over on Swamp Gaming side.
HTZ managing to deal with Kai's early. I'm looking to try and walk a couple of players up toward A. Swamp having to play catch up in a number of these rounds, but of course is worth saying that previous round they won was still an absolute grind, right? They only just managed to scrape it over the line HP wise. Pietro is down low and try and flash his way in. It works perfectly. What a cell flash that was from Pietro. And it sets up HDZ as well. That has worked to absolute perfection, even though he was so caught in the corner there, Pietro. It's going to be a clean round.
Yeah, that's a really clean round. That actually was really, really nice. And again, this is what I love. You know, like we talk a lot about HDZ kind of being one of those star players on this team where he's finding these kills, like you know, finding that double kill like that is huge. So really just kind of locking it down, really just finding some good strats here with the snipers. So you love to see it. Not bad at all. And now Swamp, I mean, again, was really kind of a lackluster so far in the first half. It's just really not feeling like a whole lot's coming out of them, and that's where I was kind of wondering if maybe they really exerted a lot in that first map. A lot of emotions on that one, but we'll see. It's still plenty of game left, but I'm kind of hoping to see if there can be a change a little bit in this situation for them, just because it doesn't really feel like the same Swamp we saw earlier on today, and even a little bit of yesterday, right?
Yeah, that is true. 2 game days in a row, winning 2-0. Looking at their results, obviously, they have had some very impressive streaks, of course. And it's 2 teams who you wouldn't even necessarily expect them to get close to. If we looked at last season, for example, or in 2024 as well, when they were struggling a bit more. So, pretty crazy. They've looked so damn good. However, no, there's a reason for that. They've got the talent on the team when it's needed to make it possible. And Kais will do well there against MKZ. Good trade, good recovery. Trying to get a couple of rounds here at the end of the half. 5-2, the score for 3P. Looking to try and again close it up like they did on Black Widow, right? Close up the first half and make it competitive.
Yeah, but the 4-4, and now they're all grouped up, ready to go here through long. Now they're just going to kind of just pop into this. No utility. They're just going to try to do a little bit of a sneak attack onto this. So 3P are actually able to kind of, again, tuck away a little bit. A little bit of encounter back and forth. The 3-3 is commenced, and now the bomb is going to go down, so they're going to go for the full plant. 39 seconds here remaining here for 3P to figure out something with this retake. But Kais actually does put the sniper in a little bit of action, finds a good connection. Now HDZ, some heavy lifting required here. He needs to do something big. He needs to be able to find something. He's just hoping someone's going to overextend themselves, and he might be able to find it just like that. That's not a bad shot at all. So bringing it to the 2v2. Time is ticking away. Snox dancing around, and it's all just down to the 1v1, and now even HDZ one more time!
Goodness gracious. 3P are winning all the important rounds, aren't they, so far? Even situations where they look like they're in trouble with some of their individuals, even in comfortable rounds, right? I mean, the example of Pietro being behind that box and self-flashing to set himself up and his teammate, that looked like it could have gone awry. It didn't. The Swamp are just not able to find answers at the moment, and the lack of a pause here, that could mean that it spirals a little bit for them here. Lots of nade damage early round. Snox and Josh took a bit from that, as we so often expect, obviously, on Compound, with those early round nades happening every single time. And Kai's will drop already, so chance for 7 straight away.
Whoo-wee. Yeah, this scoreline is just, again, though, it's getting bigger and bigger, right? And 6-2 is definitely a nice feeling here for 3P fans, and maybe to find themselves a little bit of something. Ooh, okay, MKZ does get this kill. I was actually getting a little bit worried that Famous was going to be able to find that, but now HCZ by himself on the 1-on-3. Bomb down, so now he has to fight for that a little bit in his adventures here with 1:20 remaining. But you can see 3P, they're actually doing a really bit of a cheeky setup. They're playing a triple player setup in B because they know it's difficult to retake on. And even if HCZ picks up the bomb, plants at A, they can all just kind of shift together, which is the perfect situation because then that rotate can happen. HCZ now going to try to use the time a little bit in his favor to see if he can be able to find maybe a Strangler or somebody to get a kill on. But now he's made his presence known. They know exactly where he is. It's going to be a free plant, but this post plant is going to be so important. Like this, again, this is where he's going to have to get the bomb down. He's going to have to go for a fight right away. But look at this. Look at how fast the 3P have rotated on this. I think HCZ, I think he overthought this. I think he took a bit too long, and now he's just walking right back into a bear trap.
Yeah, and there it is. This one could be a bit of a quicker end than maybe we expected. Previous precedent dictates that it should be a swamp map and maybe even a swamp game. But it looks like 3P are desperately trying to avoid the possibility, obviously, of going to play New Mexico. Maybe not something they really want to do. HTZ will take a swig of an unnamed beverage, and we'll get back underway once again.
Well. Yeah, just this looking a little flat. I mean, you know, I'm really not trying to harp too hard on Swamp here, but it really just doesn't feel like for a team that went for this pick, it felt a little bit. I was kind of questioning it a lot, to be honest, but I know I'm just kind of my first time back here for season 2, but I was just wondering, like, is this really going to be the map for them? But look, maybe things will be different on the GR side. You know, that could be really where the bread and butter is, I guess. But I just feel like if you're going to pick a map, like, you got to be well-rounded, or you should feel well-rounded on both the BL and GR side. So that was a pretty lackluster, you know, BL side in my opinion. But it just felt like anything they tried, it was really just not really, like, too much out of it, right? Where we see teams like ROC, like, they have a really nice execute to getting that mid control and then using it for splits, but we saw nothing like that at all here from these guys. So look, a couple seconds here or a minute or so for them to kind of figure out what they want to do, but a lot is riding here. They got to get this first round. They got to be able to get things back into motion and just figure out what they can do differently.
It's a shame. It's actually a bit of a shame, yeah. I mean, I wanted to see what could be the chaos of New Mexico, right? I mean, as I said to you before we got underway, like, I'm willing to be a bit biased here. I wanted to see Swamp win this map, but yeah, it does seem like PingPongPals have put in an excellent performance again today. Again, as I always mention, this team is so decent. It's better than some of their parts overall. Kaiser now misses opening shot, struggling a little bit here to get this one over the line. LSY will put him down, and that's a great punish. Famous is trying to push through from the flank, but he's a little bit too late, and he's been telegraphed, of course, as well. Be able to get 2 still somehow. Fair play to him, but HCZ was always going to walk into a bit of madness there. And he'll get caught comfortably. immediate start in the second half. 8-2 the lead. And no, if this was like before the season got underway, I would say, okay, it's a 50-50 game. Like, it's pretty difficult to call. I would say 3P probably slightly favoured because they've got the name value of, Pietro and Gainer and, who have been around in this league for so long, HDZ looking so decent. But with what we've seen over the last 2 days, this really feels like it's against the run of play.
Yeah, this is crazy. Like, look how far HDZ's been able to cross through. Like, yeah, again, like, I know that, against Swamp, we're kind of, setting up for this. But, again, it's a bit risky. And HDZ, I mean, he capitalized on it very, very well. So not bad at all. A little bit of exchange here through B, but look at now it's just going to be up for grabs. 3P are going to have themselves the site control. This is where I talk about this all the time. Probably one of the hardest sites to retake into. A little bit of utility available here from Swamp, but man, they're going to have to perfectly land these flashes to get themselves through such a choke point. That's going to be so difficult.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel possible, even with MKZ being low, right? Look at the time now. It's just so low. Guys will walk into the crosshairs, and HDZ is making it look easy. 2 lovely quick kills from him. And Josh is not long for this world. He'll go down. HTZ wants as many numbers as possible. Little cheeky grin there on Pietro's face. He knows this game is pretty much in his wheelhouse.
Yeah. And this is the thing, like a map like this is, it definitely favors a lot for some really strong snipers, and HDZ is having some really good moments, right? Like, even if he's able to get that 1 or 2 kills, like even right there, right? He takes down Kai's pretty quickly, which is an instant trade is great to see, right? And now 3P on the brink here of getting themselves another win in the category, which would be absolutely huge for these guys, because this win is going to catapult them in the rankings, because right now they're sitting at that 2 and 3. They'll be 3 and 3. So this will be a nice little bit of a placement for them. But again, they can't get overzealous on this. They have to make sure they just keep themselves in this game. We've seen them kind of, we've seen other teams that have been in positions like this that have choked. But that'll be the question if that's going to be the case. They find themselves another kill. 2 players remaining, a famous to Josh. Now someone has to pull out the bootstrap. Somebody has to do some big fragging. That's important here. And now 3P just kind of playing with them. Maybe debating to pull back on this, but they might even just try to send it. Famous is making his presence known. He's trying to go for the fight. He gets his head removed, and now Josh, he's going to go to the grave, and there we go. 3P, get it done.
Look, I'm not going to say that it wasn't a slight underperformance from Swamp today. It very clearly was. It feels like that first map going to a golden round and them not getting over the line when they were 12-11 up did kind of knock the stuffing out of them a little bit. But again, just a very good example of how decent looking this PingPongPals team can be, right? Maybe look at the roster and say, bit of a mishmash maybe, but it's players that maybe have, this 5 obviously haven't got a huge amount of experience playing together in terms of different teams across the league in the history, but we know there are 5 very good players. We call out Gainer, we call out HDZ so often. And, Gainer having that big 3K to get Black Widow over the line, just being a consistent force once again for his team. Just very impressive, mate. And, yeah, I think they're going to be they've continued to be a worry for every single team that they've kind of played so far in the league this season. I think that's going to continue to be the case as well. So, fair play to them. And I think the desk will probably only echo those views. It was very impressive. We'll throw to them now before our next BO3.
Thank you, Trav. Thank you, Laz. What an incredible game by PingPongPals. They always surprise us.
Honestly, super convincing, man.
Yeah.
Super convincing against all odds. I mean, I think it's not only me who thought that Swamp Gaming would just destroy them, the 2 maps. Okay, they did lose the first map, Black Widow, but we all thought that Compound is a game changer for Swamp Gaming. They would take Compound, take us to New Mexico, and God knows what's going to happen in New Mexico. But no. PingPongPals just, said, no, I'm not going to take you guys to New Mexico. I'm not going to take you to any new maps. We're just going to destroy them there. and it was a stomp. And stomp is it's a bit a heavy word to say, but I mean that's what happened at the end of the day. No, I mean it was super confessing from MD's HCZ at the start, but surely flipped the switch. PingPongPals. The game that started 1-1, and we thought that is going to be compensing for the Swamp Gamings. They had a lot of issue, and if anything, it's not. I'm not discrediting PingPongPals, but maybe it was a bit of disconnecting issues between the players each other from Team Swamp Gaming. It just didn't feel right, and I didn't feel the chemistry that I felt from them playing against Anubis, playing against the bigger teams. But PingPongPals, honestly, they just showed us what they can do with a good IGLing from Petro's side, the good plays from HZ. They just
100%. Very experienced players indeed from PingPongPals. And Trav was saying that it feels like PingPongPals is a team that if HDZ is not performing well, like they get weaker. But I felt like the opposite this match. I felt like the individuals from PingPongPals, all of them, they had a very good performance. On the other hand, Swamp Gaming, like you said, they felt disconnected.
Yes.
I mean, especially on the blacklist sides that we were saying they are good at it. They are not covering for each other. They are not aware of the angles. They're not the same Swamp Gaming that we saw yesterday.
Their gameplay was just questionable, to say the least, Julio, for Swamp Gaming. A lot of mistakes happened on the micro and macro side. Their trades wasn't there. They had no lurkers. It felt like they were playing as the weaker side. Their BL side was just not there. They were scared in their pushes, and we did see that clearly. Every side that they choose to enter, it's always a first blood for PingPongPals, which should be the opposite. And APC Crossfire is check your corners, check your angles, and that I did not see from PingPongPals. And the tactical timeout did not pay off, not a single dime even. So a lot of questions, honestly, from Swamp Gaming. Maybe they felt comfortable on winning the last previous matches, and they just went with it. But PingPongPals did surprise us, that's for sure. And one thing I did learn, honestly, is this league, especially this season, is not for anyone.
Yeah,
it's not for anyone, man. Anyone can win. Anyone can just destroy the other team.
And now the standings is even more shuffled. It's even more close to each other.
You tell me.
Like PingPongPals, they are standing on 3-3. They are in the middle of the standings. They can be the black horse that's coming into this league. Looking at the set summary.
Wow. Just wow.
Yeah, MTZ 2.0 KD.
Man, look at HDZ KDA.
Wait, HDZ 7.5 KD.
How even can you be on that KDA? How many times did he die in the match? Having a 7.67 KDA. That's just terrifying. And that, if anything, shows you the full potential. And how can he get unleashed, HDZ, man?
Such a monster.
Holy.
The MVP of this game, HDZ, for sure. Like you can see it from the replays. You can see it throughout the whole series. Like he's always there. He's always landing the shots. He's always doing the clutches. HDZ is just he's just a monster. I
mean, producer, I know you're going to show us the highlights, but I think the highlights won't be enough for that guy. He is with the 7.67 KDA. That's just he's just unstoppable at this point. 2.0 KDA overall. He did his role and more. Honestly, PingPongPals, just another name in the shuffle, just another name with a statement to be written in the history of Crossfire. And if anything, HDZ is just ready to take over this league.
Yeah, 100%. And we have interview with Petro, like the IGL of PingPongPals after such an impressive win against
the King.
Hello, guys.
Yeah, hello, Petro. How do you feel?
Hey, man.
I'm feeling super happy, actually. Like, we played insane today. Being like HDZ was like a monster today. I don't know if it was unstoppable. And yeah, I'm so happy, actually, for my boys.
Yeah, you should be. You guys did an amazing performance, and I want to talk more about the preparation for this game, because we were saying, okay, it was a very close map 1 on Black Widow, but coming into map 2, Compound, like the map that Swamp Gaming prefers, and you guys just
destroyed them
very easily. How did you guys prepare for this game?
We did our usual preparation for every team, nothing really specific, but we just saw some weakness in their game, so we just abused them a bit. But otherwise, we just play on our game and we just focus on ourselves because the goal is to improve ourselves. So we don't really care about enemies right now.
Yeah, and it was very successful indeed. And you guys now are standing in a pretty good place in the standings. So what can we predict from PingPongPals moving forward into the league?
I think we showed that we can compete against anyone because even when we played against GG, we were competitive. We could have won the first map. We lost to one, but I think we just gonna try our best every match, match by match, and to try to improve because we are still a new team. We are full a new roster with 2 players almost unexperienced. So we are just trying to improve, and we will see what's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's showing, and we wish you the best of luck.
Yeah.
You guys are always doing some really good performances.
Thank you so much.
Best of luck in your next match.
Thank you, man.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Yeah, super confident, super humble as always, man. And he knows his team can do more. He knows his team. If they destroy Swamp on the fifth map, he know he can take over ROC Esports. He know he can take over IC, GG, and the rest of the teams. Now, thing is with 3P, in my opinion, they are inconsistent, man.
Yeah.
They can destroy a team, or they can get destroyed. It's black and white for them.
Yeah, they're taking their time, like Vitro said. They have to new players, and they are scaling. We can see, and it's a pretty successful week for them. They're taking 2 wins in a row. It must feels good, and I can only see good stuff coming from them in
hopefully it's consistent.
Yeah, in the next weeks. And coming to the second game of the day, we have TPI versus GG. It's a pretty interesting matchup, huh?
Interesting, but for how long will it be interesting? Will it even reach 3 maps? That's the big question. TPI versus GG, we did see TPI on the season 1. Not the best season for them, that's for sure. And Penguin did speak us through the preparation for TPI, how they play, and what's next for them. Obviously, Penguin, the analyst with us. GG. Now, with a 67% win rate, ready to take over the boys from TPI. Let's talk more about TPI, shall we? FaZe, Poker, King, Hunt, and Noxen. Thing is here, a lot of experienced players, a lot of big potential and the big names, yet no victory gained for the boys. But I don't know what to expect more from TPI. Their place in the standings is not the best. If anything, they do need this win. But when you look on the other side, the other world from GG, just monsters, man. Spoxy is always compared to Snare when we speak about the sniper gameplay, and that's the scary thing to focus about. But Hunt, he's not about his lurking, he knows about his clutches. It will be a good head-to-head between both players. It's a match to show. It's a skill match to be witnessed, and I'm super excited for this matchup, honestly.
Yeah, and on the other side we have Gaimin Gladiators, Zane, Lion Crow, Flex, Foxy, and Ref. Such an impressive roster, to say the least. For me, Spoxy, he always catches my eyes in the game.
For sure. I'm not only your eyes, our eyes. Yeah. And when I say our, it's not me and you. It's me and you, the viewers, the casters, producers. For me, it's Ruffin, honestly, the clutch master for the games always. Maybe the first blood is always with Spoxy, but when you know your round is gained from GG and round is won by GG, you know Spoxy and Ruffin had a hand on it. And from the other side, it's FaZe. Of course, it's going to be FaZe. It's a sniper gameplay at the end of the day within the CrossFire world. Whether you counter the first blood or you get the first blood with the sniper, FaZe and Spoxy, the 2 sniper of the game. I don't want to highlight Spoxy and FaZe more because we already highlight them hundreds and hundreds of times. I want to focus more on Flex, being the guy that we interview almost every time on Season 1 and the confident guy that is always saying, yes, we do deserve the first place and we do deserve to win this game. Honestly, GG versus TPI, if we speak about the scores, I must say, if we see Ankara from TPI side, it's a 1-0 for TPI because that's their favorite map.
Yeah, and tell me more about the map selection. Like Ankara is a map for TBI for sure, but if you are GG, you can easily take this away from them, right?
And that's the pros and cons about the ban veto for Team TPI. I did not see them performing well on other maps, but Ankara and Compound, Compound being the default map, obviously, and Ankara being their favorite map, like Subbase for Team 3P. I really hope that this changed. We haven't seen much of TBI since Season 1. They had good time on the off-season. Hopefully they do pick the default map. They do play good on Port, which I think it will be in the map pool, either the decider or a starter map if obviously GG did ban Ankara. Now for GG, they are good on Eagle Eye.
Yeah, let's take a look at the map veto to see if Ankara will be there or if it's banned. Okay, it's banned by GG, like you said, and Subbase is banned as well.
Compound is there,
Mexico, Black Widow are the bans from TBI, and Eagle Eye is the first map for that.
Yeah, Eagle Eye, expect from Team TPI, which is a bit surprising. I mean, Compound is default, and Compound can go either way, which is, however, is GG or TPI. Thing is, if you do speak about Port, we really hope to reach Port because it's this neutral map that is going either ways. Eagle Eye would tell us more about TBI. Thing is about TBI is that they always choke. They get us to map 3 and they do lose map 3, and it's not a one-time thing nor a two-time thing. It's a continuous streak of losing map 3.
Yeah, and like for TPI, I felt like on the win that they had before and the interview with Hunt and everything, they have the passion, they have the drive to improve. Maybe it's taking a bit of time, but you cannot underestimate any team right now, especially in this meta, right? Like the new weapons and everything. But on the other side, they are playing against GG, like one of the strongest teams that we have, one of the most consistent teams that we have. So it's a pretty big challenge. So let's see if they are up to this challenge or not. The TBR versus GG map 1 with Tribe and Laz. You have them.
Thank you, Kolio. Looking forward to this because I do think that even though we, have seen Gaimin Gladiators be the consistent force in the league over the course of the previous seasons, it should be a 2-0, but should has been a very strong word, to use in this sort of last couple of game weeks, right? This is the first time we're seeing TBI play since the meta update. We only saw them, of course, last week. This week they haven't played until today, and the third day of the weekend. So, yeah, I think this is going to be different to see. And, of course, Eagle Eye to start off, Laz. Bit of a map that I only covered maybe 3 or 4 times before. It's a bit more of the underpicked map compared to the other ones in the pool. So, maybe a chance for TBI to do something here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I actually kind of like that TBI just go for a bit of a bold pick on this. They kind of have to, right? Like the less experienced teams or the newer teams that are going against like the Gaimin Gladiators or the ROCs and stuff like that. You should be kind of throwing these little bit of Hail Marys in the sense of like, look, let's just play a map that they don't play very often, but it gives them some kind of a leg up. And yeah, I mean, the desk did a good job just kind of, again, re-emphasizing like this roster does have phase on it, which, for me I think this is going to be telling because I've seen FaZe in the past where I know he's been really, really good. I kind of felt like on GV, like I'm probably going to get flamed for it. I felt like he was kind of not like performing up to his standards. So it felt like there was kind of a bit of a stagnant approach to it. So him being on a new team is exciting. So I'm hoping this will kind of revitalize him a little bit. A map like this definitely is a great playground right now for snipers. So I'm definitely going to be putting a little bit of expectations on FaZe to see what he can bring to the table. But we'll see. Look, they are playing some pretty fierce competition here, but maybe they can do something here for the first map.
Yeah, we'll see. But we do know there is a fierce reply on the other side in Gaimin Gladiators, the former LCK boys from a couple of seasons ago. Obviously, I mean these guys are so reliable, so consistent in the league. And Spoxy and Raffin and Flex, Dezane, Lionclaw. It's just a 5-man that has been so fun to watch over the course of the last few seasons. And Spoxy is one of my favourite players to watch. So. Yeah, really looking forward to seeing if they can do it. There's sort of the Turk-Portuguese mix, of course, with Lionclaw as well. Not really one you see too often, I would say, in the course of history in different teams in different leagues. It's not a popular combination, but they've made it work, and they've made it work to great effect. And I've always been very impressed with them. But yeah, Love to see. TBI, I kind of agree with you with the roster changes, right? It's like with GV imploding, all the GV players are kind of like slotted in to nearly every single team in the league, right? To kind of keep their spot as individuals and keep their name value alive in the CFWL. But this is probably the weirder one of the weirder ones, without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, FaZe, obviously, there's no issue really with the communication because they all speak English. I'm sure they will, maybe change language if, FaZe is dead and it's a tight 2v2 or something, right? And they can, go back to sort of the norm for them. But I don't think it's really, from what I understand, it's not really much of a culture shock for FaZe. I don't think he'll be bothered too much. Like, he can comm and he knows that his comms will be understood and vice versa. So, we'll see. I do think it's TBI has still got that factor about them, Laz, where they get a map, have a close map, maybe get to a map 3, and always find a way to lose in the end, right? I mean, it's still got that factor about them where, for some reason, they're so near but yet so far on more than one occasion. And we're seeing examples of that this season again, right? I mean, with some of their results. They managed to get a win. Fair play to them. They did manage to beat PingPongPals, and seeing how good they've been, of course, today, that is probably an impressive result. They won on Eagle Eye and Ankara, so keep an eye on their Eagle Eye form going into this map 1, right? Against GG. But still not convinced overall, and they so often have these close games that just are too much of a close run thing. They don't get the W in the end.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, for TBI, like, again, it was like their last season really was just lackluster, right? They really didn't do well. Like, they were the ones that got pretty much pushed out. They had to go through relegation, things like that. It was not great. It just really wasn't great. And I mean, Penguin was on this team before, which I thought was really exciting just because tons of coaching experience, tons of IGL experience, but it just wasn't really enough. So they kind of had to go through another rebuilding phase. They're back here, so that's where it's just more, I'll be curious what they can bring to the table. Like you said, a win over 3P is definitely impressive, but, we'll see. And I think, Pietro made a good comment in his interview where he was saying, like, look, we're still a new team, still kind of going through things, figuring things out. So that's going to be the same case here for TBI, is like, really, it's just taking it step by step and keeping expectations within reason, right? Because I think if you build too high of expectations as a new team, that could really, that can change the mindset a little bit and make things a little bit problematic if things don't go your way. But look, you're playing a top dog here. You're definitely playing one of the best teams in the league. So for them, if they can get an Eagle Eye win, or if they can get themselves pushing into a 3-map series, like, to me, that's already a victory in itself. So there's a lot of expectation for a team like Gaimin Gladiators to, honestly, to probably get a 2-0, but not to say that it can't go 3. So we'll find out. We're going right into it. Eagle Eye to start things off here, the second series of the day. And it will be Gaimin Gladiators to be on the GR side. So that'll be a nice little bit of a position for them. So we'll see what they can bring to it.
Yeah, let's go. Eagle Eye, a bit of different surroundings, of course, today. Haven't seen it yet. Oh, yesterday, actually. So let's see if TBI can put this map to the best of their ability. We know that they can be good on it, and they have got good results on it historically, but not to say Gaimin Gladiators can't, of course. They've also got a decent level, and it's always a question of whether their individual level will just trump TBI at the end of the day. We shall see. Noxin in the server is a player that we've been kind of keeping an eye on as well, right? As someone who can maybe come up and be a bit more of an exciting factor for TBI, a bit of a younger player that is got something about him. So keep an eye and see what he does with this new meta update today. First time we're seeing TBI on it, as I mentioned earlier. So Noxin will manage to dome flex out of the round already, and it recovers it into a 2v3. But still in control, RGG right now.
Yeah, Gaimin Gladiators are in a really good position right now. But again, still very, very composed on this. And C4 is still going to be, obtainable, and it is obtainable with TBI right now. But again, the question of where they want to go. I mean, theoretically, they have a free B site, right? I mean, Gaimin Gladiators are putting a very big, heavy presence on A. And this isn't even that bad because they know that the retake should be fine for them because they have Raffen with some utility available. They got the double rifles that can complement here for Spoxy. So not bad at all. Now they're starting to move a little bit. Now they're realizing, you know what, maybe they're not going to make this execute here, so they're just going to try to clear things off. Booker in a really tough position. He has to be able to land these shots, tap it away. Does get himself at least this one kill, but now Gaimin Gladiators, they're fully aware of this situation. They know the C4 should be getting planted at B. Now Noxin is going to have to go big here. He's going to have to make a big play to find himself one kill to making this down to the 1v1.
I mentioned him, and he's sharp already, and immediately in the first round. Look at the damage he's just done, goodness gracious. Dezane now under a lot of pressure, 1 bullet from death, knocks in, of course, he's low as well, but it will be Dezane to get it done. Nice try, knocks in, but Dezane will get the first round over the line by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, really, really good effort though. Like Noxon again, like that's where we, you know, you made a really good comment about like again with the gun changes, it does kind of raise, you know, some questions of, you know, can that really boost some teams? Maybe, maybe just maybe. And even Noxon almost took that, you know, 1v2 very, very well. Like he was just maintaining his accuracy, his crossfire placement was really, really nice. So, you know, despite them not getting the round, I mean, it was still a very close encounter. They might be able to find this one duel. I think that was Zane that actually was about to just go for the swing and into house here, so it actually decide to just kind of pull back on this, but instead he goes for a longer walk, and Hunt finds him right in the crosshairs. He's becoming a predator. He's being able to get his prey, and he finds 2 big kills here, which is much needed. Finally gets taken away. And this is just a back and forth encounter. This is just chaotic, and now Spoxy on a 1-on-3, and he's gonna have to put some good light work here with the sniper.
Yeah, by no means easy. He's going to be very quick on this rotation, but King has heard him. Hasn't been able to find him just yet, though. And obviously, tough angles to play with. A lot of damage has been done, but it has to be a reload, and he could get run down. But no, King doesn't get there in time. And once again, Noxon has to clutch. And once again, it's a 1v1. Spoxy, all the experience in the world, all the skill in the world as well. Can Noxon find a way to get past that in this situation? Got plenty of time to go about it. Hasn't committed to the plant yet. Still a minute to go. Tight game. Early game here. He's just playing the time. Trying to lure him into a mistake, Spoxy. Trying to see if he walks into his crosshair. Noxon is going to take the opportunity to try and clear out the entirety of the doors, of course. But unfortunately, Spoxy repositioning to where he was a little bit too smart for him.
Yeah, that was really good repositioning from Spoxy, and like you said, he's such a fun player to watch. Like there's just so much he can bring to the table, and like just clutch ability, fragging abilities, everything, right? The guy's like the full package. Like when he gets that sniper, he really is just so lethal. And I mean that's a devastating round for TBI. Again, like a moment where they had a clutch scenario that could have been theirs. It falls just a bit short, but it's not bad though. They're definitely putting up some good fights right now against Gaimin Gladiators. They're finding themselves these opening engagements, so there's a lot of positives you can say right now, despite the scoreline for TBI being down 0-2. But it is definitely a closer game than it's, you know, if you were just looking at this from a third-person perspective. Like you go look, like these rounds really are down to the wire.
Yeah, that is a positive you can spin pretty comfortably, I think, there for TBI. I mean, they'll know that they've put a lot of pressure on them early on. Without a doubt. Should be a competitive map, it being the TBI Eagle Eye pick. They are solid on it. Compound for Gaimin Gladiators is a bit more of a different story. That should be an easy win. But should, as I said, shoulda, coulda, woulda. Strong word. Flex will try and deliver. Doesn't expect there to be a lot more on his left, though. Does get pinched by that very quickly. Immediate trade from King with the M14. And they're going to leap their way down toward the site now. They know where Dezane is. Looking to try and deliver Dezane, but kind of stuck with many players coming his way. A bit too difficult for him, and Raffin will again answer back. But it remains close until Raffin and Spoxy once again do more work to recover it. 2v2. They still haven't got the bomb down yet, and Spoxy's hitting more shots. Once again, knocks in. 3 rounds in a row, he's been left in the clutch. The new boy, I feel like it's a bit unfair for him to be left in these situations, time on time.
Yeah, it's not really fair at all. Being the new addition, it's like, hey man, you got a clutch, okay? Multiple times, please. Figure it out. Best of luck, and now, maybe? Ooh, he's got the better advantage than Spoxy. I don't even understand how Spoxy gets away with that. Man, oh man. Poor Noxon, he just can't seem to find these clutches. But again, these situations right down to the wire. It's just panning out nicely for Gaimin Gladiators, just barely. So it's, you know, I'm kind of putting a lot of positive here for TBI, really, you know, doing well here to make this very competitive. Gaimin Gladiators, it's kind of interesting how close these encounters are. But again, at the end of the day, a round win is a round win. They'll take it. This is a Trav, a little interesting for me is that
Go on.
FaZe being on the rifle, like, so I know he's done it before, and like I know that's
Yeah.
not like a super unknown thing, but again, like, it's interesting that he's not going for it. It's actually Hunt that's kind of the one that's being the sniper player. So I don't know, a role clash, or maybe FaZe is like, nah, I'm not feeling it, but I got a lot of questions for him for sure, because that's a little odd for me.
Knocks in, and Hunt will get one back. And yeah, I mean, we know Hunt has actually been pretty proficient on the sniper, so, you know, fair play to him. But I think different situations on different maps, they do pull out the secondary more often than not, right? So they do have FaZe and Hunt running it. But I do agree, it's a bit of a change, a bit of a mishmash in a way, this roster, to kind of accommodate him on the team. So yeah, it can be like a bit awkward to work it out sometimes. But anyway, we'll have to see how that pans out as we go on over the course of the season. TBI only had one win last season. They shouldn't even be in the league this season, by the way, as a reminder. They did lose in relegation, but came back, of course, since GV did completely implode. But it will be their first round on the board here. Hunt and FaZe will figure it out. That's a well-played trade at the end. And they are in the game now.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Like we said, the previous season was just very lackluster. It was really just a poor performance from TBI, unfortunately. So a lot for them to try to prove and what they can bring differently for this. Nice little bit of an opener here from Gaimin Gladiators. Not bad at all. They might even try to slip through mid if they can. They might get the timing on this potentially, because Dezane has actually repositioned himself. But the utility here, this is a question if King and FaZe actually want to dismiss the smoke, and indeed they do. And actually Flux, again, why would he expect that? Why would he think that people are going to just run through a smoke like that? But look, his teammates, the good protocols, they find these multi-kills quick and easy. Raffin, nice triple kill to make it even easier. So Gaimin Gladiators maintain a very strong lead despite losing the previous round. Not bad at all here. I was kind of wondering if TBI did a little bit of homework. The fact that Gaimin Gladiators, they actually do like this map, so I felt like maybe New Mexico would have been better, but maybe they just didn't get a good opportunity to practice on it. But nonetheless, TBI, they'll take that anytime. Noxon just running and gunning, I guess, and now Spoxy is going to have to put up a star show performance here, but maybe Dezane can actually save the day with the rifles, and who needs a sniper in the tower? He's got his teammates just shooting from every sort of angle, and now 5th round gained.
Yeah, very quick as well, right? I mean, that's gotten out of the hands of TBI a bit too quickly, unfortunately. Maybe now is the time to throw in a pause early game. I mentioned before that TBI maybe don't take these pauses as quickly or as timely as they should. But we'll see. I think... yeah, just so reliable. Again, very evident that Gaimin Gladiators are being so reliable in these rounds. They're not even needing these sniper angles to hit every single shot. First 3 rounds, winning these clutches, giving them breathing room. You can argue that if TBI win those, obviously it's a totally different game, and we're talking right now about how it's a competitive match and TBI keeping it even around about 3 apiece or something like that. But that's all in an alternate universe, isn't it? Like, clutches haven't gone their way.
Well, and that's the thing, right? Like, I was trying to say, like, look, like, it's one of those things where the first 3 rounds, I'm pretty sure, because I feel like Noxon's just been in these clutch scenarios, and just unfortunately he was 0-3 on them. But it's a good thing to see. Like, TBI pushing those couple early rounds where they were very close, like down to 1v1s is not a bad thing, right? I mean, I know they're not getting in the win column here, but it's still showing that they're actually being competitive. Like, it's still very, very close rounds, which is not a bad thing. It's not just like Gaimin Gladiators are kind of bullying them out of the water here. So, looks like it is going to be, I'm assuming this is a tactical pause. I don't know if it's confirmed yet, but there's a lot of conversation here. King, I believe he's still calling the shots. Long-time standing member here with TBI. So, he's trying to figure out a little bit more adjustments here for the team, what they're going to do a little bit differently. but still plenty of time that they can do it. But right now is definitely the moment they got to do something different and find themselves a round back in. Ooh, this is nice. Knocks in. You got yourself a little bit of a free walk here, buddy. And now, oh, and unfortunately for that free walk, Zane just waiting for him. He had a game plan.
Oh, they're kind of owning right now. This is, look, I'm expecting this to get close up a little bit as we get toward the end of the game, but, you know, this is probably, of all the games I've covered in the last couple of days, since the meta shift as well, it actually is probably one of the bigger mismatches in terms of pure matchup, right? Like name value and form and everything.
Yeah.
Especially considering Gaimin Gladiators have played one official on the new meta, and of course TBI haven't yet. Not that that should have really affect TBI that much at all. Obviously, I'm sure they've been practicing, and I'm sure they've been, you know, trying out these different weapons, see how they feel about them. But there's a difference in terms of quality here right now, and Gaimin Gladiators, they're just scary to go up against. That is for sure.
Yeah, it definitely is. Like we said, it like, you know, I don't love the expression of like David versus Goliath, but like it really is kind of like that, right? Like this is a massive mountain to climb here for TBI. So like again, the expectations have to be a kind of more realistic, right? And that's where I think for TBI, like what I mentioned in the very beginning is if they can push this to a 3-map series, like that is a huge win in itself. So I mean, I think for them, they just have to go through a lot of the struggles. You're playing the top team right now of Gaimin Gladiators. Like you said, the name value of these players alone is just so high. They've been internationally experienced with competition. So this is actually looking like a round that could go their way, and Booker finally gets himself this double. So now maybe things could be a different afoot here. And Lineclaw does bring things back to the 1v1, takes a huge amount of damage with this nade, and Booker now needing to put up a triple kill and the clutch. And you can see that Lineclaw is going for a long way around on this. He's got a perfect read on it. I don't know if Booker's been able to figure this out, and now Lineclaw, I think he just spotted him. These guys are just toying with each other, and Booker playing a little bit of hide and seek, and now the question is who's going to be able to tag who, and now it's just Booker that finds it from the lower position, and finally TBI bounced back with a round.
Yeah, finally they won a clutch. I think it's about time. I'm actually happy for them because I feel they've been a little bit hard done by. So many of these rounds have been pretty close, but Gaimin Gladiators just have that extra bit of quality at the end to close them out. And yeah, I think TBI will be relieved a little bit to get that one over the line, but again, might only be a flash in the pan. They need to double down on that, triple down on that to close up the half and win the conversation. Lineclaw trying to push forward here behind this smoke. Oh, this is very dangerous, obviously, but two players who are kind of keeping an eye on it will move away from it now. Only really Hunt there, and he'll creep back away again. Oh, nice shot.
Yeah, it's a really nice shot. And a nice one right back here for Flex. Yeah, this is just snipers. Everybody just going for big fights here. Now FaZe trying to creep up through the sidewalk here on towards B. But he's going to have to go against Zane, so I think he's got a good position here, and I don't think Zane's expecting it, but all FaZe, unfortunately, he just can't land the shots. It kind of crumbles pretty quickly now. You can see Gaimin Gladiators trying to get everything they can to just finding this last round here if they can get themselves a nice little bit of a padding, but a 2-2 we go. Noxon and Booker a little bit wounded on this one. Same with Zane. Still up for anybody's grabs here, Trav.
Oh, Noxon again trying to go for a duel, but Spoxy and Zane will just deal with him comfortably. Now Booker, an opportunity at a clutch. This time it's not a 1v1 though, it'll be a 1v2. And it's taking longer for it, of course, to work out. He's managed to get the bomb all the way over to B, though. And the rotations on this map are very quick, even though they're a long way away. But let's see if Booker can set himself up in an aggressive position to catch them off guard. Zane and Raffin rotating in right now. Booker will take one shot and fall away. Now it's awkward for him because they kind of figured out where he could be coming from. There'll be a smoke up as well, and a nice little angle being played by Raffin. Comfortable. Booker tried his best in fair play, but he can't clutch again, and that's going to be a very solid 7-2 for GG.
Yeah, really, really nice first half. And again, like them just being on the GR side, I felt like, look, like that's not great for TBI. Like that's a tough one, right? But look, if they could have had that a little bit closer. I mean, again, those first 3 rounds, if those clutches, let's say if Noxon could have found 2 of them, that would have been 2 different rounds, right? So I mean, that really could have changed things, and that's kind of the crux of the clutch situations. But yeah, for Gaimin Gladiators, for any fans there in the chat, they're definitely going to be really, really happy with this because this is a strong performance. But just a little bit unlucky in the sense for TBI. They had some really good momentum in the beginning. Close encounters, a 50-50 chance. It's just they lost every single time on the coin toss. So now Gaimin Gladiators have put themselves up with a beautiful 7-2 scoreline. So just getting things over, I think I'm imagining we're probably switching servers here. So yeah, not bad at all. This is now where TBI are really, really going to have to showcase a strong GR side to making this a big conversation. Otherwise, this thing could be done and over with very, very quickly.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's been Christmas for a while. I think King needs to take those fairy lights down.
Were those Christmas lights? I guess it is, hey?
I mean, to be fair, like, it might just be lights, which he likes to use.
Could be like LED lights, yeah. Maybe.
Yeah.
It's kind of red, so maybe it's like maybe it's a different kind of red. But yeah, I get what you mean. When you first look, you're like, oh, that's
fairy lights. Yeah.
Yeah.
Turn them on, King. We wanna see the room look pretty.
Yeah, exactly. Show us what this cool setup is. 2 players playing in the dark.
Yeah, we've had that conversation about that, obviously, the last couple of days.
Yeah. I wonder if Hunt's like, it looks like he's kind of almost in like it's like a living room. There's
A living room, yeah.
And,
picture on the wall, and window, and a fan.
Yeah.
The regular living room by the looks of it. It's always just interesting,
lounging.
right? Obviously, it's nice to have these consistent player cams for every broadcast we do on the CFWL, just to see the setups players play on, even if we only see maybe forehead cam. If that's all we get, it's still interesting, right? Like, it's nice to have it. So we appreciate everyone at production, especially, who have putting in the hard graft over these long days to show us everything during these matchups.
Yeah, absolutely. You're just waiting for things to happen. And yeah, honestly, it's again, like I'm so curious about for TBI. Like it just, I'm kind of surprised like that FaZe really didn't equip the sniper. Like for me, that's such a head scratcher because I just feel like that's what he's known for. Like he used to be such a strong sniper. I don't know if there's a confidence issue or he just really doesn't want to. I don't know, but I definitely have a lot of questions for TBI on this because I feel like that would have been the reason they picked him up. But maybe I'm wrong, but we'll find out. I'll have to do some investigating because I'm curious now. And even Dirty departing from the team too, I thought that was a little bit unfortunate too. Like he was definitely somebody that was able to put up some good work. But again, he's also a sniper player, so maybe it was just the upgrade for FaZe. But again, that kind of goes back to my original point: is why no sniper?
It's a good point. It's a good point. Gaimin Gladiators in full control here, though, as we thought they would be. It's like the spirits aren't too low, though, in the TBI camp. They know it's a tough matchup for them today anyway. I'll be self-aware about that. I think King has always been very passionate and fun to watch on the player cams, and in these sort of old setups that TBI had. It was always fun to see how hyped up he would get for great rounds, but also bad rounds. How he would lead the team at some point, just the way he would talk about it. Him and Hunt as like a duo in that sense, being very passionate about it. And you got to respect that, of course, for a team that's not really shown incredible results historically in the CFWL, right? Like, as I've kind of touched on earlier, they're always so near but yet so far with their matches. Always seem to find a map win, make one very close, and if they get to a third, it's always slips away. And as I was kind of touching on earlier, right, it deserves to be mentioned that last season they ended the first split of season 25 in Season 1 with 1 win on the board out of 14. So that, I think 7 out of 26 maps as well, which is very, very painful. So yeah, it was not a good look for them. They went down to relegation. The only reason they were here back again is because GV imploded. So it was also moving on. FaZe, Creeds, and Snox all going to different rosters in the CFWL that opened up a spot in the league, and TBI were that third place team in relegation. So they got called back in.
And they did. Yeah, kind of a really like second life at that, right? Because again, that's where it's just again very, very disappointing. And then, like the other thing too is like the last season, it felt like they despite their score lines, like there was some games that were closer score lines, but they just couldn't get the win columns. They couldn't find that. And that's where, you and I talked about this quite a bit yesterday, is like with the format change of the best of threes, it's got the pros and cons, right? Because if you go back to the old system of BO2s, where maybe TBI would get a map, I mean, that could have been an argument to get points. But now being a BO3, you have to win it. So that's where you get the points. So that's where, some of these teams, they can't get away with just getting small points like that anymore. Like, you have to get the win columns, and that's where it can be really tough. And TBI, I think they kind of got a bit of a reality check on that last season. But sounds like we're back in it. 7-2, second half we go. TBI now will be on the GR to see if they can show us any magic. Otherwise, Gaimin Gladiators, they might just be able to thrash and gash their way through this very, very quickly.
Straight back into it. TBI, oh, they'll hold on to the line here very nicely. Raffin will go down to Booker. It's a 3k hold for him. Very quick and clean start for the second half. You mentioned actually before, lads, right? That HK, very much a tappy weapon. Make it look good. Oh my word, I'll get back to that in a moment. Talking about tapping, that is spraying to the best of your ability. FaZe has held the line there with 3 kills. Even Gladiators try and turn up the pace somewhat, and it doesn't work in any way, shape or form. So great play from FaZe. But yeah, I mean, like, we saw there how difficult it was for Booker to get that second kill after he tapped down the first when he was spraying with the HK. You just can't really do that. But he made it work. He got 3 of his own, and then immediately FaZe was up in the next round. So we're getting some of the individuals popping off now.
Yeah, we definitely do. Not bad, though, for the Gaimin Gladiators to be able to find themselves 2 quick kills early on. TBI putting themselves with a couple rounds in their favor. Not bad at all. Ooh, but Raffin, man, I was thinking Hunt actually had himself a bit of a nice angle. He's just holding it out. Now Gaimin Gladiators just trying to get this thing very much over with quickly on this round, leaving it to Noxon by himself on a 1-on-4. Not going to be easy at all. He's been unfortunately an 0-3 attempt here in the clutches, and now he's even got more of a difficult task, but finds himself this first kill. Can't seem to find the second, and there we go. Not bad at all here from the Gladiators.
And they don't get put off, right, by those first 2 rounds and start to doubt themselves in any way. They know it's just it can happen when you walk into the blender like that, and FaZe managing to get that triple kill, but immediately cancelled in the next round, and up to 8-4 now, 2 away from taking the Eagle Eye pick. Going on to Compound, that really feels like it's an early nail in the coffin for them in this series. We'll see, though. You never really truly say 100%. Flex will deal with Booker. Noxon already tagged down low as well, and King behind the smoke, all caught on the retreat. He needs some help. He's got some help, but he needs to find multiple kills somehow. He can only get the damage. Thankfully, FaZe did find 2, but not sure 2 is enough. Now Noxon is lost alive again on very low HP, 20 to be exact. And he doesn't have a flank possibility there. No idea he was here, actually. So it's a free kill on Spoxy, but any more than that will be a surprise.
A couple warning shots here, fired here from Noxon, and ooh, he's going to pick up the TRG in this kind of a clutch scenario. Bit of a bold one. And now Flex, I mean, he should be able to have the easy kill. He's just cutting off the rotate. Not bad at all. So map point going to be on the plate here for Gaimin Gladiators. And now TBI, it's requiring 5 to push this thing to an overtime conversation. But it's hard to get that point here, Trav. It's really, really hard. But some kills back and forth, not bad. TBI, yeah, they're trying to push a little bit of Trav's law here. See if they can get themselves another win. Why not? But no way, Lion Claw. There's no way you're gonna get away with this. Surely not. Oh, FaZe is running.
Yeah, he's pushed him back. And King's actually on a very fast flank here, but Spoxy's checked it. Wow. And we heard him at the last second. Now Hunt trying to deal with him. Thankfully, he will. Got the right line for that one. So, still retain a slight advantage to keep the game alive. Booker been spotted out though by Lion Claw. That's going to be awkward. Should be a headshot. Is a headshot. And now they actually have the whole map to their to their own, because while they're getting flanked a little bit by Hunt, they can go together over toward B. And there's a rotation coming off B by FaZe as well. It's the two sniper players, of course. And that's going to be very unfortunate for them to get off those angles while they go off toward B. FaZe is going to hold that line, but they've jiggled him out. The smoke's in a good position. Damage being done, though. Here's his flank coming through from Hunt. He did pick up the rifle, and FaZe actually will find Lion Claw in the end with the pistol. So well played. He'll push forward, find two. Nicely done.
Yeah, not bad at all. So this is the kind of thing, right? Like, it looks like, you know, them being on the GR side, like, it definitely seems like it's a lot better. Now they're going to try to go for a big fight in mid. They're going to try to see if they can contest a little bit, and they do. And they actually succeed on this with picking up 2 kills. Now Gaimin Gladiators getting a little bit more panicky to react to this. Spoxy. Oh, I don't know how he gets away with that. He dodged a bullet. Neo for the Matrix, and now 2 kills come back through, but still the advantage nicely here for TBI. But this is tough. They're going to have to go for this C4. They're going to have to be able to pick it up. And it's still TBI that are kind of going all over here for the map control. They're kind of all over the mini-map. But Noxon has to be careful. If he gets taken out, that can create a big, big, big opening.
Low HP, as you said, on Spoxy. Is there a way to get through? Oh, Dezane playing with the angle. Booker's now in a bit of trouble. Under a bit of pressure, being tagged down low. Dezane knows he's got the advantage, and he'll push him out of the round. And once again, for I think the 5th time in the game, Noxon has been asked to clutch for his team. And being asked to clutch in this sort of situation is just so awkward for him. He's going to be flanking here pretty quickly, but it's going to be heard, and Spoxy's holding the line. Well played. That is game done, and look at Hunt's reaction. Goodness gracious. Oh, I told you he was passionate. Respect on that. Listen, we've I mentioned how important and fun the player cams can be. We saw a split second of that, but it was it showed you how they really felt.
Yeah, it's true, right? I mean, I think there's, again, like, there's a second chance being back here for CFWL, and yeah, I mean, you gotta love the passion, right? You really, really do. It's tough when you take a loss, but again, they gotta realize, like, you're playing Gaimin Gladiators. This is a top contending team, so the fact that you push the scoreline the way you did is not a bad thing at all. There's still some room for improvement here, but yeah, unfortunately for them, they don't get their map pick. I think there must have been some reliance on this. They thought that they were a bit more prepared for it, but at the end of the day, I mean, we definitely get to see the top dogs, showcasing what they got a little bit here.
Yeah, and it is an expected map 1 win, even though TBI have Eagle Eye as a pick, and they are quite solid on it, and they've proved that, of course, we're getting a win this season. Yeah, I think it's what you thought would come through in the end. So hopefully Hunt's desk is in one piece, and hopefully the desk are in one piece as well. We're going to throw it back to them.
I mean, we are in one piece indeed.
Yeah,
Let's
not
hope
sure
the
of
best
Hans'
for
desk.
Hans' desk. I'm not really sure about this one, but a pretty convincing win for Gaming Gladiators.
As expected, honestly. I mean, they did back Eli, but the better team did win, which is GG. I mean, look at how GG play, and feels like one piece. They are just so connected to each other, and they just feel it. Whenever we go B, we will go all B. Whenever we go A, we will go A, and execute it perfectly. Don't forget the individual differences that I can tell and I can see. I mean, the amount of clutches that Noxon had from TBI is just so respectable, and you need to give credits where it's due. And let's give some credits to FaZe and Noxon. Both of these players did an amazing job from TBI side. With that being said, back to GG. Man, whenever it's a 1v2, it's a 2v3, GG always shine, and they always give us the game that we really want to see, and manage to get the round. Now, I can't say that this game was going back and forth. Maybe in the early game and the late game when it was 9-3, then some rounds started to come from TPI, but of course it was a bit late on the counter. So GG managed to win against their map. Honestly, a bit questionable win from TPI, yet convincing from GG side, because picking Eagle Eye should be one of your favorite map after Ankara, which were banned by Team GG. Not entirely sure what can they pull here, but I mean, when you have this head start from GG, you can easily tell that GG is locked in and in the flow zone and ready to take over this win. It started with 7-1, man, 7-1, and then TPI started to get themselves some rounds. So it's not the best start, to say the least, from TPI side.
Yeah, 100%, and you can see the frustration, right, on the players after the game. I mean, they're not in the best position, but like Trav said, you are playing against Gaimin Gladiators, right? Like, you shouldn't be taking it like too emotionally, let's say, because it might affect you in the next map even, and like it shouldn't be over before it's completely over, right?
I mean, there is still the other map, Compound, which is backed by GG, and we did see PingPongPals among against the odds from Swamp Gaming and the other teams that they would win, and PingPongPals did surprise us with a clean 2-0, to say the least. Now, thing is, with TBI, I understand the frustration. It's at 8 teams in the league, and all of them want to win. All of them want to, you know, get themselves in a better position, especially if you're TPI. They had a rough season, speaking about season 1, and then season 2, they are on the top 3, the last top 3. So it's a bit hard for the TPI. I understand Hunt frustration, understand the whole team frustration, but you need to focus on the objective and you know, have a good reset to your mentality. Jump in the server, just forget what happened, play it as if it was a best of one, and forget you don't have nothing to lose, honestly, when you are at the least the last 3 positions. So yeah, I just wish to reach Port, which is the last map. I kinda don't think we will, especially after seeing how GG played on Eagle Eye, and the next map is Compound, and there's map. So not entirely sure what we will see in Compound from TPI side.
Yeah, and regarding the mental state point that you mentioned, like you need to reset before the second map, right? Because like if you get too emotional, like while playing the game,
you're gonna
might
catch
affect
up
you
with the
very
circle.
negatively. Exactly. And going into Compound, like Gaimin Gladiators map, it doesn't look good for TPI, let's say. I mean, if they were playing together as a team and they lost, we would have said that maybe we can see a good game in Compound. But I felt like the rounds that TPI won, it was just like I don't know, like maybe over-aggression from GG and some outplays individually from TBI.
See, from the start, the game was controlled by GG. That means that TBI did not start the game with a good head start, then GG made a comeback. That will make us say that, okay, that happened, so the next game TPI can manage to win. But no, GG controlled the game from the start to the end. Maybe 2 or 3 rounds were thrown by TPI on the mid of the game and the late game. But that analytics and that analysis of the game just give more favor and give more strength points to GG rather than strength point or weak points to TPI. Now with Compound, one major fact that you can tell for TPI that is a bit of a default map. Anything can happen in a default map. It can go for TPI, it can go for GG. But first of all, it was backed by GG. Second, they destroyed them on their own map, and the gap was there. They got the better individual, if I'm being frank. Thing is, with TPI, some players did manage to get their full potential at the end of the round, such as Hunt, Noxon. Noxon clutched 2 times out of 3 in a 1v2 scenario. That means, okay, you are good. You know how to clutch with the new weapons. So why not jump at the server, you know, get us to Port, which I really hope so, but I do not expect nor predict.
Okay, if you are like TBI's or GL, okay, going into the second map, knowing that like the players might be frustrated, what would you tell the team to have them mental reset and to help them play like a decent map 2 at least.
I'd say with Travis said, honestly, you know, it's good to know that you're a good team, but it's better to know your limits, kinda, on the current season, because the limits were shown on the first season. They were able to destroy 999 and some of the weaker teams. Now they did climb a bit. Now they can destroy 999 and some of the other teams in the league, but losing to GG is totally fine. That means refresh your mental, reset, lower your expectations, yet go ham. Now, it would be an insane surprise from TBI if they do win, but you don't want to be overly emotional jumping on the second game of the best of 3. You lose, you win. It's still at the end of the day, it's a mental thing. It's a mentality at the end of the day. With TBI, I'd hope to see them in a better state within the league, but I do not think this game will be theirs. But jumping in the next game, they need a fresh mentality, man. They need to forget that the first game did happen.
Yeah.
Just jump in with a fresh mental. Just let's play one best of 1 and let's see what will happen.
Yeah, 100%. And let's see if TBI can mint a reset and do a decent map 2, or will GG get an easy 2-0 like we predict. Let's see with Trav and Laz in map 2.
Let's see. And honestly, I'm still convinced that TBI they're going to show a bit of a better performance than they did on map 1. But there's no way that Gaimin Gladiators let it slip from here. I think even if it goes to 3, I still think Gaimin Gladiators find a way to win. TBI, as we've kind of been mentioning historically, get so close. They maybe win a map even in an unexpected fashion, but they never really get it over the line. So we will find out now on Compound. TBI, of course, trying to play catch up, and hopefully their all peripherals are intact on the side of Hunt.
Yeah, exactly right. And you know, I think you're being a little optimistic, which is good to see, because I think for me, like, I feel like a map like this, I definitely put a really heavy lean on for Gaimin Gladiators. I mean, maybe TBI could maybe get more than 5 rounds, possibly, but again, I feel like this is a map where, you know, Gaimin Gladiators have really good experience, you know, both playing, you know, within CFWL, but also internationally, so it really gives them a huge opportunity to have a pretty big score line on this, but we'll wait and see. Maybe things are going to be a little bit different on this. Again, a map that everybody plays, that always makes it a little bit better, but we'll wait and find out. TBI, you know, it was really good to hear from the desk. They made a really good point, is the fact of just, you know, again, like, I think just lowering the expectations a little bit and kind of just taking what you can out of this situation here for TBI. So we'll find out. They're on the GR side, not bad at all. Good way to start this, but nobody's been down yet. Like, for almost a minute down on the clock here, Trav. I mean, it's kind of just been getting little feelers.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. Usually how Compound is played. Not sure if we're gonna. I'm just gonna need to fix a little bit of the graphics we've got for you at the moment. They're a little bit skewed. There we go. Only a couple of seconds it took to get rid of that for you. All well and good. And now we're back underway with 40 seconds. Nothing really, of course, you have missed in that few seconds. We had to switch off, and FaZe will finally start off the game. He'll manage to get 1, and Noxin holds the line for 2. Well done. Zane may have got a trade, but Hunt is fighting, playing very aggressive, and in the end will get taken down, but he knows he can do that because there are 2 more players around to help. So TBI will start well.
Yeah, not bad at all. A little bit of a new camera angle for FaZe too, so that's kind of interesting. But look, I mean, for them to get around, that's going to be good. People will be a little bit cooled off. They'll be good now as well. But like we said, like, them being on the GR is definitely going to be a good note for them. Gaimin Gladiators, we'll see what kind of BL strategies they're going to have for us on this one. How much they really want to show, I'm not too sure. They might be, you know, just kind of relying a little bit on their firepower and a little bit of structure on this one, maybe, potentially. They might just be preserving their ideas. I don't know, but we'll find out. 3 players now going to go for the B main fight. King is going to be the first point of contact. Takes a little bit of damage here with some nades. Does have the re-smoke here. That's going to be able to, again, burn some time. And a little bit of a turtle setup on this from TBI. Again, just kind of waiting things out. Not really too much out of this. You know, King's just trying to see if he can get a little bit of a jump spot. Flex is just being so cheeky. He's just hoping for a jump shot, but okay, he's going to go down.
And GG can't take TBI lightly here. They do know that they have the ability to grab a map out of nowhere when they all synergize well. They do have the ability. It's just the lack of being able to do that all the time. Not every team is perfect all the time, obviously. Not everyone is perfectly consistent, but TBI are more up and down than anyone, it feels like. You need to be careful not to let them get away early game. Flex will go down, being pretty bold, like you said. So early 5v4. Spoxy will hold that line though and Devil Hunt this time. And they can go pretty fast now in toward that split between A and B. Are they going to be able to hold them at bay? FaZe has got a flank going though, and he's done that great work there to help out Booker too. Booker gets rid of a couple of distracted players on his screen, gets 2 quick kills. Spoxy will end clear 1, but he's got to find 3 more. And of course, stuck behind that wall-bangable wall, will go down. So TBI again, hold on.
Yeah, not bad at all. Things are looking a little bit better, and honestly, they're doing a pretty good job. I mean, Booker's already put himself at 4 frags, which is not bad at all. A little bit slower here for Gaimin Gladiators. We see FaZe get himself ready to go. He's got the TRG ready, and there we go. That's it. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Like, is now we finally get FaZe kind of getting back into his ways. He finds this good opening duel here. Takes down Flex. Normally the guy to go down first here for Gaimin Gladiators. So we'll see what they're going to do here with the core 4. But grouped up in window, waiting things out on the back skirts of mid. Bombs still dropped here. Still obtainable for them, of course, which is fine, but they got to be able to find a duel here. Noxon, actually, if he can't seem to get a kill here and he goes down, this could be a very nice opening right now just to kind of mix things up. There it is. Not bad at all.
Yeah, big one to take. They can now fall back with that recovery and go again in a 4v4. Quite a further forward position, of course, here for King over toward B. The fight's going to be coming through toward that line claw sort of anchor area, but they both fall off of it because we've already seen a kill come through. Get TBI an advantage once again. Playing the map pretty well at the moment. And they've got a good setup wherever Gaimin Gladiators do choose to go. Booker will go for a swing and dome the Zane out of the round. It's looking very, very good individually right now. Booker is having a great start. 6 kills already. And King refuses to die. Goodness me, how is he alive on B? Thankfully for TBI and for Gaimin Gladiators, to be fair, it doesn't really make a big difference here because Lion Claw is 1v4 anyway. But somehow King's been able to keep himself alive. It's a matter of time now before he goes down, and TBI get a 3-round lead. He's going to leap his way forward, and it's King in the end to find the kill. Somehow, after being stuck in the corner for so long.
Yeah, this is already looking a lot better, and I think actually for TBI they're doing a good job. Like, it just feels like, again, there's nothing crazy that they're doing. It just feels like they're just playing some protocols. Things are working out okay. Gaimin Gladiators, it's this is where it gets a little bit interesting. They are going to call a timeout, so kind of rightfully so, because again, this is where a team like this, it's really hard to watch them sometimes in the sense that they can be so strong, but then they have these really weird moments where they just lose multiple rounds, and it almost feels like there's a massive disconnect for what their game plan is and what they want to do. Like, something is just kind of crosswired. I don't know, but that's something I've definitely noticed with them sometimes, is that they really get kind of like lost a little bit in the abyss. So that's kind of what we're seeing right now, right? I mean, it's not looking like there's a confident play or a right vision of what they want. So Flex is going to have to kind of regroup the troops here and kind of figure out a new game plan.
Yeah, right time to chuck in a attack, like you said, like for sure. Struggling a little bit here. TBI playing in a way that is a bit more aggressive, a bit more solid than they were expecting. And it's catching them off guard a little tiny bit. Chance maybe to, say, series for TBI. Flex is re-locking in as he shifts back into his desk. So probably done with that Pause now. Right on time.
Okay, back into it we go. Not bad. Now 3-0 for TBI. Getting a little bit closer to this, reaching the 5. Hunt getting a little bit too hungry for this one. He thought he could get away with it, but now Lion Claw. Good inkling. Good spidey sense finds him. So now this gives Gaimin Gladiators finally a man up here in the situation. Is it the Vepr? Is that how you pronounce that? Vepr? Vepr?
Can you...
V-E-P-R?
You talking
You'll see
about
it.
smoke
The
vapor?
gun.
Wait, what are we talking about?
It was a gun he was holding. Well, you'll see it. That's King. Yeah, we'll see it.
Okay, sorry, I'm completely...
No, that's okay, because I was thinking, I don't think I've seen this gun yet. So
you were looking
a
at
couple
the
guns
smoke.
have been thrown.
Looking at smoke, and I was like, wait, you mean smoke vapor? Like, but no, yeah, that's actually a new one, I think. We've seen, obviously, the HK. We've seen even actually Pietra put out the Scar on a couple of rounds as well. So this is a new option that I haven't seen a player use since the meta change update. Obviously, King's about to have a duel with it right now in the corner. See how he makes it work. The Vepr, indeed. The Vepr 12. He gets some damage. Actually hits a headshot, I'm pretty sure. Kink's wrapping down in one bullet, but doesn't complete the kill. So he'll go down, and suddenly it's all falling the way of GG out of that pause. Good play, good teamwork there, pinching together. TBI have to retake 2v3.
Yeah, and even Oxen now. Really, really tough and nade. That doesn't really do any damage. Can't really find anything. So now, again, a good demonstration of how difficult the site can be to retake on. You have one player that's coming through the front door, the other one that's trying to kick down the back door. Not going to happen at all. This is just really, really tough. And now Oxen, I mean, he's got everybody looking at him, and it's just a matter of time here. I was going to say, yeah, surely. And there we go. Gaimin Gladiators get it done. They finally get on the board again. So, not bad at all. A little bit, I think, in the beginning, that Hunt, kind of went for a bit of a bold play right in the very beginning. He was trying to see if he could find a quick duel. Didn't pan out nicely for him. But either way, still up by a lead, which is something we weren't able to really say too much here for the map pick of them for Eagle Eye. So now Gaimin Gladiators they got a little bit more here to push this thing to a tie game. That's the biggest question.
Yeah, King tried that weapon once and is like, yep, nope, didn't work for me. Switch back to Old Faithful again. We saw the Chris Super V a little bit yesterday as well, that fast-moving SMG. Still figuring things out. Ooh, Hunt, that's a great bit of aggression. The M14 is definitely one we've seen used to great effect, and he finds 2 there on the fast-moving spray. Covered though, maybe 3.
Okay. 3-3. Ooh, knocks him with a beautiful double now, actually, and that's going to be the bomb drop too. So TBI, round by round here, they're putting themselves at a 4-1. So, I don't know. Something changed. Ever since that map 1 to map 2, it's looking pretty good for them. And a bit of a lackluster here from Gaimin Gladiators. Again, a map pick for them where I was thinking this was a really sure thing, and I thought their BL side was going to be stronger than this, but TBI have really put up a good wall of defense on this, and now Spoxy finding this first shot. And now Hunt, he's got himself here, the TRG. He's trying to see if he's going to be able to find a bit of a connection, taking a ton of damage. He's got to be careful. Some nades are flying at him. They are just trying to get rid of him with this hold this utility. They don't even want to use any guns. Finally, they put a gun to the action here. And there we go. Gaimin Gladiators on a 5-on-3. Very, very nice position to be in. They're just going to go for the split into B. There is double players here from the defense, but again, the number advantage is high right now. So you can see the flank from Flex. This should be able to catch them off guard. It's just really a matter of time here. Unless he whips, and he does. This is just chaos.
Yeah, lots of missed shots coming through at the moment. It's a bit worrying for Gaimin Gladiators, but they should be able to figure this one out now. It's a 4v2. King finally been found. Sure, Booker and Noxon are playing the site together, but unfortunately for them, Gaimin Gladiators are not going to commit, and that's rightly so as well. Go elsewhere. You'll still have to try and get past Noxon, who put in a great performance, of course, in the previous round to hold them at bay. Raffin, of course, a little bit worried about them being flanked, as it so often can be the case. Noxin probably needs 2 kills from here, but oh my goodness. Dropped on by Spoxy, and that'll be round over.
Yeah, no, I mean, just how fast I kind of turned around here, and Booker. Yeah, I mean, look, he might be able to find a quick kill here, maybe, but no, good little bit of coordination, high and low here from Gaimin Gladiators. Not bad at all. So since that timeout, looking a lot better, or slowly looking better, I should say, at least. See what happens a little bit differently. Spoxy having himself a really good game again, so sitting at a 6-1. Lion Claw and Raffin both behind, but Hunt actually does make some good connection here with the sniper. Some good utility damage. Look at how low both King and Booker are. They're wounded, but they're still going to go for this fight. King now, it might be a matter of time. They might not know he's here. Flash going to get thrown, and it's just, if he can find the perfect second to peek, that could help, but it's going to be his teammate that's going to be able to find this kill, and now they should know King's here. This should be a done deal. King does still get away with multi-kills. My God! All right, the IGL TBI, he's going to prevail, and now TBI have put themselves in a position to win this half.
Crazy. Wow. Again, great play. Again, this is just classic TBI. They find a way to overperform, but this just never gets it over the line at the end of the BO3. Today, I'll be very surprised if that happens, but again, they're just playing well. Going for a popular play here by pushing up toward mid very aggressively, and FaZe, wow, he's found 2. Spoxy was very aware of that possibility. You can see where he was playing, but FaZe is being an absolute G right now. Goodness gracious. 4 kills, 3 in the round, since our little recovery, of course, and finally he'll get taken down by Lion Claw, but it's too little too late. Bomb is still in mid and in the vision of TBI. That mid push-up, as I say, was telegraphed, but GG couldn't deal with it.
Hoo-wee. Some a little bit happier faces over here, and things are looking a little bit better, Trav. So 6-2 though. I honestly didn't think that. Like, I know you made your comment. You're like, oh yeah, I think they're gonna get more rounds. I'm like, nah. Like, you know, that's so anti-Canadian to me. I was just like, no, there's no way. Like, there's just no chance. And honestly, I guess karma kind of got back to me a little bit on this one, because yeah, honestly, it's been stellar. They've done a really good job here on the GR side.
Hunt will put a smoke down to allow a bit of space for himself, but Flex will little pot shot. Nothing going for him though, and Gaimin Gladiators will be very aware that they do need this final round of the half. Of course, it is a bit historically they do like the map of Compound, but a bit of a slower half than we've seen from them before, even though they are on the ever so slightly unfavoured side. Hunt's going to creep forward with the M14. He's got a couple of multi-kills with it so far. Been very impactful. You know they're up toward mid, but they're not willing to go for any peeks just yet. 50 seconds. Gaimin Gladiators trying to group up with 5, and they'll now go through with a flash, but Dazane will stop Hunt from doing anything this time. FaZe will respond toward Lion Claw, and Raffin will push forward. Oh, Booker is ready. So ready for that. Spoxy trying to recover and actually flex on the secondary sniper, as well as doing some great work. In the end, they will scrape one over the line.
Whew. Okay. He's getting a little tense over here. This is a little bit different than I was definitely expecting, for sure. I think they're wearing their new jerseys too. A couple of them are, I think. Just noticing this now. It's kind of cool. Either way. A couple of these guys wearing their kits. Not bad at all. FaZe probably waiting for his in the mail. But, you know, you and I talked about this really briefly once. I think it was last season, but, you know, I think we both like the color purple. We thought that was kind of cool from ROC.
That's actually very true. Yeah, I'm a big purple enjoyer. Go on.
Yeah, me too. And you know, honestly, like I don't mind some of these colors. Like actually, I don't mind the yellow, like from TBI. Like it's not too bad at all. Like I'm glad to see teams kind of getting out of the comfort of just black and white jerseys. I always feel like it's just been so exhausted. Like let's have some fun with it, you know?
I know, right? I mean, that's more reason I feel like for you know, fans to buy their jerseys because they pop more, they have more color, and yeah, I just feel like it's such a poor business decision to, you know, have such boring jerseys sometimes. But in the CFWL, I can't really complain. There's a couple of nice logos, I've got to say. I'm quite happy with the variation.
Well, we'll see. Let's see if the variation will be a little bit here for Gaimin Gladiators as well, here for the GR side. As the 6-3 first half is like I said, something I did not predict at all. You're in favor for TBI, but that's going to make them feel really, really good. But now they got a lot of work cut out for them here to see what they can do. And it's still the 5-on-5. Time is slowly dwindling away here. Just waiting to see what TBI want to go for. It could even be the potential 4-1 split where they might have FaZe just kind of lurk through mid, see if he might be able to catch a rotator off guard. He might be the first point of contact. He might be the guy that wants to make the play. Looks like he's going to go for that gunfight right away. He's taking a ton of damage, and now Lion Claw eats him alive, gets 2.5 kills. And now this thing is getting a little bit all over the place. Hunt does actually still find himself a kill. Raffin jumping around like a gazelle and gets it. Now it's all just down to Hunt by himself. The young gun now, the one that's showing us a lot of passion here in the server. Required for a clutch on the 1-on-2. He's got 45 seconds, so he definitely has time behind him. So he doesn't have to commit to the plant right away, but looks like that's going to be the case here, Trav.
What can Hunt do? Gaimin Gladiators need a good start in the second half, and Hunt's lined them up! Oh my word, look at the reaction. You can tell he's loving that. That was Gaimin Gladiators round every day of the week, but Hunt says, look, I'm going to create a new day. This is Hunt Day.
Not bad at all. You love to see it. And he's definitely someone that's been grinding. He's been trying to prove his, you know, a lot of worth, and he's just been trying to advance himself more and more. So it's great to see him putting up a magnificent clutch like that and getting a double kill in that kind of a fashion. So now Gaimin Gladiators, this is starting to sweat a little bit. This has now lost control. Like a 7-3 scoreline is definitely now getting questionable. Like this is not a good situation to be in. So for them, I don't know if they kind of like were easing off the gas a little bit. The Zane now going to try to go for this first attack. And actually, I thought that flash was actually going to be a demise for him, but he gets enough time to get his sights back in order. He gets this kill. And TBI don't even take any sort of presence on this. They actually just kind of post up. They just kind of split 2 and 2 now. So that was kind of just a little bit of a teaser attempt from FaZe, but what are they going to do with this? I mean, they're split apart from each other. They're nowhere near each other, but I guess they got a buddy system in place.
Yeah, a bit of alarm bells ringing for Gaimin Gladiators now. They won that first one of the half, 6-4. It's fine. 7-3. That's a bit of a further way back. Big difference, 4-2. Double the amount of work needed. TBI outperforming their form, their personal form, once again, it feels like. I give them all the credit in the world for that. But job's not done. Spoxy's ready. Multiple players on the angle. Knocks in King and Hunt. Ready to go. Oh my word, another great play to entry in. But Raffin, he was there as an insurance policy. And look at that. Stone cold. 3 kills and a great performance. But he knows there's a long way to go.
Yeah, it is a long way to go. And that's, again, like where we were kind of saying they're breaking a little bit of a sweat on this too, because they're going to have to take this round by round and make sure they play their best game here. Get a little bit of a wake-up call if they want to get this thing done with a 2-0, like the desk was kind of alluding to, is saying, like, look, it could be an easy 2-0, but I don't even know if it's easy anymore. I feel like it's starting to get a little bit challenging in some regards, so we'll find out. But this is, again, where, you know, we talk a lot about teams when they're getting closer and closer to that map point, where it adds that extra pressure, that extra stress, and some of these players are definitely experienced on TBI, but some of them are a little bit less experienced, you could argue, comparable to here for, like, Gaimin Gladiators. So that's where nerves are going to be a bit more that they're going to have to be balanced here and not running too high.
Set up in mid. Waiting for Gaimin Gladiators to make a move at some point, but maybe for another 20 seconds or so as they look to creep forward now. We've got FaZe in his position to fight against Lion Claw as usual, and Flex will deal with the first kill, but again, TBI's trades have been really good so far, not letting them get into big advantages too easily. King's trying to make his way through a smoke. Zane knows what's going on, but doesn't know which target to go for first, and it makes it awkward, but Spoxy's there. He catches Booker, the last player alive. And you can see they're getting a little bit more powered up now, a little bit more hyped, knowing that this comeback trail needs to continue going. They can't let up. Still a 7-5 lead for TBI, but 2 in a row for GG.
Yeah, this is kind of the thing. Like we always talk about, you know, for a team like ROC again, you know, they're very well known where they can be in deficits and they can make a huge comeback. Gaimin Gladiators, I wouldn't really put them in that same category, but I mean, again, when we talk about this matchup here, like in terms of caliber, like this is a big opportunity for them because again, let's not forget, like a 7-2 scoreline is pretty massive, and now, you know, this is a 2-round differential we're talking about. So for Gaimin Gladiators, if they can bring this back to a tie game and maybe even get this across the line, that's going to be an extra sweet little bit of a victory. But again, this is where TBI, being a new team, have to show something a little bit. And look at Raffin. He just removes them out of the equation here. But a great trade back here from the IGL of King. He's able to get himself right back into the double, still making it the 3-3 situation. Now, things are getting a little bit weird. Things are getting a little bit awkward here. And a good position for TBI to maybe burn a little bit more of the time. They can kind of figure out a new game plan if they want. This is where Gaimin Gladiators, they have to make some tough decisions. Do you want to just keep one anchored player in the site? Do you want to double up? It looks like they're actually going to try to double up in this B side potentially and just leaving Dezane by himself. So Dezane has to make sure he doesn't overextend on this, because if he goes down, that's an open site, and he's actually going to go for the fight. He's just going to go right in for the gunfight. He doesn't care at all. He's just shooting through his smoke. He's just trying to see what he can make connections with, and all of a sudden, TBI, this has completely hit the wall, and it's all down to Booker now for a 1-on-2.
Great hold, even though he was not really in an advantage there, Dezane. It looked like he was. And now Booker won a couple of clutches for his team in this series so far, and he's going to need one here. 25 seconds, though, that's the issue. Sure, he's got the bomb on his back, and actually does have a free A bomb site. He's going to realise that now. Obviously, he'll try and clear out as many positions as possible before he makes it happen, but Dezane and Spoxy know they can go together and retake this one. Booker's taking a very long time to clear out the site in its entirety, but he knows he's got time for the plant with 1 second to go. I know it's quite literally on the line of time, but just to make sure no one was hiding. Unfortunately, it's given enough time for the GG players to kind of rotate over and help out and swarm him, and they don't allow him any space whatsoever. So, well played. Recovery for Spoxy and for GG. The gap is now just 1 in this game. From 7-3 to 7-6. One of the right time as well for a little check for TBI. Could go for attack at this point. Talk things over. It's now anyone's game again. As soon as Gaimin Gladiators get over to this Global Risk side, it feels like it's always a bit more of a safety net for them. They feel a lot more confident on that. And TBI realise they need to try and solve the issues now, so they will throw that attack timeout in.
Yeah, some good deep talks here for TBI. This is where, I mean, some good thoughts, and again, a lot of they're a very expressive team, and not even, you know, I know we're all kind of joking and memeing a little bit about Hunt, but actually, like, even for like King, you definitely see him getting fired up. You definitely see, you know, in past, like even Booker, he's pretty. I feel like Booker's usually pretty like calm and collected about everything, but yeah, he's definitely shown a little bit of that as well. So pretty cool to see. But now, you know, when you kind of look at body language alone, it like you can see it feels a little tense, right? It feels like a little bit of stress is coming in, so rightfully so. But again, a big lead has now been really dwindled. Makes things a little bit more hard of a celebration or feeling good about anything.
Yeah, fair. Fair assessment for sure. I know that Gaimin Gladiators now on this favoured side of theirs, and they can do so much good work and recover the game so quickly, and it kind of has gone in a flash from 7-3 to 7-6. So, definitely the right time for the attack. Now, we have some work to do. The players going out to side B already.
And actually, you know, it's you know, for me, that's been interesting too, in some regard, is the fact that normally we always every season talk about, you know, Gaimin Gladiators being a team that they've always been really fun to see because they have Spoxy, which is arguably the best sniper. Like he definitely is one of those guys that just is so good. Flex can really bring a lot of heat with it too, but I've noticed a lot, actually, he's been just equipped with a rifle, so he hasn't really been sniping too much, which is kind of different, because they're pretty known to having just a constant 2-sniper team, but this time, they're kind of mixing up a little the composition and rapping. Oh man, I don't even know, he just got just enough time here to get out of that flashbang, and now, I mean, this is where Zane might be able to just, again, needs to be able to find connections,
no way.
He just can't, and TBI, they steal that one.
I like that was a lot of indecision there from Gaimin Gladiators on that hold, like switching between two separate enemies, not finishing off the kill on either one. So again, I mean, it happens more often than it doesn't it? The attack pause works for an immediate round to follow. It's a question of whether you can get another one after that straight away. Maybe that can be the Laz law. Attack pause always works for a round, but I've seen quite a lot of that happening in the last couple of days we've been covering it. We'll see, though. I think, as I say, it can work for one, but working for more than that is the question. GG, keeping their lines a little bit on some of those site holds. TBI wasn't the cleanest take in the world, but they'll take the result every single time. 2 away from Port. Oh, that's dangerous.
That is very dangerous. This is really a lot of, again, just a little bit poke and prod in here right now from TBI. Like, not bad at all, right? Just trying to get a sense of the water, right? Like, is it too hot, too cold? We don't know. What area do we want to go swimming in here, I guess? But the good smoke now going to block off here for Spoxy's view here, playing a pretty deep A setup on this for the cross. And now TBI, I mean, getting mid control for free, it's obviously intentional, because you can see what Gaimin Gladiators are doing on this. They have a player that's just sitting in GR spawn. You also have the Flux is just kind of sitting here with an off angle as well. So it's a bit of a trap. It's a bit of an illusion here for TBI to go, okay, hang on, they're giving us some good control. Let's just go for it. Let's just take it. And actually, the fact that even Hunt is able to find the better of Spoxy, that's something you don't get to see every day. And now Flex, he's got the pistol out, but he needs to be able to find more. Zane at least can get something from the high ground, but this thing is turned back into the 2v2. King trying to get ultra aggressive here for the big swing. And now you got the rifles. The 2-2 intact. The C4 is going to go down. And this post plan is so critical right now for TBI to put themselves on the map point. Gaimin Gladiators needing to overwhelm Booker, but Booker does even one better. Fairy tries his abilities to spray this thing through, and now it's turned into the 1v1. Flex is critically low. He needs to hit the best shot of his life to put himself on a 7th round. Otherwise, TBI might be able to have this thing done. Flex gets the time to get away with this. Does he have the ability to find the shot? Indeed, he does not, and TBI a push map point.
I thought for a second that King allowing Flex to even jump out of the window at all was a mistake, because it allowed him to get onto the same ground as him and maybe push him down, get a quick fire headshot. But if he stayed in that angle, hitting one bullet was all he needed to do. So it's going to be a great round win. And again, King is the main man. The M14 getting 3 kills straight away. Gaimin Gladiators once again. Oh my god, King is on a tear. He's just he's held W, and he could be finding all 5. Okay, Lion Claw will put him to the floor, but it doesn't matter. Gaimin Gladiators have kind of disappeared on compound here, and TBI do the thing they always seem to do. Get an unlikely map victory against a big team, but always the question remains, can they win a map 3?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, what a turn of events here. Like, TBI, the fact they're able to put themselves in this kind of a position and getting the victory, that's huge. Like, honestly, both these teams are now respectfully taking the map picks from each other. And with all respect, I just did not see that happening with a new team like this to take down a team like Gaimin Gladiators on a map like Compound. I mean, it looks like they've done some homework. Gaimin Gladiators, I mean, they're going to have to really think hard about how they're going to approach Port, because that is just, it shouldn't have never got to this point from their perspective. And now, I mean, TBI, I mean, they're going to feel really good about this. That is a great victory to have.
Yeah, I mean, you were struggling to say Port there, and I think anyone on TBI would be struggling to say Port. I mean, Gaimin Gladiators probably thought Port won't be happening either. So, yeah. I mean, fair play. This sort of situation, you can only say to TBI, listen, fair enough, mates, because you have overperformed here and done a lot better than I thought you would. It's not a bad map for them. We know that historically, but it's Gaimin Gladiators. And again, they're finding a way to win these random maps in these series and make themselves look competitive. So I will throw to a break and see what the desk have to say after that.
TBI managed to get the mental reset
Mm-hmm.
and managed to win GG on their own map.
And honestly, Hunt, the desk slam
Yeah,
did not
it
go to
worked.
waste. Yep, it did not. It did not went in vain, man.
Yeah.
Super insane yet convincing win from TPI side. Honestly, they did have their mental reset in 100%. Clear way, and their path was clean. And honestly, man, I did underestimate about TBI. Let's be honest, and I thought it was going to be 2-0. I even said that it's okay. GG is a bit of a stronger team, but clearly I'm wrong. And TPI is as strong as GG, and they did manage to, win the second map. And big surprise is that this map was compound picked by Team GG. So speaking about the set summary, 10-6. Honestly, the game from the start to the end was going to TPI side more than it was to GG. And of course, the legend, in my opinion, was Hunter Booker. Of course, Hunt, who was super devastated after the first loss, managed to get himself a win. I mean, seeing Booker play and how he knows the corners that Leon Claw is always getting into, and he reads both Ruffin and Spoxy in such a nice way, because it's at the end of the day it's a sniper gameplay in the first 10 seconds of the round. If you can get a clear kill with a sniper, and I loved how Hunt and Booker managed to, since the sniper gameplay from Spoxy and put a limit to it. Yes, it's 1.36 KDA, meaning he got himself kills here and there, but at the end of the day the comeback was not a successful mission from GG. And yeah, TPI managed to win compound, which is backed by GG.
Yeah, and to be honest, it was such an impressive start for TBI for the map as well, right? Like winning 3 rounds in a row, and like you lost the map 1 that you picked, and as we saw on the cameras, the players felt that they were not in the mood, they were frustrated, slamming desks, and going into map 2, winning 3 rounds in a row, and managing to make use of the global risk side specifically, because like we know that compound maybe like favor to the global risk side a bit more, and they made the best use out of it. And it's not like okay, in the first game we said that some players are doing some outplays, and this is where TBI shined, and this is where TBI managed to get some rounds. But in this game, TBI felt like a new team. They felt like the chemistry is there. They felt like it's a new TBI. Like
Exactly,
TBI
and yeah, a new TBI. I think that's the right expression, because the one that played on the first map, it was 100% not TPI, man. They weren't comfortable in Eagle Eye as they were on Compound. Maybe they should have picked Compound from the start and not Eagle Eye. I mean, with that being said, jumping into Port, Julio. I mean, Port is this neutral map where every team can shine, and it's always left as a decider map. Port, New Mexico, sometimes Sapes and maps like this. I do not know what to expect from TBI and GG, and in cases like this, I would say GG would get the win, but after seeing Hunt, Booker, King, and the rest of the boys, I'm gonna give it to TBI, man. Not sure, but TBI do have an edge here.
Okay, I mean, TPI might have the mental edge, right? And Trav said it, like, they always manage to get a map, they always manage to get
but
map
they
3.
don't finish the mission, though. That's what's devastating.
Exactly. So will they finish the mission, yes or no?
Hopefully.
We will know this in Port with Trav and Laz. You have them.
Come on, TBI, it's time. It's time to find one of these results and make it go your way. Like, they've been so close to it so far. It's the story of their seasons in this one. Of course, if they're able to get a win over Gaimin Gladiators, it'll be one of the upsets of the season, because they shouldn't even be in the league, TBI. They failed in relegation. GV, of course, imploded and allowed them back in. So, Laz, if it was to happen here, it would be an incredible win.
It really would. I mean, look, and like I keep saying, like these maps, it feels like there's just no chance. Because I mean, a map like Port is definitely a map that, again, Gaimin Gladiators should be good on. But I don't know if today's an off day. I don't know if TBI have just come fully prepared for this. But the thing I was thinking about, and kind of going back to the the little bit of the joke you were making about Hunt and stuff like that, is I kind of wonder if they actually did some preparation for Compound, where I think they were hoping that Eagle Eye would have went their way. Then they could have been able to get the sweep onto Compound the way they did. And that would have been a 2-0, right? Like, if we think about if they would have won that map pick, this would have been over in the favor of TBI, and, you know, Gaimin Gladiators would have had a loss. So maybe that's where some of the frustration comes into it. But look, I mean, we're here, the third final map of this one. And now for, you know, for Gaimin Gladiators, I mean, again, it's a lot about them just trying to maintain the top spot. But for TBI, like you said, hopefully they can just get the job done and get themselves a massive victory here today.
Yeah, reminder, of course, as well, it is TBI's first official in the CFWL with the new meta too, so it'll be even more impressive, I would say. Flex tries to drop down, a bit messy, but is able to find FaZe on the flank drop, and then Raffin finds Hunt as the last player alive, so straight off to bat here for GG. They know they've underperformed on map 2, they don't want to let it go on map 3.
Yeah, and again, this is where, like, for me, like, I look at this, and this map is a map that, you know, Gaimin Gladiators play over and over again, like a map they're very well experienced on, but I'm kind of throwing that theory a little bit out the window just because, again, Compound was just, it was just such an abysmal from them. Like, it really just wasn't anything, and now Noxon might be able to get a free kill here. Flex is wide open, now the communication, there's no swing. Why are they not swinging together? But King, at least, I guess he's just going to go for the drop-down kill. That'll work, and now Spoxy, overwhelmed by some utility, has to kind of tuck away here with 3 of his teammates ready to go. Noxon tries to go for the swing, doesn't work out. And now, looks like the Gladiators have been able to slash and gash, and now they got themselves a 2-0, so things are looking a lot better. Now you can see even he's getting a bit fired up too.
Yeah, it's don't forget a similar situation to what happened, what's happened on many maps for Gaimin Gladiators, and they just kind of let their foot off the gas a little bit. Sure, I understand an opponent will learn and be able to fix things on the fly. But you know you are the superior team. It can be frustrating not to feel like you're just winning every round because you know you're better. Being rocked at it themselves right in the interview, I think, yesterday. Look, like, we should win every single game. We know our best is good enough to win every single game. We are at that level. And that's a good confidence we want to see. And we'll see if they will keep that up, of course, later tonight.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like, just being on the GR side, it's just like, look, like, that's where they do have to do well with this, and like for them, and like I said, it's a lot about just, it's kind of like the pride, right? Like, again, these are guys that are like top contenders that are doing quite well, historically have been champs, you know, they're always making playoff runs. So for them, like, this is all about now kind of them locking in a little bit more, dialing in a bit better into this sense that they got to do something to getting back into the win column. But we'll find out. And this is the other side of the coin, is that it's so exciting to see, like, a team like TBI, you know, like you said, that kind of imploded, or not imploded, but they didn't make it through relegation, things like that. So the fact they're here, and if they can get a win like this, it's just such a feat for them. And right now, sitting in 6th place, with Gaimin Gladiators sitting in 3rd. So if a win happened here for TBI, man, oh man, it could definitely be a nice bit of a jump here in the rankings.
FaZe will get caught there by Lion Claw though on that rotation round. Raffin though, can't get anything done there, so it's going to have to be Spoxy once again to deliver these sort of multi-frags. We know he can, very aggressive, but they know how to push him down. Dezane here to help out. They're kind of falling over each other a little bit, tripping over each other, but it's not going to matter. All the kills come through for GG, and Spoxy stands tall once again.
Yeah, things are looking pretty good. This is kind of, you know, again, this is kind of when you look at it on paper, this is what you would kind of think, is that, you know, for Gaimin Gladiators, putting up a bit more of a strong performance on this. And again, the fact they even get to start on the GR side, like, for me, that's where I felt like this is not a great, you know, hand dealt to TBI, just because, you know, playing on the BL side on this map can be difficult at times. Still a relatively new roster that is formatted, right? So that makes a huge difference too. So we'll see what they can do a little bit differently. One single sniper on this, which will be for Hunt. And again, FaZe is actually going to equip the rifle. So a little bit of interesting, little bit of adjustments here. Dezane just playing on the outskirts of Little Cubby here to see if he might be able to find just a pixel, a little bit of his time. But yeah, TBI are really just taking some time on this. A deep smoke going to get thrown, so maybe that's going to allow Hunt to maybe be able to go for a little bit of a cheeky swing on this. FaZe, can he get it done? Yes, indeed. Even going up the ladder, takes down Flex. That's a big pickup right now.
Yeah, need to find these openings consistently. Need to find a way to retain them. FaZe now will hop back down, and they're looking to put pressure over toward B again. We know, of course, on port it can be a bit like this. You always try and get a few players in toward that B main, B warehouse, and pounce as a group. And it can be difficult for the Global Risk side to hang on. Even when you have these angles, if you don't get an early kill, it can be tough. But they've got 3 players here, and that could be enough on this occasion. Zane will get that early kill to respond, but FaZe as well. He's lurking all the way behind, as you can see, and that's going to catch them off. He finds 2 from that FaZe. That flank all the way around is going to win them the round, I think. Foxy is stuck. Trying to make his way through, but not going to be allowed to do that, obviously. And good strat, straight up, from TBI.
Yeah, not bad at all. Not bad at all. And now, okay, so Flex is going to get himself a little bit of an equipped here for the TRG, and that's what I was talking about, right? Again, like, it felt like a little bit of a different day here for the composition for both these teams. And now Zane, oh man, he can only find this one, so he can't even find the double. That would have added just so much more benefit for this round, but not bad from TBI, just kind of quickly trading that out. Going to go back for the bomb control. Flex has actually already pushed all the way through long A, so he's already got himself in a really, really good position here. They should never expect him to be here. They might have an inkling that he's holding a bit of a tight angle on the other side, but Hunt's now going to clear things off. This is huge if you can find this kill. Man, he is clearing everything. He is just checking every little corner he can. And oh no, again, when he doesn't look at the one spot, why would he? Flex finds him. This looked like it might be a Gaimin Gladiator round, unless, again, you know, King can be able to put up a big number on this. He's on the bridge. The Lion Claw, I think he's been able to spot him. And this is looking like a bit of a wash here, Trav.
Yeah, 4-1 start for Gaimin Gladiators, unless Booker's just entries 2 players right here, right now. Trying to clear out every angle, but Raffin obviously doing the right thing, ducking and diving, not giving anything over for free, and you might be able to get that one, but Foxy's there. Of course he is. He always is. And Gaimin Gladiators get that 3-round lead again.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like, again, like, it's just, on a map like Port, I'd have to go back and look, but I mean, pretty decent map. They've definitely had a lot of close encounters with a lot of teams on this, but again, a map that's not going to be forgiving for a relatively new-ish team, but good entry from Noxon. TBI kind of, again, trying to change a little bit of some pacing here, and Raffin actually, I don't know, he kind of goes for a bit of a bold play. Again, he was trying to see if he can find a way to equalize, but unfortunately he goes down. Now Spoxy actually makes a connection. I think that was onto Hunt and right on the edge of the wall, so he kept his life. And he goes down, so TBI now been able to find 2 rounds in a row. And this is starting to look like a little bit of life back in this team. It took a little bit of beating, but now they're round by round making this closer and closer of an affair. So this is where Gaimin Gladiators, they've shown us they're not really great when things are a lot of adversity here, Trav.
It's weird, isn't it? It is weird. Like, I mean, I gotta give respect to these teams because it's making the competition super close, but it's just not how the league has kind of gone historically. Maybe over time, right? That's what happens. I mean, the meta shift, obviously, with the weapons, that has made a big difference. Don't get me wrong, especially with Swamp, for example. But historically, if you ignore this week, like, the better teams who always make the top 4 always seem to get easy results against the lower teams in the league. It's not usually that painful for them. But over the last season and a bit, it's really closed up a lot overall, I think. So, yeah, I mean, I can only give credit to everyone in the league for this because, you know, TBI being a relegation team to fight this close against GG, it shouldn't happen, but the fact it has makes it all the more impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, not bad. A good connection here. And actually now you can see the defense is going for a bit of a jog. Triple player day, leaving just Raffin here to lock in for B. And TBI going to put their full bodies into this. They're going to use all 5 players. They're going to try to commit for a bit of a split here on the A site. Still could be a decent bit of a showing. Unless Spoxy, again, he has to be able to find a kill here. He's missing these shots, but Zane is thankfully backing him up. And Zane again! Now leaving it just down to Hunt. This thing has turned into a 2v1. Hunt is low, though. but he's got the sniper. This is where he just needs a shot, but Spoxy, a USP, a little bit better than the sniper apparently, and they're going to still maintain a lead, but boy, they're getting tested.
They are indeed. Again, multi-frags having to come through from the likes of Spoxy and Dezane, especially Dezane. He's 12-4, by the way, to start this game. Only in the 8th round now. Running many, many multis. So much utility being exchanged over here in mid.
We can see, you know, again, if TBI can be able to find themselves in the position where they could find, like, honestly, 1, if not 2 more on this half, like, if they could find themselves in a closing out of a 5-4, like, this would be very huge for them, just because, again, the GR side will be a lot more of a promise for them in some regards. So, I mean, this is important. Flex does not expect the jump, but it doesn't matter. He still is calm and collected, gets it done. So they lose phase, but they keep the sniper of Hunt alive. Not really looking like they have an idea yet. They're still kind of playing around with a decision-making on this. They're just really hoping that Gaimin Gladiators go for a bit of an overextension, that they can get a kill. But this is where, you know, for the Gladiators, they just got to make sure, again, they don't do this. Like, this is where Flex, he likes to get cheeky, he likes to get a little bit aggro, like, just like this. This is exactly what I was saying, but works out this time. Why would they expect him to do it? And now they just completely bombard middle. And Zane is just, he's having a field day, man. He's performing very, very well. He's putting up some very strong numbers, multi-kill after multi-kill. So, yeah, Gaimin Gladiators are doing a good job here on the GR.
They really are. And they realise that they're not getting enough rounds in the first half of the previous map is really what hurt them on the second half, right? So, it's time to lock in. 6-2, very quick 6-2 as well. Make it 7. Dezane just battling away. I mean, look at his KD, by the way, for the half. He's up to 14 now. So much work done by him. Sometimes these Gaimin Gladiators players can just pop off on you. There's nothing you can do about it. But, they're in a 3v4 here.
Yeah, the advantage right now for TBI. Ooh, and yeah, you can see Lion Claw, he's trying to make a bit of a play. Wanted to be able to find something a little bit, but unfortunately gets punished for it. Yeah, TBI going to be able to find themselves around. That's not bad at all. Honestly, like, again, I was saying if they could have made it like a 5-4, that would have been good. Like, a 6-3 is not too bad at all. I mean, 3 rounds for them being on the BL side against a team like Gaimin Gladiators. Look, you'll take it. I mean, it's only a 3-round deficit. Now, they can maybe see how things are going to go a little bit differently on the defense. FaZe, nice little bit of a jump shot here against Flex. Putting the sniper to work. That was really nice.
Pushing up toward A now. Bomb is going to be in tow as well. Now King has to hold on. Just don't die. Stay alive. Waste time. Till 1 minute 45 in the round so they can force them back away. And they've done exactly that for now. Lex down. Raffin hasn't had much to do so far in this game. Deserves to be said. He's 1-5 because Dezane's been doing everything alongside the consistency of Lion Claw, Spoxy and Flex. But Hunt will go down. So Spoxy getting that one in return gives it a possibility now to work their way through. But Booker's in position. He's found 2. That's more than enough. That's well played from that situation. King 1 HP from his efforts earlier on, but I don't see a way back in 3v2. And you've got FaZe flanking as well. He realizes that you shouldn't commit to that one too hard. Bullets are not really connecting for him right now, though, but eventually he does finish off the Zane. Foxy's about to get flanked from another player. Shouldn't know about that, but he's reacted. It was King who was low, by the way. So suddenly, Noxin, who was left to clutch multiple times on Eagle Eye, and unfortunately, it was very hard for him to do that. Has now got Spoxy to face. Oh, what a great catch. That was hard to see from that range, but he will spare the blushes of his teammates.
And I'm just thinking to myself too, like, man, this is where Gaimin Gladiators, like, look, I know Dezane is like putting himself up like big numbers, like 15 kills, but again, this cannot just be situations where they're scraping rounds by with Spoxy, you know, finding himself in these clutch scenarios of like 1-on-2s and 3s. That's a lot, again, to ask out of one of your star players, but yeah, nice for Noxin to finally get a little bit of a notch here for the clutch, because like you said, it's just unfortunately never gone his way. He's always just seemed to lose the heads and tails on the coin toss, but this time he gets it with a nice shot. Flex gets caught. I don't know how he survives it. He just does. And now King debating the idea of just going for a little bit of a boost. He might even try to eventually go for this. Flex trying to go for a nice bit of a cheeky quick shot, but it's just a swing and a miss. King now. Oh man, this is big. Look at that, 1, maybe 2, almost that second kill, man. Well, good aggression from him. I like this. And they're really just, again, just trying to see what they can get away with.
Line Claw low. Again, we're looking to group up. Right now, it's only Hunt playing underneath the ladder up into the A site. The long range angle, of course, being held by FaZe, but that could just be easily bypassed with a few pieces of utility. Spoxy choosing to creep up, and Hunt just playing in the corner, not showing himself, making sure his gun barrel does not stick out. It's not obvious. Wait to see if he can hear any sound cue. As soon as FaZe spots anything, that's when Hunt will swing, and there we go. He gets a 1-for-1. At least it's something. Raffin will be able to trade it out quickly, however, though, and that will give them control of the site. Chance to get the bomb down, and they'll do exactly that. 3v3.
Yeah, Noxin now just getting really aggressive by himself. He's trying to see what he can do with this, and he finally goes down here. So Gaimin Gladiators kind of clean this up. Not too bad, but again, the HP's low, so FaZe actually, again, he could just use a pistol, and honestly, one shot from each player, and they're dead. So this is all it relies on. He's got 9 bullets remaining in the chamber. They both peek at the same time. Good coordination here from the veteran team. They find themselves another round. A little bit more of a sweat. Some smirks here from Zane, but I mean, it's good to see them in a decently good mood, I guess, but yeah, we're going to make sure they don't get a little bit too calm on this one yet. The job is not done. Some close rounds from TBI, though. They're doing a great job bringing up a good fight. Raffin now going to get ultra aggressive. They're again just trying to see a really nice little bit of a running effect on this. King just unfortunately, again, him and Flex, seems like he could do all the damage. He just can't seem to find that kill easily. So somehow Flex will keep his life intact for the time being. And now for TBI, they got some tough decisions. They're going to leave that A site. They're actually going to put a lot more presence in mid. Leave the 1 anchor of B. This is actually not a bad idea because, again, they can just go for a full retake if needed. So them being in the deficit is not bad. But now, as I mentioned it, they actually switch it up, and they're just going to leave King to be the sole anchor. And now they're going to put the presence towards B.
Pretty far forward position as well for King, not wanting to let them really get past that utility. And honestly, his presence has kind of pushed them away somewhat. Cheeky angle to play. M14, a lot of bullets to work with, obviously, for that, and it can get a multi out of nowhere sometimes. But King swings, and Raffin was aware of the possibility with that smoke where it was. That'll completely open up the A bomb site. King was like, look, go toward B, go toward mid, focus on that. I've got A on lock for now, but now he's gone down. It's very hard to recover from here.
That's a nade's getting thrown here. Lion Claw now. He'll be the one that finds that engagement. So TBI, last 2 remaining players, again, a wounded Noxin, so this is not going to be good. And then numbers alone, that nade I thought surely was going to get it done. Okay, yeah, so Gaimin Gladiators putting themselves on 8. 2 more to get this map and series point done. Things are looking a little bit better for them. flexing the muscles a little bit, like we said. A map they're very experienced on, taking down some really good teams on this. TBI now, I mean, them finding an opening duel from King is definitely a nice little bit of a start. And actually, it looks like they might even try to entertain the idea of a little bit more of aggression towards B main. Booker just holding the off angle. A couple players from Gaimin Gladiators have actually slipped through mid. This might be a problem. Oh, this is not good at all. This is not good at all for TBI. And yeah, it's a sandwich. And they got eaten in one bite.
That's never nice. Unless you're into that sort of thing, obviously. 3 versus 2, obviously, with King and FaZe remaining. It's ebbing away from TBI once again. Again, they have one map where they perform so well. They look like they can be a league topper, beta league topper, I should say. But, once again, they just lock in on map 3 and get it done, it seems like. 3v1, King needs to find all 3 to recover the gap to 3 in the game. And he's unfortunately on the wrong side of the map at the moment. I think TBI can only be happy with their performance in this BO3, honestly, with you. I think, like, they're, again, going to be upset. It's a similar pattern to what has gone before. They get so close. But Gaimin Gladiators should be winning this game every day of the week. So the fact they cause them a bit of trouble, I think they'll be pretty happy with. King trying to force his way through. Flex taking a lot of damage, actually. Trying to get the wall bang done as well, but through there, it's going to be very hard to do. Pretty solid wall, that one, like it's wood. And King knows that round is done. Just going to try and lure them in to have a bit of a knife fight, trying to be cheeky. But not going to be allowed to do that. 9-4.
Classic flex, too. Just absolute troll. So, yeah, there you go, like you said. And I think you summarized that really, really well, Trav. Like, again, it's that whole situation about, yeah, you know, this is looking like it should be a Gaimin Gladiator, you know, series, but the same breath, this is a decent amount of showing that's happening. Gaimin Gladiators not messing around anymore. They really just want to get this done. They're probably a bit frustrated. This has gone the full distance on their perspective, and now Booker and Noxon, they're going to be the ones that are trying to fight back a little bit here, and it's all just down to Booker, and that's going to be all she wrote. A nice, easy bit of a swift here on port, but like you said, TBI, the fact that we even had the conversation of them pushing this thing to a map 3 is honestly, it's really cool signs to see what this roster can do with a bit more time here in the CFWL.
It's fair enough, right? I mean, it really is fair enough. Gaimin Gladiators had to work for that. They truly did. And, you know, I think TBI can't be upset with their performance whatsoever. I think it's a really solid, overall 3 maps from them. It's just going into map 3. Gaimin Gladiators clearly knew what they needed to do. They locked in. And overall, I would say them and ROC seem the most solid of the 2 teams in the league so far, right? I mean, they're in the top 3 for a reason. ROC are still unbeaten. We'll see if they can keep that up, of course, with the game against InnerCircle later. But others have kind of slipped back a little bit. Anubis have slipped back. InnerCircle lost 2 games to 999 and Swamp 2-0. So, yeah, I think we'd be looking at one of the teams here in Gaimin Gladiators, which are in the conversation for the top 2 in the league, and how they, of course, have been historically as well. So TBI shouldn't be upset that they kind of got destroyed on map 3, because they're playing a tough opponent. But for now, before we get going, of course, for that final BO3 of the day, which is going to be InnerCircle versus ROC, we have to get the desk talking about what we've just seen.
Thank you, Trav. Thank you, Laz. And Gaimin Gladiators managed to get map 3 port in a very convincing way.
I would say convincing, yes, but I'm a bit upset of TBI situation because I really wanted them to win this game. Not being biased to TPI, honestly, but it's just the stereotype, the repeated stereotype that makes TPI always gets the second map, and it's always the second map though. And sometimes it's Anchor, sometimes it's Compound. Tonight was Compound, and then going to map 3, it's devastating, man. I mean, can we speak about Design and Spoxy?
Yeah.
One with 16-6 and the other is 13-4. The guys are just godlike. The guys are just insanely unstoppable demons, man. One with the sniper and one with the AK, and he's always there, man. And just look at one of the rounds when it was 6-3. That's the round. Yes, Spoxy managed to get the one, get another, and then Spoxy dies on the hands of TPI. Thing is that one player from GG equals 2 players from TPI side, and I think that's clear to you from the KDA perspective. It's always the amount of kills that is gotten by GG that is traded from TPI. So if TPI gets 1 kill, automatically it's traded by 2 or 3 kills from GG side. And at the end of the day, this is not gonna make you add to yourself more rounds, but takes from yours and adds to GG's round.
Yeah, 100%. And like you said, like Zane and Spoxy, they had an incredible game, and that doesn't mean that like the rest of GG were playing bad, but like for to have like players like Spoxy and Zane like having this insane performances, it makes the job easier for you.
For sure.
And like in GG, you really can't tell who's the star of the team. All the team is really good. All of the players are really good.
For sure.
TPI, on the other hand, I think it's a good sign for them that they always go to map 3, right? But like there is a missing piece in the puzzle that they need to find to finish off games. And like Trav said, you're losing against GG. This is not something to be sad about.
Yeah.
Like arguably like the top 2, one of the top 2 teams that we have in the league. And you made a decent performance. You just need to work a bit more to find, like I said, the missing piece of the puzzle that help you finish off the game.
You need to go back to the drawing board, see what's the mental as looking like when you reach that 3rd map. What's the choking reasons? What is the reasons that we always lose at a gap of score when we reach the last map? I think a lot of questions need to be asked from TPI side. And the main reason is if we can reach map 3, then why not make it all for us? And if the scenario is repeated, then TPI will not be able to be victorious. I mean, just look at the stat summary for a second. The stat summary for a second. Exactly. And look at the KDA on Spoxy and the Monster Design 2 and 3.50. It's an easy mission on port. Anything for Team GG, vice versa on Eagle Eye. It wasn't like this at all, man. The second map, sorry, Compound. The second map was a piece of cake for TPI. I just can't get over that. If you can win a map that is backed by GG, why then the decider map is always troublesome for you guys?
Yeah, 100%. And as we can see from the numbers, like we said, Zane and Spoxy are performing really well. And like for I mean MVP is Spoxy,
of course,
makes sense 100%. Like this player is always consistent. He's always there.
Of course.
Like I said before the game even started, like in GG's games, Spoxy is always the one that I'm looking.
He's the goat.
Yeah, I'm looking at inside the game. He's always there with the clutches, with the
quick scopes,
yeah,
with the no
exactly.
scopes, with the hard scopes, with the scope switch. The kill switch with the sniper and the called the USBC. The guy just built different at this point, no? Yeah. I love what I love the most about Spoxy is it's so hard to get a consistent sniper game to game, but this is the guy that you need. I remember on a specific round you shouted it was 10 rounds in, 6-4,
yeah.
And Spoxy got one with the sniper in front of him, switched to the pistol, got the other from his back. I mean, fabulous, man. You don't see this every day from a sniper like Spoxy. And of course, one of the main reasons GG is and still at the top of the leaderboard. Big question is, who's going to stop Team GG? Like, who's going to put a limit for the boys? Is it ROC Esports? Is it Swam Gaming or Anubis? I don't know.
Yeah, 100%. And like you said, GG is one of the best teams we have right now. I mean, they lost against ROC, yes, but it was a very close game. And they are like on a winning streak since then. They're looking very clean, very solid. And like the other teams, like it doesn't feel that they have the consistency that GG have. And it must feel good for them. Now they are lying in the top side of the standings, as they always have been. And they are in a good state to build to build on this success so far. Talking about next game though, we have IC versus ROC. The undefeated ROC that didn't lose yet. That Slayer said yesterday in the interview. I don't think we're gonna get stopped, and if we get stopped, it's gonna be us losing, not the enemy team being better. So
that's a wild statement to say. I mean, for a team like ROC Esports, they are super confident with it. I'd be confident if I'm in their scenario. If I'm in their shoes, I'd be confident too. I mean, undefeated, Season 1 winners, and now playing against IC. Now, moving on, looking to the standings and the win rate ratio. So ROC Esports with a 100% ratio, and IC, previously Knights, with 50%. Fifth place is IC, and they need the win by any chance, but sadly they are against one of the monsters of the game, aka ROC Esports. Now, when we see it from players' perspective and chemistry-wise, of course, ROC Esports, it is one of, if not the most high chemistry, high synchronization players. InnerCircle, they are there individually. We did see Awesome, which is a big ad for them, Kikobek and Alucard at Jetzer, but still they need this edge to get themselves a win or two on the league to jump in a place in the standings.
Yeah, 100%. And yesterday against Swamp Gaming, like IC, it felt like they were there. It's not like it was one-sided for Swamp Gaming.
For sure.
It felt like whenever IC got the lead, they overheat. They play super aggressive, more than they should, and they got punched by Swamp Gaming in multiple occasions. And on the other side, ROC Esports, Todzin, Snare, Snake, Horus, and Slayer. I want to talk more about Todzin specifically because the switch from week 1 to week 2 that he made, it's very impressive. Yesterday he had an incredible game, and like so far, the whole team is looking really good.
And honestly, that's what I love most about ROC Esports. Every player can carry his own weight, and you can look for it on a KDA perspective, mostly positive with 1 point something KDA, 1.05 on Snake, 0.9 on Horus, 22 on Slayer. That's an almost 1 KDA. Players are just, everyone has his own role, everyone has his own job, and don't forget Tussin being the IGL of Snake being the IGL of the team adds a lot to their strats and adds a lot of their how they control and concept the game. Keep in mind, Kholio ROC Esports, we've been saying this forever. They've been together for ages and ages, and that just adds insanely amount of chemistry and synchronization when you speak about it. Now, let's speak more about the clutch scenarios, shall we? The key players, Jinzer and Snare. I mean, Snare been there forever, top 3 snipers worldwide.
Yeah, on the other side we have Jinzer, one of the stars of IC, one of the most consistent players of IC. And talking about ROC Esports, again, Snare, maybe yesterday him and Snake were not in the best performance, and it must feels good for them as a team that when some players are underperforming, others can carry. Anyone on the ROC Esports roster can carry. Yeah,
that's the point that I was just talking about. Every player has his own weight. Every player has his own weight. Yeah, and if someone dies, I could insta-trade them. I could trust Snare that if Snake dies, he clutches the moment, and so goes on.
Yeah. And let's talk about the maps.
Compound. You're saying Compound.
I mean Compound, and another map actually.
Eagle Eye.
It got my eyes. Eagle Eye, exactly. I see always pick Eagle Eye.
Exactly.
On the other side, ROC, most of the games are banning it.
Yeah, so
it's a probable ban. Right?
If not banned, then we would see Eagle Eye here, Compound there, and the side of being New Mexico or Port, if I'm not mistaken. If planned, then we would see new maps. We would see sub-base, Black Widow in and out the 2 map selection.
Yeah, let's take a look at the map V2.
Let's go. Hopefully my predictions are right. Hopefully
not. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. See, Black Widow and we are wrong.
We are completely wrong. Black Widow, Port, and Eagle Eye.
It's weird to see Eagle Eye as a decider, right?
Yeah. It's not usual, and ROC left Eagle Eye as the decider for this game. They didn't ban it. They banned Ankara and Compound, like the 2 maps that we see the most during this season. Black Widow is the pick by IC, and it's the first game.
super interesting though to see Compound being banned by Eagle Eye.
Yeah.
And they are picking Port. Black Widow is being backed by IC. Instead of being Eagle Eye, I don't know what's the move by IC to back Black Widow, but we shall see. I mean, at the end of the day, these guys are the professional players. I'm not, so I think they have something in mind. Especially the coach being there with the boys from IC. So there's a final last pick on the players: Awesome, Genza, Kiko, Alucard, and Beck, and from ROC Esports, Slayer, Horace, Snare, Tosin, and go with the IGL, the one and only Snake.
Yeah, and for me it makes sense 100% from ROC side to pick Port, right? Like whenever they played Port, the
It's a good day for
snipers-
them.
Yeah, the snipers on Stair and
Snare.
Slayer, it's just like you can never enter the A side
I
specifically.
mean, here's Alucard.
It's
It will be head-to-head between him and Snare. A bit of a hard head-to-head, but we did see Alucard in most scenarios shine. And it's a big name at the end of the day. Alucard being there with the boys, used to be with TBI, and now playing with IC boys. I'd say if the first map was picked, I'd say we were going map 3. And the position of the game being the last game makes it more of a main event of our night. And that's very respectable. If ROC used to play Unnice Season 1, we would say that this is one of the main events. And now it's a small difference. Awesome now is playing with IC. So I wouldn't see it much of a big difference. I'd still see it as a main event. So I think we are going in a high possibility going map 3.
Okay, and like who are you looking at from
Players?
IC, or let's talk about another point. What's missing from IC, like starting this week, to find their foot again?
You do understand that, yeah, IC is previously Unnice, but there is some changes within the roster and some players in and out, and of course there is this roster change and name change and small things, and that small things is not as bad. It's the thing is you have to adapt on the new things, and look at ROC Esports. It's been there forever. It's been everything the same for the boys on the ROC side. So when you have everything ready for you, you just play the game as it is. Don't need nothing to be changed. And keep in mind, the ROC Esports, I think they are the only team fully Egyptian, fully one nationality. That's the thing to adds more chemistry. I think IC is such a respectable team, 100% one of the best teams out there. But just the small things gathered up, chemistry, language barrier, being from one nationality, that just adds the chemistry from ROC Esports side.
Yeah, and they might need some time, and the adaptation for the new meta, the new weapons as well, right?
Exactly.
Like, it takes some time, and
it's like sometimes to be famous.
Yeah,
like famous.
Exactly. It takes some time to be famous, indeed. And again, like the new map, it added a lot of competition, added competition.
For sure.
And Slayer even said it in an interview. I think CrossFire needed that because for years
it needed that update, man, that would change not only the maps but the gun also. Needed a single fire shot like the GGR. It just needed that switch, and being a new meta in the game and a change of the play style, change of the gameplay makes players not rusty, but they need to adapt to new things. It's been ages then last they adapted to the sniper or the AK, the M4. The game has been released. That's ages ago. So big switch and a big meta shift will add a lot to the game.
Yeah, and we will see if IC manage to get their first win this week, or will ROC remain undefeated. We'll know that in map 1 with Trav and Laz. You have them.
Yeah, poor form for InnerCircle, of course, since the new meta. Seems like some of their individuals are dropping off a little bit. We all know what they are capable of. So, problem is for them, obviously, they're going up against a powerhouse. It is ROC, who are extremely motivated to stay undefeated, like we obviously heard in the interview yesterday. So, I'm still taking a ROC win, and I'm honestly getting the feeling that it could be quite easy for them today, going off previous form.
Yeah, I'd agree. Like, I definitely think that this, on paper should be better for ROC. I mean, InnerCircle definitely have a lot of work cut out for them. They have to get some things figured out because it's not looking like the same team. So something is happening. I don't know what's going on, role adjustments or whatever, or maybe it is just a slump. I don't know. But I mean, when we saw this roster adjustment on paper and the announcement, it was really exciting. So I think it's still a decent fit. Like, I think Awesome's going to be, a really good addition to this team. But yeah, there's clearly just some things they got to work on. But like you said, Trav, I mean, I think at the end of the day, ROC are a team that, yeah, they're definitely looking to just be undefeated as much as they can. They want to be the #1 team. They've made it known. They pretty much have been able to take every sort of competition in their own hands. So I think this is going to be a tough day here for the boys on screen right now, just because it doesn't feel like they're the same form they have been. But maybe a new day, Trav, if I can be a little optimistic, but reality is just kind of looking like not likely.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they have the quality. It absolutely goes without saying. Like, I mean, Alucard has been the guy that people talk about for so long on the team, like always so reliable, always so dangerous in a clutch. Can always get these important multi-kills, and let's see if he's able to return to some of that today. Underway on Black Widow. And of course, reminder, this is a map that InnerCircle have been caught on a little bit in the last couple of days. Lost 13-11 to 999. And, of course, lost it to Swamp as well, 10-8. So, first time in a very, very long time this InnerCircle / former Unknights roster has lost 2 games in a row. 2-0 against non-top 4 opponents, historically. So, yeah, that's a big worry for them. And, yeah, I'll have to see if they can fix that coming into today. And just the game against 999 in particular, right, was an incredibly worrying one. Being up 9-5 twice, not being able to finish off either map. That's like almost unforgivable for their standards.
Yeah, agreed. And I mean, the other thing is too is like we captured that even the Anubis and ROC game. Like this was the first map that actually went for Anubis. So I mean, ROC are kind of showing that they weren't really up to snuff of what we kind of expect them to be on a map like this. So that's where it kind of makes a bit of a conversation to see like how well they can perform. But again, like both these teams have played this map recently. ROC are still, again, a pretty strong force here. But like you said, it's the caliber's there here for InnerCircle, but it's more about if they can get some things moving here for them if they can. Flash is going to get thrown. ROC is now just going to go for the full execute. Are they going to be able to clear this angle of Awesome? Oh no, this might be an opportune time for him, but he needs to be able to find them more than one, and he doesn't. He only finds this one kill. I was thinking surely he was going to be able to find the double just tucked away behind the box. Now giving the man advantage here for the defensive side of InnerCircle. And now Beck's just waiting to see if he can find the lineup. He drops out of the worst possible time. And now Horace will be able to find him and punish him for that mistake. And all of a sudden now the 2v2. And what are we going to see differently here? The bomb's going to go down, a long rotate, and they're going for the flank here, Trav.
They're starting to realise, though. You're going to hear it at some point. Here we go, they're both going to be here. It's going to be a bit of a shock for Alucard, but no, he gets it done. Did they expect both, though? That's the thing. He has no idea. He had no idea it was 2 sets of footsteps there coming in from behind. Kiko being a little bit more silent about it. And that double flank is a good choice for InnerCircle, and it works out for them.
Yeah, a little bit of a misplay, too. A little bit from ROC, right? I mean, I get the idea they probably wouldn't have expected it to be a double player, big flank like that. But I mean, kind of felt like they get the kill and then they just got the knife out running back. Like they didn't even hesitate on that. But now it's going to be a full fight here, right outside of B main. And now we're just starting to see Alucard. He actually does find himself a gorgeous double right now. And even, again, InnerCircle are really starting to put up a good fight, bringing this right back to a 2-2. So ROC are going to be able to have Slayer that's been able to cross into sight. The bomb still has to make it across, and Slayer needs to get this kill, but Awesome finds the one tap here with the AK. And now the IGL of ROC on a clutch scenario on the 1-on-2. He's going to have the free plant. But now he's going to go for the plant right in front of Truck. Oh, and he's going to use this window as kind of his advantage. This is actually a decent position because if he might be able to catch Beck, if he decides to go through window, it could be a free kill, bringing this to the 1v1.
Yeah, how long does he commit to it? Commit to that position. Beck and Awesome will now work their way up. Snake's looking to go all the way around. Oh, what a choice. Problem is, if he just hold the defuse here, he's not really in the best position possible to stop that. They might just decide to do that straight up. He's trying to hop his way up, and he's got it in time, but not the second player. That defuse will just about come through. There we go. Honestly, not a bad plan. He did hop up in time to deny the first hold. But yeah, it was always going to be difficult to find the second player when they were kind of holding each other's hand in that situation.
Yeah, solid attempt though, for sure. Like again, it was just kind of, you know, a little bit more time could have really changed things around, but valiant effort, that's for sure here for Snake. But now they're gonna hightail a little bit onto Cat. They're gonna overwhelm Kiko, so they take him out early. And now they just want to kind of put some full aggression on this. Alucard gets a fresh haircut. And now look at how fast, I mean, just hitting the 2-minute mark, and you have all 5 players of ROC. They've been able to just bombard into this A site, leaving it just for Awesome and Jin now in a big clutch scenario. Like again, this is not easy. Nades are going to get thrown. Awesome might actually get caught with it. Yeah, a decent amount of damage as well. Yeah, another nade. Yeah, he's just getting eaten alive by utility, so they know. Like, they have a full idea of this, and now Jin, a very unlikely clutch. They ask a whole lot, and there we go. ROC are finally back on the board, and all it takes is for them just to kind of, you know, tie up the laces and go for a big run and get some big opening duels.
Oh, smoke.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, oh, maybe.
Is he going to see him?
4-1 split, too, again.
Yeah, looks like again Kiko's going to be under pressure. It's a great opening tap, but Horus taking back so quickly. It's going to make it tough for Alucard to hold on, and Horus has run over the side.
Beautiful.
Horus is going to so often be the guy on ROC that can be the unexpected factor almost in a way. Like, we know Snare, we know Slayer, but Horus is so reliable. He's up to 7 kills early game here. And has managed to enter the site to get themselves a 2v2. Rounds by no means done, despite those heroics. But Snare's holding a great angle, waiting for Jin to hop up. Nothing you can do about that one. Now Awesome needs to clutch 1v2. Oh, he's got a chance at it, but he's low HP. And Slayer will sort it out.
Yeah, well, what a little bit of a turn of events here, and it's good to see we get these, you know, we get the rounds of like just Horus running around and just getting, you know, triple kills like that and big entries. And like we said, the new guns, we kind of wondered if that was going to change things around a little bit for players like him and Slayer, and looking like it is, definitely so. So back to an even game we go, though. And Slayer, I mentioned his name, he goes to the grave quickly, so he had a little bit of a caster curse against him, I guess. And Alucard just missing that shot against Totson. So now a bit of a 2 in B, 2 in mid, and a deep player in mid of Beck. So actually, he's got the he's got the TRG, my apologies. He's got that ready to go, but he's tucked away. But now he's caught. He's got 1 HP. Should be a dead man. And that nade should get the job done. And that's all she wrote.
Dunk. Not much of a slam, but definitely a dunk.
Definitely a dunk. So what's interesting here is that ROC is going to be able, again, to cross into A site for free. Oh,
wait. Saw him.
What? Surely.
Kiko?
Hello? That was weird. That was just I don't even know what to take away from that. So we'll blow past that one, I guess, a little bit for both their sakes. But either way, it's just bomb down. ROC again, you know, just kind of jump spawning for the corner of window. Ooh, that's a great shot from Awesome. Yeah, he's really been putting up some decent performance here. I know 6-4, but he is top fragging for his team, making good connections. Now Snare, the desk was talking about, he's one of the best snipers, and yeah, look, it's lights out. He can't find anything. He goes to sleep. So right back in it. InnerCircle will find themselves back into winning ways, and this is already looking a lot better, right? Like, this is already the team that you were mentioning, a good caliber, no question about it. But it does kind of feel like they really are performing a lot better than what we even saw yesterday. It felt like it was kind of, again, very lopsided and very deflated, and now it's totally different.
Yeah, it's weird, right? I mean, I think this game maybe is a little bit of a different mentality for them as well, obviously, considering they've kind of got nothing to lose. They know ROC are top of the league. They know they're rivals with them and have been for a long time. It's always been a close game. But at the same time, I know ROC are on better form than them at the moment, considering the last 2 BO3s they've played in a circle. So let's see if ROC can continue That unbeaten record thus far, with InnerCircle playing with a bit more freedom, can change that. Early 3-2 lead on Black Widow with some good moves being made.
I do like the cat control that's happening here for ROC. I really love that they're just going for this and really fighting for it. Beck, and he gets that info, he gets the intel, but he actually drops quickly. And something's happening with Snare here. He's got some in his eye. He's back, so he's ready to go. But
Been there. Dust in your eye or an eyelash in your eye. Worst thing ever.
Worst thing ever. One of the worst. Especially when you're about to do something like this, when you're fragging and you're like, okay, great, I can't see a thing. So this is awkward. This is awful. Here's a split. Nice shot. Now the car goes down quickly. Now even again, InnerCircle. Rifle start to make some decent connections now, and Rocker starting to lose some bodies. Plant does come through, but I think Snare, he might get caught here with a nade. Indeed, he does. Another dunk, as you claim it, and this is looking really good. 4-on-2, and hot tamales. That's a shot. And now Snake again for a clutch. And they know exactly where he is. They can just stick to the fuse. They don't even have to worry about it. And there we go. A 2-round lead is going to be in the bag.
Be a little bit disconnected on a couple of these rounds here for ROC. Not as ruthless as we know they can be. There's also a thought process here as well, of course, over the regular season. Not something I've really touched on too much. That ROC are pretty certain they're going to make playoffs. I know it's early days, but they've been there every single time. They're top of the league already. There is a thought process of maybe saving some strategies and some ideas until it actually matters at the end of the season when we get to playoffs, right? I mean, I'm not one to give a team excuses when it comes to, oh, they're saving strats, guys. It's okay. Don't worry. But I'm sure they are. I'm sure they're saving some specific few things that they know are probably going to guarantee a few round wins a bit later on in the season. I mean, this is a bit of a change up. So straight away, they're now 3 rounds down, and Snake says, okay, I'm going to take my opportunity to push forward and toward mid here and get an entry, and he did.
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing is too is the last round we just saw that was InnerCircle that just completely annihilated the game plan for ROC. So they just shut down that A control. So now they're mixing things up. They're going to go for B. They're going to try different execute. And InnerCircle finally make a good connection. Jin is able to find something just on the edge of the smoke. But Kiko unfortunately does go for a bit of an overextension as well as Beck. They both just tried to do something a little bit of a big play, but unfortunately it's a blunder. And now ROC once again is going to get the plant down, but Alucard and Jin, the last 2 players that have to go for the 2-on-4, and they're going to be a little bit away from each other, so this is going to make things a little bit more problematic here. Jin is going to have to be the player that he's going to have to get moving here. 25 seconds, he's kind of the player in the flank, and now it's all just down to him. This is not looking great here for any InnerCircle fans, but at least for those ROC fans here in the chat, they're going to feel a little bit better about this. A 5-3 is going to be on the scoreline. Last round of the first half we're going into, but honestly, if we can see a 6-3 for InnerCircle, this could be a really nice note, just because, again, it felt like ROC, they are showing a lot of weakness on this map, so kind of happening still here, Trav.
Yeah, 5-4 would not feel too bad at all for ROC. Oh, Slayer's going to be hopping in with Snare. They're going to go something a bit faster here. I think we are. I think we're going to be going up toward the short position very quickly. And yes, it does catch off Kiko. Alucard had no idea. You could kind of tell that was coming, right? They've almost conditioned InnerCircle to a point where they weren't expecting a play like that whatsoever. They're pretty comfortable early round. 1 minute 44, already the bomb's down, and Awesome cannot clutch, and Jin can't either. Totson will get the final kill, and they get a lovely end to that first half to get a respectable score. That's also an argument as well, right? Knowing that some maps are more GR-sided, some maps are more BL-sided. You know, like, if you're in this sort of situation, you want to save some of the good strats maybe to the end of the half to shock your opponent and get those cheeky rounds at the end that will swing the result once you finish the map as on the whole. And you go to that favoured side.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a good point. And like you said, it's, you know, I don't even, like you were briefly mentioning it, you know, that maybe ROC are kind of, like, you know, preserving strategies. And I definitely agree. Like, a team that is, like, the #1 contender, there's definitely an argument you can make that they are probably holding off some major strategies. They want to wait until playoffs or the later portion of the season. They don't want to showcase everything yet. It's definitely something. Not to say that is happening, but it's worth a conversation to say the least. So right now, I mean, the fact that we're at a 5-4, you know, still for InnerCircle is a really good note because, again, like I didn't know what to expect for this. I didn't know if they were going to be able to, you know, kind of shoot back a little bit. It felt like they really were just kind of looking to get the rubber on the road a little bit. Looks like they're doing a good job of that, but now we'll see how well this BL side can be. ROC have shown us like they can be very strong on the defense. But full executive trap, they're going to go right for it. They're going to try to send it into the B side, but look at ROC. They are just putting up a massacre. They have just put up the full wall. Nobody's going to get through it. And Awesome's by himself. A wishful thinking of a clutch. Indeed it is. A tie game. We go.
Yeah, perfect, comfortable, and reassuring start to the second half for ROC. Snare in the right position. And he's in that right position. You can expect him to deliver. Flashing toward long, going super aggressive on this one. Snake's already spotted out Kiko. He was out long, so blind in the corner. Thankfully for Jin, he is able to trade one back, and that's well played. And Horus and Toxin are still here, so it kind of gives you the idea that maybe gives InnerCircle the idea that they could move away and maybe go toward B and only have to deal with one player, for example. But I think ROC have got a good gauge of the map right now. Look at where Slayer's going. He's all the way through. That's why they don't need to put too many players toward B at the moment, because he's so far forward. And if InnerCircle want to get back toward that position, they're going to have to use utility to force their way through.
Yeah, this double player and CAD is interesting too, because they're not just kind of like right on the corner. They're kind of just playing just above the stairs. So again, Totson theoretically should be supporting this. And yeah, this is a nice little bit of a combination. Look at how beautifully this works out. Horus can get the job done. Yeah, nice job from them. Pretty easy day of the office here for that round, and not bad at all. So puts them in a lead position. And yeah, Slayer kind of equiping the sniper has always been interesting, because I've noticed he's kind of done it a few times so far this season, playing this weird secondary sniper, which I feel like that's not what he was known for, but I mean, people in the chat can definitely know, or let me know, but he's always been such a star rifler. And man, they try to go re-aggress for a fight. Alucard, a perfect read on the situation. So the big sniper here, he finds himself some good kills, 2 opening picks, which is not bad at all. So this really is looking like, again, this could be a 6-6 just within that blink of an eye.
Always seems to be the case. They just can't really just put their foot down and streak clear easily, but they know why that is. Just not going too hard on it just yet. Biding their time. InnerCircle are waiting to see if ROC go hunting for a kill to get back into the round. And that's exactly what they do. And that's the reward they get.
Is that Alucard that just got the last kill?
It was, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so he's sitting on a triple right now. Not bad at all. I quickly blinked and I felt I missed it, so I was just like, oh.
Yeah.
Did he really get a triple? Like,
it was just the aggression that I mentioned for ROC. They're going to have to put it into place, right, to get some information, but this round's done.
It is done. Snake, yeah. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, honestly, you know, chat for me, like, honestly, this is already looking great. In the sense that we were putting such a heavy lean on the scale here for ROC, just saying, yeah, like, this should be probably a 2-0. This is, you know, for them, like, they've been just so dominant, like, this is the thing. But I'm really impressed to see InnerCircle, like, again, just really contesting. They're doing a good job. They have good game plans. Everybody is, you know, hitting shots. Alucard is putting himself double digits. Awesome's been able to find even like that one kill where someone's trying to cross inside in the first half when he could get a duel. It made a huge difference. Like, he was bringing a lot of impact in the server. Everybody is doing a lot of good work right now across the board and for InnerCircle. So this is where I'm really impressed that things are starting to look better and better, even though yesterday it was definitely worrying. I'm not gonna lie. It was definitely making me wonder what the heck was going on with these guys.
Yeah, I don't think even if InnerCircle now lose this game 10-6, I don't think I'm going to be too panicky. Like, you know, ROC are expected to win. I think InnerCircle looked a little bit better. I'm not too unhappy with it. Deck will take a little bit of chip damage to that grenade. Looks like they're going to try and make their way toward long now. Slayer's doing this little jump spot to try and see information before he has to fall away. And he's actually looking like he wants to stand and fight. Off angle. Oh, he could get 3 here. He should get 3. And he has. That was dirty. Bomb dropped as well. Beck trying to come in to help out. Slayer will go down, but he knows more where that came from. Rocker re-peeking 1 by 1. Be careful now. Wanted to try and get control of the C4 in front of them. But there's still a whisper for InnerCircle in this round. Got to worry about where Awesome could be coming in from.
We're back. Oh,
Shot.
man. Yeah, that was just bad positioning, honestly. He just kind of repositioned the wrong given moment. Now, Awesome. He's been pretty sick with it, but 25 seconds. He has to go for the bomb. Yeah, not going to be good. And honestly, like, even though the ROC win the round, it does kind of bug me to see, like, when you have such a great hold from someone like Slayer that gets a triple kill. Then for whatever reason, he went for such a gigantic swing to throw some utility. Like, I don't know what he was doing. And then even Snake was just kind of, again, I think he brought a knife out. Like, he was just not ready for it. So it felt a little bit careless. Now, we'll see if it's going to be a little bit careless right now because ROC, they're looking like they're doing a good job just to remove any sort of threat. Kiko does get himself at least something of a double, making it still the advantage of a 3-on-2. Rocker sitting a little bit more pretty on this. Bomb still in the back here on the back of Kiko, but now it's all just down to him. 42 HP, and yeah, I think this is all over.
8's about to be on the board. They're going to run down Kiko. Stuck in box room. No way out. 2 away from taking map 1. Taking Black Widow away from InnerCircle. Going to port, feeling very confident about themselves. Hoping to try and avoid Eagle Eye, I would probably suspect. So yeah, just very confident, very well played so far.
Well, it kind of goes back to your point. You know, I like to. You've been making some good points here, Trav. Is like, again, even if we see ROC pulling up a 10-6. It's still. I feel like InnerCircle have shown us some better game. Like it's definitely
bit, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the scoreline might not complement it as well, but I think some of the rounds have been good and they've really put in some decent effort. So it's progress when you look at it from the third-person perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I do wonder if InnerCircle will consider it that way themselves as well, because like, I'm sure that we know they have very high standards, knowing how they performed in previous seasons, but they'll know they're on a bad little streak right now, a little mini slump, losing to 999 and Swamp 2 days in a row, 2-0 as well. They know they need to figure that out. I'll be interested to know if they do feel more content with this game, as it turns out, but I think they probably would be, purely because ROC is a tough opponent. We shall see, though. They'll hop down back in toward mid. Going for a play here, try and close the gap back up to 1 again. ROC set up pretty okay at the moment. Snake just covering from the low ground. We're going to be heading our way through mid, and Snake will get caught off guard. Toxin will go down to Alucard, and that is a really good play. That was honestly just well thought out, went together, didn't really split up. It went as a group, and it worked out well. It's still only a 2v3, but Slayer was never going to get one more from the window, so it's all down to Horus. He's been spotted out and taken down, so good round.
Yeah, very good round, and honestly, Beck, yeah, he's doing a good job calling this. And again, like the teams that have played each other over and over and over again in this league, tons of history, but Beck's been able to do some decent homework on this one. Snare's actually gotten very aggressive, and ooh, okay, yeah, that's a sick shot. Alucard is really just on one today. 14-11, he's put himself at. Out-dueling someone like Snare that's a big feat, man. That's a big thing to pop the chest about. That's something to feel real good about. And that's the thing, is Snare's not really, he's doing well, like, don't get me wrong, but he's just definitely not bringing the same level of impact like someone like Alucard is in the server right now. So it's definitely kind of showing a little bit of ROC with a little bit of the weakness in their armor, we'll say. And now InnerCircle can just kind of use some of the time, kind of sit back a little bit, hang back, just chill. And ROC are pushing some good pressure outside of B main. Again, just kind of getting some good intel, but that's where InnerCircle are going to have to be very careful with their next decision, what they want to do. Big old cat push. Once again, Horus. HK, nice little taps. Finds himself 2. And such an awkward angle, too. So not even an easy fight for him to have. Gets it done. 3-on-2 now advantage for InnerCircle. Bomb's going to be dropped. They pick it up. They get the kill. And now this is not good here for Totson because all they have to do, they can just leave. They can just hightail this if they want. But they're just going to get him kill instead. Why not? We're back to a tie game.
Well, there we go. Now it's even more impressive than maybe it was before. 8-all. Maybe a possibility of another overtime today. Good catch from Snare, though. Waiting to see if InnerCircle player goes hunting. Jin being given an opportunity toward long, though. I think Totson will be a bit annoyed with himself that he went for that in the end. Didn't seem necessary when we already got a 5v4. Gives it straight back.
Yeah, things are getting real. The tension's getting really, really high on this, like you said. I mean, definitely a world of an opportunity here for an overtime, possibly. Again, an 8-8. Now, InnerCircle have to be very, very careful on what they want to do here, what the plan of attack could be. Triple player from ROC, interestingly enough. Double in GR spawn, the one just kind of floating close on double door here. So, very interesting setup. They're going to play the full retake setup on both sides, which will be very, very interesting. Yeah, they haven't moved a muscle. This is, again, where they're really just hoping that ROC might just kind of, again, maybe overextend just a little bit, overpeak something. They're hoping for a mistake. And I feel like you're not going to be given that very often. I mean, actually, that's not fair for me to say because there has been some mistakes with ROC already. So maybe they're just hoping they're going to do it again. But
To get 2, will get 2. Slayer and Horus go searching. That is a big error, it feels like. I know the clock's running a bit lower, but now they need Snake to step up, and he's just not doing so just yet. He's going to get caught from long for sure. Jin will find the kill, and now Snare is not going to be winning a 1v3. Going to get the bomb down comfortably over toward A. Again, not really sure how this is happening, how InnerCircle are able to do this. Snare will actually give this one a go without a shadow of a doubt, and give it a good right go as well. And the first flick, 30 seconds to find 2 more players. Alucard behind the site. Oh, they'll both miss their shots. 2 titans of the CFWL going up against each other here. But the time being wasted is just too frustrating for Snare. He's going to have to press the issue. Whether he's going to be allowed to work further forward, I'm not so sure. Insane shot toward long. Oh, my word. Alucard will sort it out. That was way too close.
yeah, that was really, really, really close. Like, that was scary because, again, like, that shot on long, like, I don't even know how he landed that. That was just like the flick of the wrist. And look, now they're going to call the timeout. Now this is when they know everything's on the line. This is the team that, again, like, they're, you know, they rightfully want to be the best team in the league. They want to be, you know, this world-class team. And now their backs on their boards here. This is where the map pick, I mean, this is InnerCircle's pick. I had to remember that quickly. But yeah, I mean, this is their pick. But again, just considering what we've really seen in the beginning of the season, it hasn't looked great for them. And now, I mean, they are going toe-to-toe with the Giants. It's a pretty cool thing to see. And a lot of conversation here with the coach and also with the group here on ROC, as you can see. Snake's not looking like he's saying a whole lot, unless he's kind of muffling it up with his hand. But, okay, no, he's not. I was going to say, like, it's really, I feel like the coach is probably just in their ears, just explaining a lot of things he's noticing.
Yeah, but they'll feel probably the same way that they felt after the interview last night, right? Listen, if we lose a game, lose a BO3, it's only down to our own fault. It's not down to the team really playing well. I'm sure that's not exactly how he meant it, but it's they know their ability, they know their level, and right now they're not meeting it. They are not meeting it.
Mm-hmm. Well,
See, even like the little reaction there from Totsin there. Like, I mean, even that, just like, you see the stress. That's just stress on his face. Simple
well,
as that.
That's exactly it, and that's what I was just going to say. Is like I'd be curious on your perspective, because I think for me, like when I see a lot of teams that they clearly make the message that they want to be the best team and they want to be undefeated and they want this, and this. It adds extra pressure to your team. It adds more stress to you as an individual. So that's where, for me, I like the ego. I like that they're very confident. However, I think sometimes it adds some unintentional pressure more than it should be. But maybe that's just a me thing. I'd be curious on your thoughts on that, though, Trav.
I don't honestly completely don't even disagree with you. I think it's just sometimes it can be tough to sort of gauge your feelings in a late game scenario, and you only really realize how you felt until after the game. If that makes any sense. Like, it's pressure's up, and they need this one for overtime. Quite deep control, as we see with Snake as well in this position. Actually going quite further in. I wonder if that's going to come back to bite him at some point. Because if they go back toward him, he needs to be aware of that. Might just be just the one player. I like the ROC setup. It's a little bit more aggressive, and they have seen Snake by the looks of it. So he's going to be forced back away. Have to be putting utility down to get away. And InnerCircle know it's a great opportunity. They're not going for anything too crazy here early round. Playing the time. Try and get himself into a position to make a play happen. The clock a little bit lower. And to take this game in reg.
Yeah, possibly an opportunity for the second overtime of the day. Maybe not, maybe so. But hitting the minute mark now, you can see InnerCircle ready to go here for the long A control. So this is going to be where ROC have 3 players ready to go. Double cat control once again. And now it's all about this. It's a given moment here. Snare able to find that opening duel. Now ROC have been able to find themselves 2 opening duels, but it isn't enough. But look at Awesome. He's able to just, again, find himself right back into a situation where he was able to equalize it quickly, but now that advantage has now been able to lean here for ROC, and now it's a question, a big flank here from Totson. He's going to be able to see if he can be able to find something down long, and the timer is going. Alucard needing desperately to find a connection on this, but his body's exposed. Now he realizes somebody's hot on his heels. He has to reposition. How does he land these shots? Wow. He goes for the dropping, and they do it! InnerCircle calls the upset. They get the map pick, and they move on still through this best of 3 in ROC. They're going to take a map loss out of this.
Oh, that's so frustrating for ROC. But again, like, that's the kind of the X factor we've been missing from InnerCircle over the last 2 game days of play, right? Like, we need to see that sort of stuff from Alucard and Beck and Jin as popping in when absolutely necessary. That was so good and really enjoyable to watch as well. I think that's fantastic for the series in general, because I think almost guaranteed to go 3 now. I think ROC won't be looking to, or will absolutely lock back in for the next map, and will probably win it, because they know that they don't want to let a series go. They're currently still unbeaten, of course, in the league, so this would be a big shock if they're able to get taken down here by InnerCircle, even though InnerCircle are a good team. We know what their form has been like. So great start, though, for IC. Over to the desk.
Such a great start indeed. IC managed to get map 1 against ROC and Alucard in the last round.
I never expected to see such play on my CrossFire viewing career, man. I have no words, man. Alucard is just another type of humans, I think. The guy went insane. The game that started back and forth until the last couple of rounds. The guy just absolutely demolished him. Did you see what happened at the end rounds? Please give me a replay of it. Wow, that guy was insane, man. I mean, listen, The map itself wasn't going either where a team side, although it was picked by one of them, but it was just incredible to see how Horus was out playing, out killing, and outsmarting everyone, him and Awesome throughout the game. And once the PLNG are switched from IC to ROC, things started to take a switch or a turn a bit for IC. And yeah, man, it was a bit of a surprise what happened in the end of Alucard. I thought personally we are going 100% OT, overtime. Yeah. And Alucard said, overtime? No, we don't do this here, my friend. And absolutely incredible.
Yeah, such an amazing performance by both teams, to be honest. And like the IC on the global risk start specifically, they were really good. And ROC Esports, on the other hand, when they switched to the global risk side, I felt like they are playing super aggressive, more than they should be. You know, like, and I see like from most of the blacklist rounds, when I look at the mini map, they are just staying in their base waiting for ROC to do a mistake.
Yes,
and,
yes, that did happen. I wouldn't think they were scared, because no one's scared from anyone here. It's more of a tactic where let's play it slow in default. Let's play on the entry kill, first blood, whoever gets ourselves a kill and the default strat, then we can open a self path to A site or B site. And I think that's one of a strat that you can play, especially when you're playing on the defense side. So stay around the base, maybe one in the mid, maybe two on A, two on B, and then start letting them push. Get yourself a first blood, and either if you're attacking, you know, lurk for every side, try to, you know, spot some players, and if you can get a kill on yourself on A side, then you can enter the A side, same on B. Overall, honestly, the level is just close, and thing is, ROC Esports do always surprise us with 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, and the big question is, can you redo it on against IC, or it's a different scenario tonight?
Yeah, and I felt like on the 8-6 mark for ROC Esports, the game was maybe over. I felt like they had the momentum, they had everything. And then like they started, like I said, playing more aggressive than they should be. And the IC just waited for them to do mistakes, and they capitalized on it. And that's where we saw that timeout from ROC Esports. I can only imagine that the coach is telling them, guys, just stop pushing. You are playing a global risk, just wait for them to enter, and it almost worked. But Alucard had like different opinion, and Alucard 1.64.
I mean, the highest KDA out of them all. Snare was going to be the highest KDA, but you know, for every player a limit, and for every player needs to shine. There's time for it. Alucard was the shining and the MVP, the GOAT in tonight's series, in tonight's map, Blackwater. We do still have two matches, and I say two, not assuming, but I know, man, that this game is going to map 3, and that's for sure. See, the thing is, they always go 2-1, and that's for ROC Esports, but that's against most of the teams. But I felt something on IC, man. This series can go 2-0 to IC. I don't know, man. I'm just assuming things here.
I mean, they played the global risk side in the best shape possible.
Exactly.
And we're playing Port now, right? Like a map that maybe favor the
maybe if it was Compound, we would say that this can end 2-1 because ROC would win. But
we'll
Port?
See. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. ROC Esports never, at least like this season, they didn't lose on Port yet. So we'll see if IC can take the series 2-0, or if we go to map 3, we'll know that with Trav and Lazia.
Yeah, there's no way that ROC don't step up here. I would be so shocked if they don't and get this one over the line to go to a map 3. And if we do, of course, Eagle Eye as a decider, that would be pretty fascinating. I think that's kind of what I said before, like ROC would be kind of looking to avoid Eagle Eye as a map 3. But Port's their pick so far. It's InnerCircle's pick going their way, and now Port, of course, is ROC's pick. So it would go that way, I suppose, in a more normal fashion of the picks going each other's way, but we shall find out if that is the reality we live in. Beck will keep hold of mid as he takes down Horus, but a quick trade, quick early 4v4 here.
Yeah, it's definitely, you know, I agree with like the desk and yourself, as like it really does feel like, you know, that win, you know, this is a map where ROC have really been just so good on, honestly. Like it's a map that they decently always perform on. I thought Snake was going to get away with murder there. I was like, there's no way he's just going to be able to flank this like that, but look, I mean, we'll see. I mean, this is where you know, even the Black Widow win was definitely something I never could have predicted, but nonetheless, we'll find out. ROC now down to the last 3. They're just going to run into B. Flash is going to get thrown. It might be a little too late. Yeah, Kiko gets caught here. Really nice execution, though. Again, the timing was everything. I don't think InnerCircle was ready for it. It seems like they had their pants down a little bit, just not prepared. And now it's all just down to Alucard. He's got the rifle equipped up on this, but it's a 1-on-3, and I feel like ROC have got themselves an opening round. Indeed, they do. So not bad at all. A simple approach to this round, and it works out nicely for these guys.
Yeah, double kill from Slayer. Keeping things all solid. Question of how many rounds InnerCircle can get on the first half here. Have a confident half, then put pressure on ROC. Conversation, but nice angle being played by Beck. He's got 2 in a row this time. There's only 1 before. Oh, he does try and cross back though, and Slayer will easily hit the wall bang. Good reaction down to hopping from rotating round.
Yeah, right? And back in the same kind of deja vu, right? I mean, 3 players alive. Right back for the B hit. Double players here for InnerCircle to be ready for this maybe this time around. Kiko actually has himself a better position, but still can't find a kill. So a little bit of lackluster firepower is happening right now from the defensive side. Jin, though, might have been able to find some timing. Maybe. Ooh, decent shot. Now Totson getting a little bit caught here with some damage, but now you can just see Slayer just doing Slayer things, running around, spraying around, getting kills. So Rocker, again, giving us a bit of a showcase on what they can bring here for a map like Port. So InnerCircle are going to have to, you know, kind of pick up things a little bit here because these B holds are really becoming the Achilles heel for them. And here we go again.
Horus.
Right back into it.
Yeah, looking to get one quick frag back. We'll manage it. And Beck and Jin are both on the rotation very quickly here. That's going to catch Horus off guard. He's kind of almost fighting alone there for a split second. That's going to make it awkward for ROC. Slayer's done really well to find a quick one back, and it keeps it in a 2v2, but surely Slayer will get run down. And there we go. It's down to Snare. Surely Alucard goes down. How on earth is this man not dead yet? What am I watching? Can we hit each other, please? Oh my god.
That is, I don't think I've seen that. I don't think I've ever seen that yet. I've been here for a while, Trav, and I don't think I've ever seen that. Wow.
Well, I prefer not to use words right now.
I prefer we don't ever see something like that again. That is just, that's madness. That's the only word I can think of right now. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh man.
Never change, Crossfire. Never change.
Exactly. Keep us on our toes.
Well, after that, insanity. Quick chance to breathe.
Yeah, I think both teams took a little breather there.
Yeah, didn't want to use a timeout on their breather. May as well have the breather in the round.
Ooh, nice little bit of a spam from Mr. Slayer. Yeah, they really just... ROC have really just set the eyes on the prize here for B hits over and over and over again. They've realized this is normally the weak point. Oh my god, Kiko. I mean, that's good to get that double kill, but Horus, I mean, that's a running one tap. And that's a tough thing to beat here. Alucard, unfortunately, on a retake, on a 1-on-2. Double player in pit. Poor guy. Getting put, he's kind of reminding me of Noxit a little bit. He gets put in these clutch scenarios and he's just, it's not favorable for him at all.
Early 3-1 for ROC. Alucard on the A side, about to get faced by maybe 3 or 4 players. One of the most classic positions to have to worry about. Is he going to be able to deliver? Snake looking to hop in as well and join. And he's aware of that close position. And it's a great catch on the headshot as well. Unfortunately, Valocadi can't stay alive and will go straight down to Slayer. 4v4. And very deep control of the A side of the map right now for the side of ROC. Plant can come through, and in a circle, they've got to break your way through this one now.
Yeah, the problem is he's got the smoke in front of them too. So again, like, do you respect the smoke? Do you want to just kind of run through the smoke? They're kind of creeping through it very, very slowly. And now look at, yeah, really, really good position for Totson. This is just a firing range, and yeah, gets himself a triple kill to add on to it. So not easy. That's a decent smoke, and yeah, rightfully so. The timeout's going to happen. Makes a lot of sense. Things have looked pretty grim here over on the screen. We could see for these guys, kind of figure what they need to do a little bit differently. But again, that's what we are all talking about. Like, a map like this for ROC is like, we know this is a very strong map for them. This is probably one of their top, I would say probably top 2, top 3 maps in their pool. So for them, I mean, InnerCircle will probably be well prepared for that. So hopefully they're not taking too much out of this frustration wise or anything. But they just got to clean some things up here. And I mean, I think Beck is, like I said, I've been really impressed with what he's been able to bring for this in terms of the IGLing. But now he's got a lot of critical thinking to do here, because things are starting to catapult out of their way a little bit.
Tactical timeout probably thrown at a good time here for InnerCircle. Is now trying to figure out what's been going wrong. The only round they've won so far was that absolute clown fiesta over toward B. So need to remember that.
All right, we're ready to go back into it here with 4-1 and InnerCircle again, like we said, having a little bit of extra time out here just to kind of figure the things out, and realizing, you know, they're on the GR side. They got to figure out some ways to get some rounds back in their favor. ROC have done a really good job, just again with some simple executions, put themselves in a position like this with a 4-1 score line. And we'll see what happens a little bit differently. The single anchor for Awesome here on the defensive side, and then again a 2-2 mixture. Beck, I think he might have just been able to spot a player, if I'm not mistaken. I feel like it was just the edge of it. But now you can see ROC, they're going to go for the infamous little bit of an A-take. The 4-1 split. Pop flash should be thrown. They're just going to start going for a run. And now actually through the crossfire a little bit, Beck's been able to find himself a double, and actually a very well done job here from the defensive side. They only lose one player. Nice. They just put up a big fight and honestly throw a knockout punch.
Yeah, nice little return after the pause. Figured it out. Deep nade. Any aggression comes through in that position. Actually do have obviously a little look here for Kiko, but Beck is going to be the first port of call again in mid, and now Kiko needs to deliver, and it's a great angle to hold. Horus wasn't really ready for him to be in there so quickly. Beck almost baited him in on that one. Oh, nice shot.
Ooh, yeah, that's filthy. We like that.
It's funny how things which sound bad are also things that mean good. How did we get to the English point in the English language where that was the case?
Yeah, I don't know.
Things are sick. That was dirty. Like, wait, how is that? How's that good?
Yeah, exactly.
But it is.
It is. Yeah, that's just the way it is. I know. I'm with you. Oh, all right. A little back and forth. A little touch and go. Do ROC really want to go for a B hit again? Doesn't look like it, but that's been the move. But now they want to go back for A. Oh, no, Alucard. Oh, he's actually gotten off this.
Yeah.
He's left.
That
That might be a gap. That's timing. That sucks. That's not sick.
Well, he's got a line, but it's a bit too far away, you feel like. Can he somehow find one before they get onto the site and get the bomb planted? That is the question. Smokes will be up. He's going to be flashed off the angle as well. That's exactly what ROC should be doing, playing it really well. And now, 3v3, the retake needs to come through.
Yeah, it's going to go down. Another good smoke here to block off just in front of bridge here. So this will make it a little tough in the sense for InnerCircle to be able to find themselves going that path. So they might just have to go through the main corridor now. And some Paul flashes getting thrown. So now that it gets them a little bit of allowance here of just running up. And there it is, Alucard. Very, very nice. Even though it's a 1 kill, it's still not bad because now the high ground player is going to be done. But look at how fast the Totson's able to find that double kill. Very, very nice. Regardless of that situation, they clean it up. They do a good job just to maintain the composure. So right back in it they go. They're keeping things on the winning ways. Kind of what we were a little bit of expecting on this. But now InnerCircle desperately needing to find, 2 more rounds could be a little bit better. They try to go for a desperate play down long, and look at how fast. It's just a murder scene here, and ROC have just left the crime scene, leaving it for Alucard. Yeah, he's a dead man too, and yeah, this round is over with.
Awesome. We'll manage to find Snare, but tapping away at range, not able to find Slayer. There was always going to be no way back in there. ROC are in a perfect position right now. I'm very content. InnerCircle knew what was kind of coming their way on port. A ROC that was a bit angry. A ROC that they would have thought should be a map up. And as you can see, the individuals for ROC are just looking super good, even since a little break, a little attack timeout. So up to 5 kills already. All on the same page. It's good to see.
Yeah, Alucard playing a nice position here. Again, he's just going to try to use the TRG. Flash is going to get thrown. Oh, I was hoping he could be able to find that shot a little bit blind through the smoke. And instead, he makes a nice little bit of a quick switch, but it just can't really, or a quick scope. He can't really be able to find more than the one, though. But look at how fast, again, ROC. They just dominate into the site. Awesome. Doing some decent effort right now. And again, tenderizing, just not getting the kills. And back to a 2-2, despite everything that's been placed on this. With a minute remaining, or just over a minute remaining here for the bomb to still go down. Kiko trying to go for the flank towards B main. And Jin is just going to kind of, again, throwing some warning shots. Does actually find Snare on the bit of a lurk. So now, Snake here, once again in the clutch scenario to try to do something. He spotted the one player through the window crack, and now he's on a hunt. Oh, Kiko, you just got to hide. You got to tuck your tail. You got to get out of here. But instead, he wants to bring the gunfight, and there it is. A great headshot. It's going to be a 6-3 in favor for ROC, but despite that, at least InnerCircle can feel a little bit better going into the second half.
Yeah, I don't think you should be too upset, really. I mean, they know ROC are going to be favourites here. They know they're going to be in a tough position. But overall, ROC will be very content either way. And then we see if we can close it out for them, because we know that map 3, Eagle Eye, well, I think we know that's a bit more of an unknown in a way between these two. A map that both play and don't exactly hate, but as you expect, different deciders between these sort of teams, but there's a slight difference. I've obviously seen them play Eagle Eye a few times in the past when they've competed against each other in BO5s and in playoffs, for example. But we'll see today. ROC need to finish Port off first, though.
Yeah, they definitely do. Job's not done until they hit the match point, of course, and that's where. Yeah, I don't know Eagle Eye if we get there. It definitely is a tough one because, again, a map that ROC play or have played and they kind of incorporated in their map pool that I'm aware of. So, but also makes me wonder if InnerCircle have been doing some preparation on it as well. So, definitely makes things a little bit unique in this sense, but we won't get too far ahead of ourselves yet as this game is still going through. First round of the second half we go. Ooh, Horus. Ooh, Horus. That nade could... oh, it only does a little bit of damage, actually. Actually, it does connect nicely onto back, but Awesome does maintain his life, thankfully, despite his HP already.
Anyway, to make the push through. Waiting out the utility, obviously. Flash is completely behind up Snake. He can't really see much at all, but thankfully he's got teammate support. Totsin's right next to him. Will hold the line. Beck is very far forward, though, and that will catch off Totsin. He's able to make it 2. His advanced angle was a surprise, but Horus is reliable. As we have seen so many times. Alucard needs to clutch 1v2, as we have seen so many times that as well. He's not got the bomb just yet. Oh, it's a good reaction from Snare. Two going up against each other. We saw that crazy 1v1 that happened at the early portion of the first half. That was a bit more normal, but it was still a great reaction from Snare to remove him. And ROC will start the second half strong.
Yeah, not bad at all, honestly. And again, this, just again, still putting up some decent performances here. Rounds are getting close. Like I like that Beck was able to find himself a double kill there and made things a little bit more interesting. It just feels like these late round situations, this is where ROC has really been prevailing. It feels like every time, no matter how many players they have or whatever kind of situation they're in, they just seem to find the win column, right? They seem to have that extra edge just to get them across the line here. So that's where I think for InnerCircle, that's been the lacked part, right? Like they've sometimes been able to find the opening duels. They might be able to get something started nicely. Like even right now, finding a secondary kill. So they're putting themselves in a 5-on-3. But we've seen ROC in these kind of situations where they've actually been able to win these rounds. So this is where that mid-round, this is where they kind of power up, and we'll see if they can power up to get the 8th.
A lot of damage done to Kiko. Snake will catch that one easily, but there's a long way back in, as you say. They can't disconnect it from B. There's going to be forward positions as well for Beck, and we know how powerful this area is. How do you get past this if you're Horus? You spotted him out, but all over them, as you can see. Good reaction to actually deal with Awesome on that flank, though. They weren't obviously all together on the site, so they found that awkward lurker. They're going to go for this big rotation round. Snake will be able to avoid the early duel. And now Jin, I'll put a bit of utility toward that position to make sure it's difficult for Snake. But he's in, and so is Horus. And there's the wallbang kill on Alucard. Unfortunately now for ROC, though, it's all down to Snake, doing some good damage. But Jin can play off his teammate's contact and play it well. And InnerCircle will hold firm.
Yeah, really nice round from Jin. I think he did a really good job early on. He was able to get some good kills, and then later in the portion, like you said, he just played off his teammate, finding it in a good situation. But again, that was a 5-on-3 that turned a little bit closer. Like I said, that's where ROC were still able to get some kills, and things are kind of turning a little bit on that one. But thankfully for any InnerCircle fans, they get themselves a little bit more of a round here, a little bit closer of an encounter, but they're going to need a few more here to push this thing. But very of a slow pace. They really like to run the clock on this map, from what I remember in the previous days of Unnights. But we'll wait and see.
That was, of course, with a slightly different team, though. Only
that's
slightly,
true.
but it's the difference. Oh! See you later, Horus. 1 bullet, 1 kill.
Yeah, not bad. That's fire, as the kids would say.
Fire emoji.
Okay. I like this though. Again, I like thing for me like when I see teams like this, when like for InnerCircle, if they can play together as a 5-man unit, this is good. I mean, Slayer was able to get a little bit of a pixel. He caught the shoulder of one of these players, so he has a good idea. But them being a 5-man unit, going for this execute, I don't mind this because again, they can play the trade. Hopefully, unless we see another Slayer showcase. That's a good start. Oh, he's looking for more. You think he goes for the pre-fire ring and finally gets caught here. A little bit of a spammable. Now Totson. Ooh, boy, he gets his teeth knocked out. Now 2 players remaining on this, and Snare, oh, there he is. But he can only find the one, so really good trade back. InnerCircle are doing a good job. The protocols are starting to get cleaned up nicely. Round by round, they go, and it's only a 2-round deficit now, which was a lot bigger before, so this is great. Since, you know, the conversations and timeouts, it's been looking not too bad here, Trav. Things are, they got the laces up, they're going on the right feet, the right steps.
Yeah, and ROC need to lock in here because it's not like this is a situation where they're a map up, they're a map down. Get this one done. Move over to Eagle Eye. Finish off the day. Not sure why they haven't been able to close this one out a little bit easier so far. InnerCircle are in a good position to continue to keep the pressure up. 2 rounds is not much at all.
This would be again, like I know I don't want to get too hard ahead of myself here, but if this could be a 2-0 for InnerCircle, like that would be probably, in my opinion, one of the biggest upsets in the season so far. And I mean that with all respect for InnerCircle, but just, again, just considering of the competition they're playing and so much
Context, yeah.
The context of everything. Yeah, exactly. It's definitely an upset in some regard.
Yeah, I think it's fair because even though you would say maybe that's, you know, historically not really the case, considering InnerCircle / Knights have been in the playoffs so much in the course of history, and you know, always ROC are always there themselves, whether they're ROC or 3BL. Like maybe you would say that's not the case, but just from the last few game days and the context of InnerCircle struggling against 999 and struggling against Swamp, it's like, well, they've been kind of nowhere. And yeah, ROC are obviously were unbeaten in the league so far. There's a big discrepancy. If they're able to overcome that, that would be something.
Ooh, good little bit of a pop flash, and yeah, there it is. There's that little bit of a barrier we know, and ROC, they just lock it down. They make it look so easy without breaking a sweat. Okay. Like I said, don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, but that's, again, just ROC now doing well on the defensive GR side, but InnerCircle, we're going to have to see, you know, I wouldn't mind them to kind of, again, just change the tempo a little bit. Like, I would have liked to see, like, Alucard, if he could have just gone for, like, maybe a quick swing at A, just tried to see if he could find that, maybe that pick. I mean, I know that's a little risky, but I feel like it would kind of be worth it in some regard just to see if they can get themselves, again, that man advantage, because that does go such a long way for them. But nonetheless, they play cool. They play calm. They throw utility instead. They're going to take down Totson, and that pin just ricochets right off the chin.
So they will get caught by Beck. Nice advance, and there goes Snare as well. So click your finger, and it's a 5v2. Of course, Horus is forced to go searching for more, and he's going to be able to find one, but Trader is always going to be there. Trade potential is in position. Lovely 2k from Snake, though. Now, he's got a C4 on the floor in front of him. However, when you're this low, holding on to it is kind of unlikely. So you'd probably give it up usually, and he has done that. So he's going to try and play a more unexpected position instead. Hope they go toward B, maybe. It's like, obviously, with the time on the clock InnerCircle, know they've got plenty to work with and can rotate elsewhere, so it shouldn't be a risk, but Snake's making it a conversation.
Yeah, it's a gamble though, but I like it from Snake. I mean, again, you just got to do something here, like where you just. I mean, his position could have been cool if they decided to go through mid and kind of cross over that way, but instead it's not going to be the case. But now his HP's well over halfway done here, so this is not great for him. So makes things a little bit harder for him. 32 HP, does have utility. Oh man, okay, a laser shot, full connection. All of a sudden, the 2v1 has turned into the 1v1 now, and Snake is, again, taking his time. He's doing some warning shots. He's making his presence known. Kiko just needs to be able to find it, and Needy does. A nice little bit of a cheeky angle right through the fence. They get it done. Round by round we go again, and these guys are looking... I don't know what to say calm, but they're... Are they locked in? Do we think they're locked in?
I think they're locked in.
All right, let's say they're locked in. I can take
If I said they weren't, you'd probably still find a way to agree with me because you're just not that nice. So
that's true. Hey, sorry about that.
Oh dear. Laz, they're not locked in.
Maybe you're right, buddy. Oh dear. Don't make me do the Canadian accent. I won't.
I'm sorry.
I can't do it.
Listen, we're deep into the final game of the day.
Exactly.
We're going a bit crazy at this point. So forgive us.
That's sure people will understand. A lot of good matches though today. Been some decent action for day number 2.
Right, come on, ROC. 2 needed. Don't forget they're in a similar position on map 1. Let it slip.
Yeah.
But this is their pick. So it should be different. It should be. But I hate the word should, because I've been using it too much and it never happens the way I think.
Uh-huh. I was like, be careful of the words you choose here, Trav, because, yeah, that's very, very much a point here. What is going on here? InnerCircle, yeah, okay. 3-2 split. They're going to go for this again. They're just going to try to go for the pounce on this. Jin getting ready for the pre-fire lineup to see if he can find this top shot here into tower. Snare, he's jump spotting it a bit. Horus, though, thankfully is there to help him out with the HK. It's only a 1 now, and Snare, you need to put up a masterclass. You have to do something with the sniper. You have to be able to find something. He's just taking a little bit of damage. He's still alive. It's actually InnerCircle that have lost all their players. Leaving it just down to Jin by himself in the clutch with 30 seconds. Totson going for the full aggression onto it. Okay, map point on the docket for the purple team.
The purple team.
The purple team.
Yeah. 3 chances, and look at this, we're going for triple sniper. And I think we've got an Orm, and we've got a couple of TRGs there, if my eyes don't deceive me.
You're right.
It's very hard to tell the difference at first glance, right?
So subtle, yeah.
The scope has just got a slight gap in it, and the little gap where you maybe put your grip and the trigger is also a little bit wider. It's very, 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 very small. The stock at the back of the gun is a little bit different too. That's about it, really. Quite hard to tell at first glance, but we've learnt, and it looks like Snare is learning as well. TRG doing amazing work in his hands, as we know it would do. Carter will respond on towards Snake, but we've got a 3 sniper setup, which will be changed now for Horus, I believe. Yes, he has moved over to the rifle. A 4v3 to try and close out the game.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a cheeky move from ROC, right? Kind of going for the triple sniper. Actually, I don't even mind it, because again, it's just kind of using the range on a map like this, and that's where I always kind of call it, I used to call it the Alms Paradise, right? It's just really, it's just anybody that's so proficient with it can be just so deadly on a map like this, especially on the GR side, but we'll see. A little bit of a switch up now quickly. Totson holding the nice little bit of a mid connector. InnerCircle, a lot of thoughts here. Again, they need 3 chances to get this through, but Totson gets the first initial. It could just be enough. Yeah, they're running into it. Snare Shirley can get it done. Kiko by himself, the young gun. Oh gosh, he doesn't even have the bomb either. Oh, this is even worse. This is even worse for Ware. This is not a good position for him to be in. Then he has to refight for mid. He gets one of Horus, overextends just a little bit, but now he has to be able to find this kill, and there it is. It's done, and we move on. And it's going to be Eagle Eye to push things to the final map of the day. Man, oh man, a little bit of relief here for the old purple team to feel a little bit better.
Yeah, ROC, I mean, we've heard from them, they think very highly of themselves, and rightly so. I mean, absolutely correct with what they've been saying. Like, if we lose, it's our mistake. Maybe it's, not exactly down to the other team playing well, it's down to us underperforming. We know our level, we know we're good enough to keep our clean sheet intact for the season, stay unbeaten. And, well, they need one more map now to keep that a reality. Eagle Eye, as you say, maybe a bit more of an unknown map between these two. I think they have played it quite a lot, to be fair, I mean, both of them, but not really as a decider, I feel like. Maybe not as many deciders of Eagle Eye, if my memory serves me correctly. I could be wrong on that one. Maybe I'm misjudging the maps. But still, I think ROC will be delighted to get this one over the line, delighted to get through to Eagle Eye. Still, of course, in the conversation, and now they need that map to keep that unbeaten record intact, of course. And InnerCircle will look to try and bounce back from the last 2 days, last 2 poor days of form for them. And we'll go to a break before that final map gets underway.
Side, this Nair with the sniper on the A side, it feels like you're playing on only one side when you play against ROC on this map. And they showed a really good performance, I see.
They sure did.
Yeah, now they're going into map 3 against ROC. They showed a solid map 1 as well. I mean, it was closer than map 2. But we'll see what happened in Eagle Eye. Map 3 between IC and ROC Esports. Trav and Laz, you have them.
One more, and ROC honestly should be able to get this one over the line. You would think, and keep up their unbeaten record, but InnerCircle right now are looking like they're a little bit better today, which is a good sign for them. I've wanted to see them looking a little bit better, considering what has gone before in the last 2 days of this weekend of CrossFire. And so far I haven't been too unhappy. I think they've been looking a lot better. I think they'll be content with how they performed, but you're not really ever truly happy unless you get that W on the board.
That's true. Yeah, now it's all down to this, right? Last map of the day, and I mean this is where, again on paper we argue that ROC should be able to get this thing done, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, like I said, there's a part of me that it makes me wonder if the evil genius of Beck has been able to find himself, some good preparation on a map like this and allowing it to go through just based on how the vetoes were kind of done. Because again, let's not forget, I mean, they banned New Mexico instantly. Like, they went that right away. What was really interesting, the pick and bans on this for me is that, Compound actually got banned. It was actually from ROC that actually banned a map that they're very good on. So, I don't know. There was a little bit of mind games into this, but InnerCircle definitely did some good prep. They got rid of Subbase, another map that ROC is pretty good on. So, we'll see. But it's all down to this, Trav, and I mean, a 10-8, a 10-6, and who knows? Maybe even a 10-1. I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, it feels like an unknown, doesn't it? We don't actually really know how to feel about this game so far. Already this first round is a bit of an unknown. We've got the first kill coming through for ROC, but immediate responses from Beck and from Kiko. And information seen, that's a rare miss from Snare there. A little bit slow on the response and a bit slow on the reaction. You will get punished for it as well by Beck. Shouldn't say alive, I say you shouldn't. Oh, Horus will be head in hands at that one. ROC have started this map cold. Snare's whiffed, Horus has whiffed, and just like that, it'll be an InnerCircle round.
Yeah, that is gorgeous. I mean, that is, like you said, that is a, we joke about the desk slamming from Hunt. Like, that is a Horus. Like, he should be slamming the desk from that, because 9 times out of 10 you're going to win that engagement. But the fact that he just whiffed those first 2 bullets and Beck had just enough time to get the pistol out, oh man, you're going to be kicking yourself. Like, I mean, that's going to be so frustrating. But now InnerCircle is just going to go for the full rush into this. Oh no, no way! What? They're in so much disbelief. I can't even believe it either. That is ridiculous. That should have never happened again. I'm done. I'm out.
Oh my god. What have we been witnessing in this game? I mean, that was insane. This, holy swear words. I cannot believe that's play of the season. Sure, I understand it's a mistake from InnerCircle to let that slip like that, but to gauge the spray in that position, it's play of the season, and I don't think it's going to get beaten for a little while.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. That is definitely going to be the top ranking so far right now for one of the best plays of the season. That is, you have Beck where we're talking about, oh yeah, like that sucks for Horus, like, and then all of a sudden it's just like, hang on, let's top that. Let's make it even more interesting, shall we? And oh man, InnerCircle are going to be so upset with themselves. That was a round that, again, like 99% of the time you win it, and I get the idea they were just trying to put all the bodies to it, but man, oh man, stars align perfectly for a player like Slayer. And that's what I kind of talk about with his ability with the rifle, is just that is what he can do. That is why I say when I see him on a sniper, I'm like, why? You are so scary when you get a rifle in your hands, and that's exactly a moment why.
God damn. And that is already, like, shocked InnerCircle a little bit, I feel like. I mean, this round was a bit more normal, but ROC, in the end, took it comfortably. Snake has gone back to that Chris Super V that we've seen a little bit of from him over the last couple of days. Very fast-moving SMG to try and put the pace in, and he will go down, but what it does is it opens up space for your teammates to entry. This time it's not going to happen, though. Beck will get 2, Alucard will get 2, and they'll reset well.
Yeah, decent reset, but at least gets him on the board a little bit here too, right? Now we'll have to find out a little bit more here. This is a lot more of a faster-paced game for sure. It's really just, again, everybody's kind of going for these big gunfights. They don't want to mess this around. It's been a long day for both these teams. Kind of waiting things out in the wing. But yeah, great shots. Now ROC putting on some really great pressure onto this. Ooh-wee.
Shots. Yeah, suddenly InnerCircle are hitting all the headshots. Very nicely done. Comfortable 5v3. Snare does respond, and there goes Kiko. Beck should be able to trade it, though. Yep, Snare had no idea Beck was up close, and that'll retain the 2-man advantage. Snake trying to push his way up, but Beck will creep away. Slayer will get caught in the open. No heroics from him on this occasion. All down to Snake.
Oh, Snake, a little bit of a sneaky jump. Yeah, not bad at all. Now he's trying to look for a little bit more. And actually does find the second, but can't get that third. Oh boy, it could have been another disastrous round, but InnerCircle, thankfully, can get things done nicely.
Oh, aggression. Quite a bit of it as well. Angle held by Alucard, does well to find Snake, and right now, this opening exchanges on Eagle Eye are proving to be quite the bloodbath at the moment. The back and forths are quite hard to keep track of, but Alucard, a good round from him. InnerCircle have put that ridiculous error against Slayer out of their mind. And that ridiculous just skill from Slayer out of their mind. And yeah, it will be them back in the lead at 3-2 now. And they're happy to fight very early round, of course, on this Global Risk side as well.
Yeah, honestly, the fact that we're even talking about a 3-2 scoreline, just despite everything that's been going on so far on this map, this has definitely been a good sign for InnerCircle. Again, just composure, right? That's honestly the only word I can think of, because any round you lose, like what we saw in the very beginning, like that is so tilting. Like I'm even surprised we didn't take a bit of a timeout for these guys, or they even called it, right? But the fact that we're making it this competitive, things are going the way it is, it's still a sight to behold right now, no question. And InnerCircle, like I said, I wondered if there was some good little bit of preparation on this. It's looking like possibly so. Now it looks like there's going to be a player in top tower. Jin, ooh yeah, nice little bit of a shot here. Gets himself the quick scope. Takes down Horus. So finding an opening engagement one more time. Kiko though holding the off angle. Can he be able to find this? He gets the one, maybe two. No, and not. He will not. He misses it. Jin now just tucking away, just waiting for his timing. Oh man, that USP is lethal. That thing is scary. And now Snare and Totson, the last two, they have to go for a little bit of a fight. And this Trav, I mean, this is not looking good.
Yeah, ROC might have to call a timeout here. And funnily, we were thinking InnerCircle probably should have after that moment from Slayer, but ROC are getting rocked at the moment. Snare will get caught by Alucard, or very aware of that possibility. Probably would have spotted the barrel making his way through the window, and easy kill. 4-2. Very speedily done as well. Alucard up to 8 alongside Beck. 16 kills between them, and we're only on round 7.
Yeah, I mean, 4-2. Like I said, don't count InnerCircle out yet. I'm liking that Jin's actually kind of equipping himself the TRG, right? I mean, this is where, I mean, he's done it before, right? Like, he used to be a kind of a secondary on player too, but kind of a hybrid player. Ooh, Totson. Oh, why would you pick up the sniper? What are you doing? No! Oh no, this could be so bad. This could be so bad. And I think that's Beck. He's got it. He definitely has the noise cue. He knows he's right here. So now he's going to have to go around the smoke. Should be able to have a free kill. Oh
wow.
Oh no. Oh, look at him. He thinks somebody's close on by.
He wants
want him
to.
knife, but I want him to knife, but I know it's just not worth it.
Yeah, he wants to. If he can't get 2, maybe he could knife. But no, there we go. He gets the 2. He gets the 2. The rotation came through. And as soon as he knew he could guarantee it, that's when he pulled the trigger. So smart from Beck, man. Everything under lock and key. Great shot from Alucard there as well on Horus. Through the corner of the box with a quick scope. And ROC are suddenly nowhere.
Nice little bit of a shot here from Snake, but yeah, this is okay. Like, look, like I mean, I'll be that guy. I'll be him. It's you know, look, you got Totson with a 1-6, you got Horus with a 1-7. So again, 2 players that did quite well in the second map are they're very absent. And that is costing some rounds here for ROC, right? So, like, again, Slayer is the only one with his big 4K that has pretty much put himself at almost double digits. But again, this firepower is it's kind of fizzling. It doesn't feel like there's any more ammunition in the chamber. So now, yeah, they're going to take a bit of a timeout, rightfully so. Like you said, it was just a matter of time. When is this going to happen? So InnerCircle have really put the rock on the ropes, I should say, and this is where I'm pretty sure, if memory serves me right, like InnerCircle have the half, but it's really more about like, can it exceed more, or does it kind of stop a little bit at a 5-4 potentially?
Yeah, InnerCircle. You know, I'd forgiven them for, or I would have forgiven them for falling off the cliff a little bit after that incredible clutch from Slayer. Almost seems like the hype from that moment has distracted ROC more than anything. I'm sure that's probably not the case, but you know, from analysing the cams and seeing how the game's gone ever since that moment, InnerCircle played super aggressive, front foot, I mean, constant opening picks with Alucard and Jin. Beck making these incredible plays happen. Playing smart. Issues. Many issues.
You know, I actually had to go back and quickly look at the clip too, because I was just thinking about the Slayer, you know, big clutch there. And like the one of my favorite things was even just the player cams of ROC right after, like Totson, hands up in the air. He was even just like, whoa,
It just leapt into the sky, yeah.
Yeah, just like, what just happened, right? And Slayer was just kind of like, yeah, whatever, that's fine. Like, it's easy. Normal day for me. Punch in, punch out, not bad. But no, honestly, it's like you said, I mean, when you have a big clutch or a big moment like that, getting around, that theoretically shouldn't have been yours, it's kind of interesting that it hasn't really boosted them to do well in this first half. It feels like they had themselves a little bit of momentum, and then it really, again, it definitely got extinguished pretty quickly here from InnerCircle. But on the other side of the coin here, Trav, it makes me excited for a team like InnerCircle, just because I was kind of wondering if they ran out of steam, but it's not looking like the case right now. They definitely are prepared. They definitely have a good game plan, and it's being executed flawlessly. So this is very, very exciting. Like, again, in terms of a tactical matchup, this is a really, really cool encounter.
Yep. Pause over. Back in. And ROC do need to try, you know, usually, as we've been saying, these pauses have given the team who has paused the round immediately after. It's broken the momentum, and it's always given them one or maybe two. Now let's see if InnerCircle can break that pattern.
Yeah, double sniper still for InnerCircle. Jin's still going to be equipped with it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? That's the old saying. So, a lot more of a slow pace on this, and really just, again, ROC just taking their sweet time to, again, just creep up into the map, figure out where they want to go. They're going to get this house control, or hotel control, I should say. And now, they punched in their stay. Should be a freebie site for the most part. I think Jin's just, again, kind of playing the float. The idea from InnerCircle is that they wanted this A and mid control a little bit more in their grasp. So the retake is going to be a bit of a test now. See if they can pass this with flying colors or not. Yeah, nice shots from Slayer. Just catching out the rotates. Really, really nice positioning. ROC have been able to find themselves. Yeah, look at Slayer again, man. He's just
Grimy.
put a clinic on.
It's funny how it keeps on working like that, isn't it? I mean, again, the pause gives them the round. Like, I mean, Jin and Alucard are trying their best here, but Totson is not going to peak, and there's only 16 seconds left. Arm spotted for Snare, and he's going to run down the last two. Alucard will drop two. And they discuss a strat, most likely there, and honestly, it worked pretty much perfectly. Like, it's not like they even got kills to make that round work. It's the positioning to get the bomb plant first, which then aided the frags.
Yeah, this was relatively for the most part of this first half too. A lot of the rounds were going really, really quick too, right? Like I felt like not a speed run necessarily, but it felt like there was a lot more of a pace on this. And now, you know, I think the coach over here in ROC was just like, look, guys, we gotta calm this down. We gotta just take it a little bit slower. They'd like to be that slow, methodical play. So let's go back to the grassroots. Let's go back to what we know. So now Horus is going to try to be the entry. Tap away, indeed he does. Him and Slayer together. Jab cross they go. Oh yeah, that's what we were kind of expecting, right? So they should be able to find this round. Looking like it could be a 5-4 half. Again, this is a 2-on-5 situation where Jin again is just hoping for a bit of a hunting pick, but that is some wishful thinking, my friend. And now you got a lot of work cut out for you here, but ROC honestly doing a great job from the timeout and looking like they've been able to find 2 consecutive rounds as they get in over to that GR side.
Yeah. I almost feel like I want to see a team just do something absolutely crazy. Like, after their opponent's pause, they know how often it seems to get them just sort of reset the game to a point where the opponents don't do anything crazy, right? They just sit back, allow the team that has paused to make a strat happen, and talk it over and make it successful. Seemingly that is what's been happening every single time a team has paused so far. They've always found the success after. So I'd love to see an opponent just go for something wild. Like in InnerCircle's case there, you're already 5-2 up. You've got a great half already. It's not too bad at all. Then just go into the next couple of rounds. So go into the next round with something super giga aggressive. Like with 2 or 3 players, go for a big play in toward mid to try and catch a team off guard when they've clearly set up a strat or a play to make to get a plan working for them. Disrupt that plan. Get in their faces. I feel like I don't see that enough.
I agree. No, I definitely agree. So I think we're just getting ready. I think it's a server switch. I'm not too sure, but either way, it's getting ready to go for the second half here. But yeah, good words from the coach over for ROC. Been able to help them. I think InnerCircle still do have themselves a timeout if they want it. So if they want to, they can call it pretty soon, but we'll see. Now, I do wonder what the opening, a little bit of a round here will be here for InnerCircle, what they want to do on the BL side. Because they do have to worry about Snare. Like, he's going to have himself a little bit more comfort where he can put the sniper to work. Again, a map that has really good range, so it's like a nice little bit of a situation for him, but we'll find out. I doubt we'll see a double sniper here from InnerCircle. I can't imagine it. I mean, maybe on the BL side, but I just don't know if that's worth it. Well, let's find out. I can hear him going back in the server, so we're ready to go.
Alucard, that's a lovely pre-fire on towards Snare's position. Expecting everything as Alucard, it feels like so far. That opens up the A-bomb site entirely, and he's ready for the tots in rotation as well. That's so clean. InnerCircle have started the second half in incredible fashion. That was incredibly quick.
Oh, that was a flawless round. That was so incredibly quick. Like you said, I mean, it's just like 1, 2, 3, done. Like, it was just like bam, 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 kills everywhere, and it just felt like it was so synchronized and again, not even breaking a sweat. So now they're going to put a little bit more pressure onto A. They're going to actually just accelerate this plan. They're going to go quick. Jin gets a good opener. Snare tucked away on the stairs. There we go. ROC is now able to just put up a force field, bounce right back into it. A couple shots being shot at some bodies. Yeah, so they're getting a little heated on this. And they're getting tested very, very well right now. Still a 1-round differential we go, but Alucard, the fact that he was able to get a quad kill in the opening round, that was a good thing to see. And there he is, man. He is still just finding everything in his scope. Anything in his path, they are dead.
Explosive start to this final half of the day between InnerCircle and ROC. Trying to push forward a little bit here, tots in. Oh, timing could be good. Got himself in the corner. They're going to check this if they get anywhere near it, or they're going to bypass it. Awesome's giving it a look, but he could be peeking forward and avoiding it, as we can see. Jin will give it a look, though, and wow, what a check that is, man. Aware of every single possibility, it feels like.
Yeah, look at the defense. They're split apart here, though. Nice little bit of a play from Snake. Like, again, they know where he is now, so they actually just go right up mid. They're like, you know what? Let's avoid him. Let's not even entertain this idea, because you can see that Snare has actually pushed all the way down, so he's clearing some good intel. Oh, that kill could have been so good for Snake if he was able to find it. Now Snare by himself. Mission impossible. 1-on-3 here. He's got himself the snipe. He's got himself in a position where he might be able to find the Strangler in mid. He's hunting for something. I think that's Jin. Yeah, Jin's kind of just tucking away. He's actually doing a good job distracting. Looking awesome. Nice little bit of a tap. Okay, Trav. Things are building here. Things are in momentum right now.
Yeah. 3 away from the win.
leader?
That's not much, mate. That is very much within grasp right now. And we did not see that at the beginning of the day. It's funny how things work, isn't it? I mean, InnerCircle have been all over the place. 9-5 up against 999 on both maps, and found a way to chuck that game. Lost both in overtime. Losing 2-0 to Swamp as well. And suddenly, they're facing top of the league ROC. You could maybe just argue, plainly, it's just a better matchup for them. They know them better. They've played against each other so often in playoffs over the years. Who knows?
Yeah, definitely. Who knows? That's where, like, again, I was just trying to give some long credit here for Beck. Like, honestly, I've been around for a little while in the scene where I feel like I've definitely seen him, you know, do really, really well with the teams he's had and the different iterations of rosters he's had. So that's where I was kind of thinking, like, look, I know eventually things can get better, and right now, like, whatever the result is of this best of 3, like, it's still InnerCircle for me is really just impressed. Again, it's kind of like the same, you know, a little bit of a story we were talking with, like, TBI. Kind of the same thing where, like, a team that you weren't really sure what was going to happen with them, but they were making things a really good competition and really fierce. So you love to see it. Plot Flash is going to get thrown. And now we'll see InnerCircle putting a little bit more of their attention towards Hotel. They're going to get this control. Snare does get himself that Strangler of Alucard, so the bomb is going to be dropped. So this might cause a little bit of a commotion here. They might have to change things up a little bit, because you can see ROC, they're starting to press forward. They're starting to just not waiting to sit in these sites. They want to put some pressure on this. Now the shots have to be connecting, but 35 seconds is remaining. This is where it's becoming a bit of an issue. And HP is not a bragging right now for InnerCircle. They're going to have to hit the best shots in the world, but I just don't think this is the round they can do it unless Beck, I don't know, 22 HP, a 1-on-4 with 19 seconds seems a bit too much.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this here for InnerCircle, it is funny to me that, like, those last few rounds were so clean for InnerCircle, and suddenly ROC are like, okay, we're 2 rounds behind now, let's just start playing again. Like, how does it keep happening like this? It's absolutely crazy. I just don't understand. I'm not telepathic, and I'm not a CrossFire genius, unfortunately, so I wouldn't be able to tell you what exactly is going through their minds right now. I never will be. I'm just here to be the play-by-play, here to be the shouty voice.
That's all right. And we appreciate that, Trev.
Thank you. But yeah, I think it's... I can obviously share my thoughts going off of, like, previous things I've seen and gauging previous results and seeing their play style and understanding how all that works out, but I think ROC will know that it is serious for them. This is a serious moment. They're going to win a couple in a row here to reassert some dominance. InnerCircle 3 away from a win. 7-6 up. Even on a slightly unfavoured side. It's very hard to tell on Eagle Eye. I think I've seen both halves look very strong in the games I've covered.
Yeah, and it just goes back to the very beginning of what we said here in the beginning of this best of 3 is just like, again, for ROC, it's just like there's all these expectations. A team that is fighting to go to EWC and other international competitions. So like for them, like they should be the winning column. They should be the top competitor. So they're definitely showing some weaknesses. They're definitely showing they can bleed, right? So that makes the biggest difference. And I mean, this is a round where they might be able to equalize the scoreline. What was a 2-round buffer right, that was happening for InnerCircle has been squashed. It's right back down to a tie game. And these guys are looking a little bit more relieved. You can see things are getting a bit intense. Some good little bit of chance here to get themselves excited. And here we go. Right back into the situation of the 7-7. InnerCircle are going to have to figure out a bit of a different approach to the game plan. Horus actually, oh man, he went for the big swing on the bridge. I'm surprised he kept his life intact, but he did. So we can thank his lucky stars for now. But Snare is actually getting really aggressive in mid. InnerCircle has allowed a lot of real estate up for grabs here for the defensive side. So I think they're doing this intentionally. They're worried that ROC's just going to keep trying to swarm this. Oh, Horus. No.
Oh, nervy.
Oh, man. It's like a daredevil. Like, he's just like, I'm going to cross bridge. I'm going to go for a big swing. And he's still alive.
And he's still here. And he could just continue to be a nuisance for InnerCircle. He will push forward. You'll hear a couple of those footsteps, obviously, but when does he go for a swing? Good flash. That could set up something, but it wasn't fully blind on Kiko. He's able to find 2. That's huge from him. Now, know where Snake is. They're able to run him down. 4v2. Totson and Snare quite a far way away. InnerCircle aren't rushing things.
Yeah, it's good. I actually like that they're not just kind of rushing to the site. They're actually just waiting it out because they know that ROC have to make a play. They know that ROC are going to start to get a little antsy. They're going to try to look for some kind of duel if they can. Because you have Totson that's going for the flank. Snare's kind of holding a nice little bit of an off angle. One player's made it across. Alucard's just kind of waiting things in the wind. So they should be able to get this plant down very quickly.
Yeah.
Alucard should be able to find this though, right? I mean, look at it. He's posted up. Oh, God.
Oh, he knew. Alucard's so reliable. And this is the Alucard in this series we've watched today that is exactly the type of Alucard we want to see all the time. I know it's not possible for every player to be ridiculously consistent every single match, but he's been quiet. In those 2 games they lost to 999 and Swamp, he's been very, very quiet by his high standards. Today, he's looking great again. He's making so many impactful moves happen. So many sort of mid to late round kills, which is what his hallmark is, I feel like. Like, he's so impactful in that mid to late round that you can rely on him so often, even if it's just 1 kill. Like, 1 kill makes all the difference in those difficult and tight situations. So, again, showing up amazingly here. And now 2 away, and ROC 1 back.
Yeah, that's actually a really strong point you bring up, Trav, just because, again, like, when you have one of those players, like, especially when you're the main sniper, there, again, is, like, not even expectation, but more than that, where you have to be reliable. You have to be somewhat consistent as much as you can. I know that's near impossible, but it's definitely something that has to pan through, and he has been lights out. Like, he is definitely, like, he's not like he's putting up massive numbers, but again, the impact is definitely there. He's finding these 1 or 2 kills every round. That's really just gone a different way here for InnerCircle. And even there, where you see Horus, like, he's been somebody that's been relatively consistent so far this weekend. Like, that little bit of an inconsistency in a round like that, he can't find a kill. Now gives up a bit more opening here for InnerCircle to push themselves on a huge potential for a 9th round for map and series point. But again, you can even see Awesome's just, again, waiting things out. Look at this quick little bit of a peek. Oh, that's a misplay from ROC. That's a huge misplay. Totson, it's a little bit of a bait. Maybe it does pan out nicely because he gets an easy trade back, but that could have been detrimental. That could have been so bad. And they're blind.
Snake will manage to deal with Alucard. It brings it back into a 3v3. Bomb plant will be down though. This is a huge one. InnerCircle can confirm at least overtime here. They'll have a couple of opportunities to take this one in regulation, and Snake's been caught by Beck. Such low HP on him now. He's going to try and force his way forward, but Totson's found Jin. That could be huge. It's now all down to Totson, though. Look at the HP on Beck and Kiko. Still 19 seconds on this bomb as well. He can try and tap it and force them into the open. They're both pushing it, and they both get baited in. Oh, the nerves got to them, and ROC will get a critical equalizer.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like that is like, again, just these weird mistakes we see them making, because in that kind of a situation, like, they know one player should have gone for this, not both. Like, I get the idea they probably were like, look, let's play the trade, whatever happens, but in some retrospect, they knew the time was getting low. There was about 17, 16 seconds left. They knew the time was going to be ticking. So I feel like just sending both was kind of a risky play, especially going through a smoke. That was even worse for them. So a lot of odds against them. But look, I mean, thankfully for Totson, somebody that is known to be the clutch player for this ROC squad, pulls up big for him. When the times matter the most here, he does. And like you said, it was a big if of, you know, InnerCircle to push overtime, or have the conversation of even maybe having overtime. But now, who knows? We're back to an even game. ROC are definitely getting a bit of a sweat on this one. This is becoming a sweaty third map, because it's just come down to the wire again.
Classic me. I'm the problem. Sorry, production. Sorry, everyone behind the scenes. It's my fault. These games always go close when I'm involved for some reason. Snare's in a big problem here. He's getting run down, and somehow is able to still react for one, but Awesome will find it, and oh my god, it's so crazily back and forth. But Awesome, as you can see at the end there, almost vaguely surprised himself that that was the outcome. That was so hard to keep track of. And Awesome will win out the clutch. Here's a replay of it. Just keep an eye on the kill feed and the players alive here. It was very, very quick. And we're going to go straight back into the action, obviously, so we're not going to get a chance to see the entire replay. But InnerCircle do get their one opportunity to get this one done in regulation. Surely ROC will take us more.
Yeah, and Horus, oh man, Horus finds that double, almost getting the triple done. And now ROC, yeah, it looks like they want to go to overtime. They're not done. Bomb's going to be down, Alucard to Jin. Again, a 2-on-4 in a situation where they have to fight for bomb control is just not what you want. This is where ROC, they can't overextend, they can't overpeak things, because there is some little gimmicks that you can find, some little duels here when you're on the BL side, some cheeky off angles. And Alucard, ooh, that's a bit of a weird one, because again, like I thought he saw both players, but it brings out some utility. Looks like this thing is not going to be done unless Jin can do something magical here. Can he be the magic man? He spots Snake. He's still got plenty of time that he can work with, but now he's getting flanked. He has to realize somebody's hot on the heels. He's got 23 bullets remaining in the chamber. He's starting to get a little bit suspicious, a little suspect of something could be happening. The more he goes forward, the more that player is going to be able to go for the flank. And there we go. Overtime is going to be secured for this third and final map. ROC are not done yet.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable, man. Just never say die. Always trying to keep it going and trying to prove their point from yesterday, that if they lose, it's only they got themselves to blame. They had a chance there in a circle to close it out. They've had a couple of rounds where they could have actually changed it. Obviously, you mentioned that clutch that we saw, where both InnerCircle players were low HP. Could have thrown one in, played time, and thrown the second in, tried to bait them in maybe, rather than just double push a smoke. Amateurish, really. And now it's overtime time.
Yeah, I think that's second overtime of the day. Am I crazy? I think. Yes. No. Yes. It's got to be second. Okay. Been a lot of close games today, so that's why I'm kind of losing my mind here. But look, like, yeah, it's such an up and down affair, but it's cool because, again, both these teams, you know, showing a lot of resilience when things are not great. Big clutches, you know, big moments here for a lot of different players on this. But here we go. Why not? This is, again, ROC. For anybody that's unaware, this is ROC is undefeated. So for them, if they lose this, this will be their first loss of the season. So now it's going to be them on the BL side. They're just going to try to hightail it. They're going to try to go in 6th gear to see if they can just run on through. But looking like it's a bit of an accident. Look like of a barricade, and there we go. InnerCircle have been able to find themselves the opening overtime round in their favor. Looking pretty good.
Any round here in overtime for InnerCircle is precious. They actually had a very good first half, if you remember, as well. Actually played on the front foot really well. Played aggressive.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was a 5-4 that was
Yeah.
in favor for InnerCircle. Yeah, but it was a good lead at the beginning. Yeah.
It was, yeah, and then ROC pulled it back, right? Like at the last 2 rounds after their pause. So yeah, it took attack to get ROC back into that first half. Shot.
Okay. Taunton's gone. Ooh, snare. That was eyes on the prize. ROC now finding some good kills. InnerCircle are starting to lose some bodies. Kiko, yeah, look, a desperate play. He jumps out a window. Again, somehow, some way he's alive, but that's fine. And now he can reposition himself. Does some decent damage. A reposition commenced. ROC still grouped together. They have the bomb in their control. But some very careful decision-making to be happening here with just under a minute remaining on this round. And now you can see InnerCircle playing a little bit more of the pyramid setup, a little bit more of a triangle. These guys are trying to play as much as they can just to spot a lot of different angles. There's going to be a full retake setup at B. Unless Kiko can be able to find a quick shot on this, I mean, that might be able to get the rotates quickly.
Kiko will push forward. Find Snake. That's a recovery into the 3v3. Very nice. They haven't got as great positional control though, and you can understand why they're delaying the plant over toward B, because they're a little bit concerned, but actually delaying that plant may have cost them. Oh my goodness. Snake's going to get caught in the open. It's only Horus to win a 1v3 all of a sudden, and he's taking so long to actually finally get that bomb planted, but he's trying to force them forward. He can actually win this one, Horus, I believe! Oh my word! Finds the second, but not the third. It could so easily have been that third as well. That HK was tapping away, bursting away, could have found one more headshot. But it's InnerCircle, 11-9.
Oh man, like you said, it felt like that was going to be another moment. ROC just with a multi-kill in a clutch scenario, maybe just barely missing that opportunity, but now InnerCircle put themselves in a good lead here, finding the 2 overtime rounds in their favor. I mean, if they can get one more, like, that is just going to even be better for themselves. And then that'd be a comeback needed from ROC, and then pushing to a golden round. It's just, oi, oi, oi. And now Jin playing this angle. Okay, he goes for a shot. He's not able to find the connection, and now, unfortunately, oh, he actually does stay alive. I was thinking he was dead. He does kind of re-swing this. No efforts from him, no damage inflicted, unfortunately. Instead, it's just going to be a dead body. So now, ROC has been able to put themselves in the 5-on-4, thankfully, and now, still with a minute and 35 remaining, they can make some decisions here. They don't have to get over antsy. They can kind of just wait things out to see if InnerCircle try to go for a bit of a play there to see if they want to do something with the power play on this and bring things back. I don't know, but Beck, I don't think he spotted Snare. I think it was just a little bit too late. But good positioning. Oh, good positioning, but he turns his back. Oh, no, Horus. Good timing again. Oh, that's going to be costly.
Yeah, it's one round that ROC could be able to grab here. In the first half of overtime could prove to be of the utmost importance. Still got to get past 3 players, though. And the individual level of Alucard and Awesome has been brilliant at the moment. There are 2 players here. It's a great jiggle tap from Awesome, and Alucard will help out. It's a little bit nervy, and Alucard's still doing incredible work. He's been insane. Best day of the week for Alucard. 5 kills in this overtime so far, not a single death. And Horus is holding on to life by a thread. Can he do something with this? 2 to find. Going to have to push forward, going to have to get a quick kill with the pistol and maybe then pull out the sniper to get the final one. They're going to clear out the site, sees Horus through the window. It's an easy kill. Now Slayer's under pressure. Surely not. Another one from Alucard. Time above his head. Alucard needs to push down, needs to get the kill, but no. Slayer will hold on. Again, nervy, but you can see Snare's reaction. It's not done yet, and there's nowhere near the finish line.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the thing. Like, you can see Snare is just like, oh, man, thank the lucky stars. And again, even Snake had the fists up, and he was just excited that, again, a clutch scenario keeps him still closer in this game. But, whew, yeah, Slayer once again has been able to put up some clutches a few times in a way here for this team. Oh, boy. Locked in. Both these teams. And again, for ROC, like, again, and we just mentioned it, but for anybody just tuning in, again, they're undefeated. So for the fact that they're still swinging like this on the backboards or on the ropes or whatever it is, that's kind of the championship level teams that we always talk about, right? But look, they're still down. They're still down, and that's the thing where InnerCircle now are going to be able to have themselves the switch over to see how well they can maybe close the done deal, Trav? I don't know.
It's going a golden round, mate. Sorry. I'm here.
Yeah, I think I was gonna say you're here, so why not? You know?
Oh God, what did I do in a past life? I don't know, man.
Oh dear. That's okay. It makes some good action.
Sorry, Laz. It's all my
Hey, you know
fault.
what, man? It's okay. You don't have to be so Canadian about it. It's all good.
Sorry.
Sorry about that.
Oh God. All right. Sorry, we're going crazy, guys. We're going crazy. It's the last map of the day. Wild things are happening. InnerCircle have a chance, and they know it. ROC do not want to allow them that chance. Do not want to lose their unbeaten record.
They definitely don't, yeah. Oh, man. They want to keep that undefeated record as much as they can. Flash in. Beck, he hasn't crossed over yet. Oh, yeah, okay, that's what I was waiting for, is Horus just to go for a swing and a one-tap. Gets it. Now the IGL here for InnerCircle is removed from the equation. Can they solve for X? That is the question now. Pushing through long. Awesome. Trying to see if he can find a shot. Alucard has taken some critical damage here. And now the flank. Horus. Oh, he is not done yet, but he only gets one more kill. And now you can see InnerCircle. They're finding some kills a little bit backwards here, so this isn't bad. It's still a 3-on-3, but HP is getting low. They're getting tenderized. This is not great. And this is a moment where they're getting... where this bomb is going to be back in their possession. They're still waiting things out on the back skirts of long A. But it is two players here on the defense that are ready to go in this A site. The rotate's already happening here for Slayer, so he's getting hot in the heels. A great spam! Oh my dear goodness. I can't believe they found the snake now. The IGL needs to find a shining moment, but he can't. And it's all just down to Slayer, a player that has been clutch time and time again for these guys. And he needs to be able to find it. HP's low. Oh my god, I thought that was it, but it's not. Alucard, you need to stay alive, son. You need to not overpeak this, but there we go. Kiko, the young blood, will be able to put the bullet to the brain, and now we're on map and series point.
Oh, I mean, knowing what Slayer had been able to do at the beginning of this game, remember, we've almost forgotten about that ridiculous 1v4 spray transfer that looked absolutely impossible. I thought for sure he's actually going to win that one, considering how low they both were. Kiko had to hit an immediate headshot in his reface, and he did. That was really difficult, actually, for Kiko. Well played. And InnerCircle have 2 opportunities, and technically 3. One being on the golden round. ROC have to be faultless from here.
Yeah, if there's any time that ROC we're going to just, you know, again, like I always kind of mentioned about them, a team that, you know, they always seem to bring a good comeback story. You got to do it now. You have no more chances to take a loss here. You have to essentially be flawless if they want to get this thing, like you said, golden round and to win the game. So 2 rounds needed for the golden round. That means just some opportunity here for InnerCircle to seal this thing and mail it on off. Oh, they're going to push. They're going to push through long. ROC, oh, they're going to 3-man push this. Oh, InnerCircle, I don't think they're ready for it. I don't think they're ready at all. Oh, but they actually regroup. They actually reconfigure their little bit of a setup. Oh, no, Kiko, a beautiful spray down. This is falling apart. ROC, they can't seem to find the answer.
That's incredible from Kiko. I can't believe he held down mouse 1 for that and got the spray transfer headshot. And again, they're in a position where the HP is so crazily low. Snake and Horus and Slayer are not out of this by any stretch. Slayer's going to reface, quick kill, looking for 2, and Alocom will just about hop away from it.
The HP,
There's more where that came from. They're all 3 of them low. Surely this is still going to be a ROC round, and Horus is going to make it happen. He's found 2. Awesome is last alive. Should be a quick trade, will be a quick trade. Too much damage done, and the expected result in the end does come through. 12-11.
Are you kidding me? That is the most mayhem round I've seen in so long. Just such a brawl from both sides. Like, even Slayer was hot on the heels. Everything was working out. Even InnerCircle just getting some really good readjustments in that round. My goodness, ROC, you know, somehow, some way they're able to pull the round through, but now here we go. Like we said, it's an opportunity here for InnerCircle. They can get this thing done now, or they're going to push things over to the golden round, but ROC are trying to be flawless as much as possible to see what they can do. Horus is actually going to get himself a little bit more cheeky with a push here. He's trying to see if he can clear up Hotel. He's thinking people have been able to clear this already, but now that's some decent information. InnerCircle have really just played passive on this. They're kind of waiting. I think they were expecting the ROC mid push again. Not going to be the case here. ROC's not going to risk it. What does Beck have in store? What do they want to do with this? A critical round here, Trav. A much needed round here for them.
Do we go golden round, or is the game done here? ROC, 1 round still from losing their unbeaten record. 3 players are wandering over toward B right now. They've got space over on that side of the map at the moment. ROC are focusing mostly on the B side, on the A side, sorry, with the B side being covered by Slayer and Horus at range. We all know it usually is the way they go about things. Snake is going searching. Snake is going searching. Awesome behind the door in the corner. And honestly, might go for a swing, and that's going to be too late. They're very ready for that. Totsin was making noise, and that actually gave Awesome the impetus to push. It was a bit of a fake. It was a bit of a ruse. So, 5v4. We're now going to force the issue on InnerCircle up toward A. That's a great opening pick on Snare. The rotation kind of came fully through from ROC, and they need to fight at range, but they're doing so greatly again. Horus again is just so good when it matters. He's got 7 kills in this overtime. It's unbelievable. He will go down to Jin, but there's just no time, and he knows it. We're going to a golden round.
Oh, indeed we are. Why not? The fullest extent here at the last map, last series of the day, and it's all down to one singular round. And again, like you said, I mean, I'm going to be so curious who like an MVP is going to be out of this whole series, because, or even this map alone, let's just say, because Kiko, he has just been getting entry after entry. He is playing his role very, very well. Like, he is putting up multi-kill after multi-kill, which has really allowed some really good space here for InnerCircle. But now, that's kind of the same thing with Horus. Like, I mean, he's, again, with that HK rifle, he's been able to find some really good success. He's been able to get some rebounds when he needs to, when things are getting tough. But now here we are, the last given moment, the last round. No turning back on this, and it's all about do or die here for both these teams. This is more pressure here for ROC, just because, again, they're trying to maintain an undefeated streak. They're trying to maintain the #1 spot as much as they can.
And there's so many things that go through your mind in this situation, right? When it's at this moment of a game, it's like, do we go for something fast? Surely, if we go for something fast and crazy, that'll be unexpected and we'll win. Because they wouldn't be expecting us to do it then, but your opponents probably have the same thought process. You never know.
Exactly.
It's a battle of wits. It's a battle of ideas. It's a battle of decision-making. It's a battle of who hits their shots, and we're going to get it right now. Ending the day, one final round of play InnerCircle and ROC, two teams which have been consistent playoff battlers in the last seasons of CFWL.
They're sending it.
ROC, favourites today by far. InnerCircle, their best performance of the season for me by far. They struggled in their first opening 2 wins, 2-1, 2-1, and had those 2-0-2 losses, which were kind of like, probably from their side, their thought process, unforgivable losses. Especially in the way they happened.
Yeah, without a doubt.
So let's see. ROC, they're set up.
Yeah, and interesting from ROC too is the fact that they actually pushed all the way through long A. They threw some utility, so InnerCircle know this. They were like, look, these guys have actually cleared some part of the map, so they have a decent idea that they've been able to get some good information that nobody's nearby, and that ROC have been able to clear some real estate. So this is going to make it a little bit harder here for the offense to kind of refight for some map control. They're going to be a little bit more paranoid. They have to clear so many different angles because they're going to be worried that somebody is kind of just lingering. They're going to be that itch they can't get rid of. But ROC have actually just completely reformed. They're just going right back to a 3-player setup at A, double at B, and InnerCircle have burned a minute already on the clock. Hesitating, and again, a lot of thought process here. Slowly taking some map control, slowly taking some real estate. Hotel's going to be up for grabs. Nobody here on the defense is going to be in sight. And even ROC now, they're starting to get a little bit antsy. They're going to start to reinvestigate this trap. They're actually starting to push down long A again. They want the information.
I totally understand it as well. It must feel so nervy and so unsure about making these sort of plays, though, even though they've done it thousands of times before. Here we go. They're over the B site right now in InnerCircle. They made a good decision. The bomb's down very quickly, and crazily, at 12-12 in the golden round, we have a full 5v5 retake to come through. 30 seconds on that bomb, and Jinza is in a great position. Toxin does not expect that at all. Early advantage, and a bigger advantage with this bomb down with a clock above ROC's heads. But Snare gets one pick, Slayer gets another. They're forcing their way back in. The defuse could be tapped here while 2 players try and face it. And that defuse is being held! Oh, no! The worst possible way for it to happen for InnerCircle. My heart breaks for you. But ROC keep their unbeaten record going.
My goodness, are you kidding me? That's how they're going to do it? They're going to be able to get the ninja defuse like that and just burn the time as much as possible. I thought it was a done deal. I thought InnerCircle had that one in the bag. Wow, that is just a bold move to make. That was so risky. And they were able to get it calculated. A 5v5 golden round retake. And they pull through with it with an undefeated streak still alive. But man, they have survived by the skin of their teeth. And they can now have a little bit of sigh relief as they were able to keep their winning streaks alive.
I can't believe it. It almost felt like InnerCircle there were thinking back to that after plant that they had earlier when there was a smoke up and they double pushed it, right? Both died and lost that clutch. They played it so carefully, way too carefully. Like, that is the nerves at the end of the day, right? They make the perfect play. They read the map to perfection. They get toward the site. They plant the bomb in a 5v5. They get a 5v4. They get a kill back to keep it in an even standpoint with such little time left on the bomb timer. And they can't get it over the line because they play so safe. It's unreal. It's really unreal. And, yeah, well, we've shouted about it all day, so I'm going to leave it here now. Laz, it's been a pleasure. Another week, of course, with you. But for now, it's time for us to take a break and time for the desk to break down that ridiculousness.
Thank you, Trav. Thank you, Laz. We saw everything this game. Play of the season, golden round, ninja defuse.
Man, what can I speak about, man? What can I talk about even? Do I talk about these? Do I start with the ninja defuse that just surprised us all? Like, after multiple overtimes, reaching the golden round and doing enough plays that will keep us awake for hours and hours thinking about it. I mean, insanely well played by most teams. And the usual 2-1 series continues. The usual 2-1 curse for most of the team, and the blessing for ROC Esports continues. I mean, Julio, that was insane, honestly, from ROC Esports. Snare that started it, Slayer continued it, that's Horus. Absolutely insane, man.
Yeah, and the nerves from both teams, by the way. Like, on the clutch play in the first round, Slayer.
Yeah.
Like, in my head, I said, okay, this game is over, because like it's really hard to come back from such a play, like
True.
from the IC
True.
side. But they swapped it. They swept 5-2 on the global risk side, and it felt like this play was nothing to them mentally. And even in the last round, the nerves to stick the defuse there, it's actually
The
it's insane.
audacity, man,
Yeah, yeah.
to stick the defuse while trusting the two of your teammates, like it was a 3v3,
Yeah.
and you removed one of your teammate because he's defusing, so it's a 2v3 situation, and yet they did clutch the round. Honestly, outstanding performance, and that's why they are on the top of the league, let's be honest. That's why they're on a continuous win streak. I'll speak about Team ROC Esports, but for Team IC, I think that's the toughest, yet most insane fight I did see, and most serious I did see between IC and ROC Esports.
Yeah, and to be honest, okay, let's look at the set summary. Like it's very,
13 to
very,
12,
very
man.
close. 13 to 12, the golden round. Even the kiddies, it's very, very close to each other from both sides.
Yeah, I mean, everyone was playing, honestly. Everyone was doing his things, and let's take a second here and give credits where it's due. Can we speak a little about Alucard, who was just everywhere, and the amount of trust that his teammates put in him, and he was up for it. He shown insane display of skills, insane display of talent. Alucard, I mean, a loss is a loss at the end of the day, but man, you should not be sad at all, man. I know it's a bit devastating to lose such match, but they did manage to give ROC Esports a long day and a long fight.
And this guy on the screen, Slayer, the MVP of the game. I can't even talk about him anymore. You know,
you
like
can't
we
put
said,
it into words, man.
We can't put it into words. Indeed, like he's getting MVP after MVP after MVP. The amount of consistency he brings to the table, the amount of power, the amount of effectiveness he brings, it's just on another level.
He's just a legend that we will see once and twice and 3 times, because why not, man? He adds the flavor to every game he's in, and give it to me. I mean, the quadra kill, the famous quadra kill of him starting from the 3rd round, that was just outstanding. I mean, it's so hard to get a 4 kill in a game such CrossFire, because it's so fast-paced, and the swing of Slayer was just on another level. Honestly, the Ninja Defuse, the Quadra Kill, the Horus play, the Snare Snipes on round 7, all of this just adds up more and more to the conclusion, which is ROC Esports winning the whole series.
100%. And like talking about the statement that this guy gave in the last interview, like
terrifying.
We're gonna be undefeated. If we lose, it's our bad, and he's proving it. Like,
I mean, I mean, you did ask him, what have you guys lost? I lose, and he was like, if we lose, it's on us, no? And I mean,
it was close.
Super close. I mean, you're not requested to get a 4 kills, let's be honest. No one asked for a 4 kills, but if you're going to give it to us, so I'm more than glad to see this 4 kills happening from a Slayer perspective, from ROC side. Man, what a day, honestly. Super insane.
What a day indeed. Such an amazing game and such a strong performance. And I want to talk a bit about IC. Because like from their POV, it's a very, very tough week. I mean, losing against 999 after 2 9-5 rounds, and then losing against Swamp Gaming that are thriving a lot in this meta right now, and coming into this map being this close to bring down ROC, it must feel really bad, and I hope they make a comeback in the next week. But let's have an interview with the MVP Slayer, the man of the hour, the guy of the play of the season so far. Such an amazing performance. And tell me about the play that happened in the first round. How did it feel? Because we saw the guys jumping from their chairs in the camera.
Yeah, it's a great round, great round to win, and I just felt my hand in this round, and it worked for me.
Yeah, it indeed worked. And the last round as well, the nerves to stick. Who made this goal? Where do you guys get this courage from?
Me. I called the Snare to stick the bomb.
Okay, so
hold them.
a play of the season and a call of the season.
Yeah,
as well.
insane, man. Trusting your teammates and just having the bomb to be defused like that's just super insane.
Yeah, and I want to talk. I want to talk about the Black Widow map, Slayer, because I was chatting with Penguin, off stream, and he told me that ROC might leave Black Widow. I mean, they have a bad history of Black Widow games, so they might have left Black Widow map to just practice it in official. Is this true, or did you guys actually was comfortable in winning this map or leaving it open?
We actually wanted to play Black Widow on purpose because it's considered to be a weak map comparing with the other maps, and we wanted just to practice it in official matches. Even if we lose, we will still play it, just for playoffs and upcoming matches. Yeah, it's a big risk, but we need it,
Of course.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, practicing a map in the official is something else, away from scrims, away from everything, from the pressure and everything added on.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys managed to stay undefeated after your statement yesterday, and you got the MVP once again with the play, with everything. So congratulations on the win, Slayer, and best of luck in your next.
Thank you. Thank you.
See you. Amazing.
I love when you... Sorry?
He made the call of
I love when you talk the talk and just back it up, man, and walk the walk. 100%. And that's what Slayer does, and that's what Horus does, and that's what ROC Esports does. It's another day, another beautiful day for ROC Esports, I guess. Congratulations for ROC.
Yeah, let's take a look at the standings to see how the teams are doing right now. We have ROC standing alone in the top 1 with 0 losses. We have GG, Swamp Gaming following up. PingPongPals after the win today as well. They are in the top 4 right now. And we have some names in the bottom 4 that we're not used to see.
Exactly, Season 1 and there's a big difference between Season 1 and Season 2. Seeing Anubis in the last place is just devastating to see, honestly. Same for TBI, who ended up first season on the 5th place. Anyways, new names up and new names down. 3P and Swamp Gaming did surprise us with being the 3rd and the 4th. I'm just super excited of how the games will be played for the next week, and I'll give it to you from here. No way Anubis will be in the last place.
Yeah, 100%. We predict some comebacks from team. We predict some adaptation as well, because the new meta, the new weapons, some teams didn't have their time to adapt. So we'll 100% see a new face in the next week. But for this week, that was it for us. We hope you enjoyed the stream. We hope you enjoyed the games. A lot of clutches, a lot of action. But more action is coming into the next week. But until then, have a good night. Have a good rest. Bye-bye.